Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku became a hero using the powers of Deadly Killer's story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku hoped that he would get his quirk soon. Maybe it would stop Kaken from hurting him. It wouldn't. Maybe he could be a hero. If that is what he so chooses. He could smile like All Might and save everyone. Then he shall accomplish his dream. One night Izuku has a strange dream. He was standing in the middle of a cornfield. Out of nowhere his heart started hammering in his chest. What is this? In the right corner of his vision there is a strange symbol, a square turned diagonally in the shape of a diamond. The square was a faded green with a white mark on the border and a cat in the middle in a scared position, back arched, hair on end and tail standing straight up. Before Izuku could make sense of what was going on, the mark lit up a brighter green and Izuku heard a chainsaw being revved behind him. Izuku gasped awake in a cold sweat. The 4-year-old boy looked around and saw that he was in his room. It must have been a nightmare. Then he noticed that that odd symbol was still there in the corner of his vision. No matter where he looked it would stay in the same place. He tried to touch it and a strange panel opened up in front of him. On the panel it had a picture of the symbol, 3 more empty slots in the same shape as the symbol, above that there was a square with 2 smaller squares next to it, and finally a hexagon on the right of the smaller squares. Above the symbol and empty slots there was the word perks. Likewise above the squares there were the words item and add-ons. Finally above the hexagon there was the word offering. Under the perks area there was the symbol but smaller with more empty slots in 3 columns with rows of 5. Above this was inventory perks. He clicked on the symbol in the inventory perks area and it read, Spine Chill, an unnatural tingle warns you of impending doom. Get notified when the killer is looking directly in your direction and standing within a range of 36 meters. While Spine Chill is active, skill check trigger odds are increased by 10% with success zones reduced by 10%. While Spine Chill is active, your repair, healing, sabotage, unhooking, vaulting, cleansing, exit gate opening, and chest searching speeds are increased by 2, 4, 6%. The 4 and 6 were a dark purple and dark red respectively. Izuku was confused. Killer. Who was the killer? Did it mean villains? And what was with all of the things that were increased? Izuku was very confused about this, but decided that it was best to talk to his mom tomorrow and figure it out then. Was this his quirk? Izuku forced himself to calm down, he doesn't know that. For now he needs to figure out how to get rid of this screen. He pressed on the symbol again, but the panel just closed and reopened to the first panel with the empty slots. A little worried, Izuku pressed the air next to the panel and the panel went away. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't be a hero if most of his vision was blocked by an odd screen. Izuku laid down and went back to sleep, this time without a dream. When Izuku woke up he saw that the symbol for Spine Chill was still there. Deciding that this was definitely his quirk, Izuku jumped out of bed and ran out into the living room. Mommy! My quirk came. His mother popped out of the kitchen as fast as possible. What? Izuku smiled brightly and said, Can't you see it? It's right here. He pressed Spine Chill, the panel popping up in front of him again, blocking his mother from view. No sweetie, what are you talking about? 𝐒𝐭 walked over and kneeled next to her son and looked at him in concern. Izuku looked confused for a second, closing out of the panel and looking at the floor. Then Izuku snapped his fingers and smiled, Only I can see it. 𝐒𝐭 sat on her heels next to her son, Can you explain it? Izuku nodded and told her of Spine Chill, the panel, and Spine Chill's description. 𝐒𝐭 looked concerned about the description. Who's this killer? Izuku shrugged, Well, whoever it is I'll know when they're looking at me, then I can run away. Izuku smiled brightly at his mother. 𝐒𝐭 was concerned about this killer, but she decided that if there was going to be one, at least Izuku knew when they were nearby. Well, let's set up an appointment with the quirk registry for as soon as possible, maybe they'll know more about it. 𝐒𝐭 said, standing up and walking into the kitchen. Izuku beamed and ran into the kitchen after his mother. Can Kaken come over too? I want to tell him about my quirk. 𝐒𝐭 smiled and nodded, sending a text to Mitsuki while she was on hold with the quirk registry. Izuku ran around the house thinking of everything he could do with this quirk. Maybe he really could be a hero. Katsuki and his mother arrived a few minutes later, and Katsuki stalked over to Izuku and said, "Show me your quirk. Come on." He pulled Izuku to Izuku's room as Mitsuki went into the kitchen to talk with 𝐭𝐽𝐾. Once in Izuku's room, Katsuki sat down on his bed with a scowl. "Now, show me." Izuku looked sheepish. "I can't show you, only I can see it." Katsuki scowled and stood up. "Don't lie, show me." Izuku backed up and repeated, "I am the only one who can see it. It's this little dash." Izuku couldn't say anything more as Katsuki let loose a small explosion right near Izuku's head. "I said, show me." As Izuku trembled, he felt a tingle run down his spine and felt his heart rate skyrocket. He looked at Spine Chill, seeing that it was lit up. "Mommy!" he cried in fear. Katsuki leaped back in surprise and scowled. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 burst through the door and asked, "What's wrong, baby?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 slid over to Izuku's side and grabbed his shoulder. "It's my quirk. Whoever the killer is, they're looking at me." 𝐭𝐽𝐾's face paled. She ran out of the room and locked the door to the outside, grabbed her phone and dragged Mitsuki into Izuku's room. "Can you tell how close they are, Izuku?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 asked, dialing 110 and getting ready to hit call. "I don't know." "Wait." My heart started pounding when they looked at me. Maybe my heartbeat gets stronger when they are close. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 was shaking. "Are they close?" Izuku nodded and opened his door. "Where are you going, Izuku?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 asked. "I'm going to find out which direction they are in by using my heartbeat." 𝐭𝐽𝐾 nodded and followed him, telling Mitsuki and Katsuki to stay in Izuku's room despite Katsuki's protests. As Izuku got farther away from his room, his heartbeat started to calm down. Instead of thundering in his chest, it was just beating hard. Izuku looked confused. If he stood in front of his door, Spine Chill was active, but if he moved in any other direction, it deactivated. "They're near my room," he said to his mom, walking back into his room, feeling his heart rate skyrocket again. Izuku started to walk around his room, but as he got farther from the middle where Mitsuki and Katsuki sat, his heartbeat would lessen. Suddenly Izuku had an idea. "Auntie Mitsuki, look at the door," he said. Mitsuki looked at the door in confusion. "Now you 𝐿𝐽𝐾," Katsuki huffed, but did it anyway. When he looked away, Spine Chill deactivated. Izuku felt that he knew what was going on. "Now look at me 𝐿𝐽𝐾." Katsuki was scowling now, clearly angry. When he was glaring at Izuku, Spine Chill activated. Now Izuku was sure of it. Izuku turned around. "Now look away 𝐿𝐽𝐾." Spine Chill deactivated. "Now Auntie Mitsuki, count to a random number and tell 𝐿𝐽𝐾 to look at me without me knowing." After about 30 seconds, Spine Chill reactivated. "𝐿𝐽𝐾 is looking at me. How do you know that, sweetie?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 asked. Izuku turned back around. "I think that when my quirk says killer, it just means someone who it has perceived as a threat to my safety. 𝐿𝐽𝐾 let off an explosion near me, so maybe my quirk thought that he was a threat and activated." 𝐭𝐽𝐾 looked relieved and put her phone down. "Is that what your quirk is telling you?" Izuku nodded. "When I'm near 𝐿𝐽𝐾, my heartbeat goes really fast, and when he looks at me, Spine Chill lights up." 𝐭𝐽𝐾 and Mitsuki breathed a sigh of relief, before Katsuki leaps out of his mother's arms and stalks over to Izuku's stupid quirk. "I'm only a threat to villains." Katsuki sat there scowling at Izuku, who shrugged and said, "It's still active. Sorry 𝐿𝐽𝐾, maybe it'll go away later." Katsuki huffed angrily before stalking over to his mother. "Come on, old hag, let's get out of here." Katsuki stomped his way out of the room, being followed by a concerned Mitsuki. "I'm glad you got your quirk, Izuku. I hope that you can find a good use for it." The farther away Katsuki got from Izuku, the calmer Izuku's heartbeat got before his heart was completely back to normal. Then Izuku saw some more symbols on the left side of his vision. These were red circles with the words boldness, max, and chase, max next to them. Izuku tried tapping on it, but nothing happened. When he opened the panel using Spine Chill, there weren't any changes. This was disheartening, but he decided that he would figure it out later. For the rest of the day, Izuku wrote all of the ideas for using his quirk that he could think of. The night after Izuku got his quirk, he had another dream. This time he was in what appeared to be an old slaughtering house. There were dead pigs hanging from the ceiling, large red lockers of some kind, and a set of stairs that led down into darkness. There was also a large set of open doors leading to what looked like a cornfield. When he looked at where 𝐼𝐴𝐼 was, this time there was another perk to the left and below the darkened 𝐼𝐴𝐼. This one was also green, but permanently the light green that 𝐼𝐴𝐼 was when active, and was a picture of a stretched out arm being bandaged by a hand. This new symbol also had the odd white mark that was present on the side of 𝐼𝐴𝐼. Before Izuku could press on it to see what it did, his heart started beating hard. "Kaken, are you out there?" Izuku called out to the cornfield. 𝐼𝐴𝐼 activated. Then Izuku heard the sound of a chainsaw revving coming from the cornfield and knew it wasn't Katsuki. Izuku once again was awoken to a cold sweat and sat up. This time it was already morning. Izuku saw that the new symbol was still next to 𝐼𝐴𝐼. Clicking on it brought up the panel once again. He saw that the new symbol had filled in the empty slot next to 𝐼𝐴𝐼 in the perks area and the inventory perks area. Izuku clicked on it, and like 𝐼𝐴𝐼, the panel had a picture of the symbol as well as the description. Self-care. Unlocks the ability to heal yourself without a medkit at 50% of the normal healing speed. Increases the efficiency of medkit self-heal by 10, 15, 20%. The 15 was purple and the 20 was red, just like with 𝐼𝐴𝐼. Izuku was immensely happy with this, however, because this had the ability to be incredibly handy for healing himself and others. Izuku ran out and told his mother of this new revelation, and she said that she was very happy for him. Izuku smiled largely and ran to his room to get his notebook. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 let out a sigh. Good thing that they were going to see a quirk specialist tomorrow, maybe then this would all make more sense. After having breakfast, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and Izuku went to the park to play. Izuku's heart started pumping and he looked around, but couldn't see Katsuki anywhere. That's when 𝐼𝐴𝐼 activated. Izuku looked around and finally saw a man staring at him a little ways down the path. When the man saw him looking, he smiled and walked over. Izuku started backing up before turning around and starting to run, but before he could get very far he fell and skinned his knee. Izuku's heart pounded in his ears as the man squatted next to him. "Hey little buddy, I see that you got hurt. I have some band-aids in my car. Come with me." Izuku's breath caught in his throat before it thundered out of his mouth in the form of "ah" or "I." The man's eyes blew wide before he took off running down the path the way he had come. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 came running down the path from the opposite direction. "What's wrong, baby? What happened?" Izuku started crying and hugged his mom, his heart slowing to a normal pace. Their WWA was a eminendous 𝐼𝐴𝐼 lit up. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was confused for a second before her eyes filled with realization as to just what sort of person her son had run into. She hugged him close so that he wouldn't see the absolute fury that set her eyes ablaze. "Honey, do you remember what the man looked like?" She felt Izuku nod into her chest and pulled out her phone. As 𝐒𝐻𝐻 gave the report of the incident and the description of the man to the police, a man in a beige trench coat walked over and kneeled next to Izuku. "Young man, is what your mom saying the truth?" Izuku looked over at the man and nodded shakily. The man sighed sadly and stuck his hand out to Izuku. "I'm Detective Tsukochi, what's your name?" Izuku shook hands with the detective. Midoriya Izuku. The detective smiled. "Well Midoriya, you were very brave today. Good job." Izuku smiled brightly at the detective. "Oh. Midoriya, you look hurt, do you want a band-aid?" Izuku looked at his knees and saw that they were red and still bleeding lightly. That's when Izuku remembered his new perk. "Nope. I want to test something out." The detective looked confused as Izuku tapped on self-care. All of a sudden, a roll of bandages appeared in Izuku's hand, shocking both of them. Izuku felt the urge to start bandaging his knees, so he started wrapping the bandages around his right knee. After he had gotten his knee completely covered, he swayed to his other knee and bandaged that too. Once he was done, he had the urge to drop the bandages, and when he did, they disappeared. "That's some quirk you got there," said the detective. Izuku smiled happily. He liked his quirk. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 walked over to the two and smiled. "Thank you for patching up my son, officer." The detective stood up and stretched out his hand. "I'm actually a detective, and I didn't do anything." 𝐒𝐻𝐻 looked confused before remembering Izuku's new perk. "You did that, Izuku." Izuku nodded happily and gave her a hug. "Yep. My quirk is awesome." 𝐒𝐻𝐻 smiled and picked up her son, and after thanking the detective for watching him, they set off for home. When they returned home, Izuku took off his bandages to see that his knees were completely healed. Izuku was overjoyed by this and wrote everything down in his notebook. He had a lot of ideas on how to be an awesome hero. When 𝐒𝐿 came in to check on him, she found him asleep on his notebook, so she tucked him into bed and turned off the lights. Once again Izuku had a dream. This time he was inside some sort of shack with those red lockers again. It had 2 doorways, one led out to an area with walls and more corn, while the other led out to some trees and a large can on fire. In the doorway leading to the corn there was a large wooden plank that Izuku felt like he should throw down when in danger. Finally there was a window leading out to a large black brick wall. Izuku looked at his perks and saw yet another perk, this one sitting directly across from self-care, and to the right and under spine chill. Similar to his other perks, this one was light green with a white marking on it. This perk's image was 2 white sneaker-clad feet running. Just like his earlier dreams, before Izuku could discover what this perk does, he heard a chainsaw. This time though, it was coming towards him. Spine chill lit up. Izuku woke up again, this time used to it. He immediately clicked on the new perk, bringing up the panel where he clicked on it again. The description read, Sprint Burst. When starting to run, break into a sprint at 150% of your normal running speed for a maximum of 3 seconds. Causes the exhausted status effect for 60, 50, 40th seconds. Sprint Bust cannot be used when exhausted. You do not recover from exhaustion while running. Izuku excitedly jumped out of bed to run and tell his mom, and slammed face first into his door. Izuku saw a little icon appear next to his perks. It had a white heart that was only filled in a little, and when he clicked on it, it read exhaustion 56 seconds. Oh, so that's what that means, Izuku said, feeling very tired. 𝐒𝐿 opened the door and asked, Izuku honey, are you okay? Izuku smiled up at her and said, yeah, I got a new perk. 𝐒𝐿 sighed and smiled, another one. Well, tell me what that one does when we are heading to the doctor's appointment. When they arrived at the doctor's office, Izuku was busy writing new ideas in his notebook, very excited about the developments in his quirk. After waiting for a few minutes, 𝐒𝐿 is always 5 minutes early, and nurse calls for them. She checks Izuku's height and weight before leading them into a room and telling them that the doctor would visit them in a few minutes. As they waited, Izuku continued writing in his notebook when suddenly his heartbeat picked up. Mommy, he said, someone bad is here. 𝐒𝐿 looked over at her son for a second before dialing 110 and pressing the call button. Hello, can I speak to Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲? It's urgent. 𝐒𝐿 waited for a few seconds before saying, hello detective, it's 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. Yes, from yesterday. Well, do you have the report that I filed? It should explain how Izuku's quirk works. Yes, someone at the doctor's office has set off Izuku's quirk. Great, please get here fast. 𝐒𝐿 and Izuku waited for a few minutes. Every so often Izuku's heartbeat would increase and decrease in intensity, when finally the detective arrived with 2 police officers. Now, young man, can you show me this bad person? Izuku nodded with a serious expression before leading the detective out of the room. Using his quirk as a sort of hot and cold, Izuku led the group to a room and pointed inside. The detective knocked on the door and said, we are coming in. One of the officers opened the door and let the others enter. In the room there was a young patient girl, no more than 4 years old, with white hair, a doctor with a large mustache, and a nurse with a ponytail. Which one, Midoriya? The detective asked. Everyone turn around, Izuku said. The group of 3 looked confused, but the officer that had held the door open said, please face the wall. The group of 3 turned around, still obviously confused. Doctor, look at me please. The doctor turned around and looked at Izuku. Nothing. This is ridiculous, the doctor said. What are we? Please turn back around, sir, the officer said. The doctor let out a huff, but turned around again. Little girl, look at me please. The girl turned around and asked calmly, what's going on? Izuku shook his head. Nothing again. Turn back around. Nurse, please look at me. The nurse didn't move. Please look over here. The nurse turns around and glares at Izuku. Spine chill activates. It's her, Izuku says. Sorry, you're under arrest, the detective says and gestures to the police officers who begin to walk towards the nurse. The nurse's eyes blow wide and she takes a step back before yelling, I'm not going to jail. The nurse's fingers change to needles and she jabbed them at the officers. Don't come any closer. The doctor ran over to the opposite side of the room, leaving the young girl to fend for herself. The girl looks over at the nurse without fear. The nurse is about to lunge at the girl when all of a sudden the nurse's needle fingers are yanked into a nearby counter where they get stuck. The police officers grab the nurse and put her in quirk-resistant cuffs. "Ms. Kruger, you are under arrest." The girl looks over at the doctor and says, "That was my quirk, I can move things with my mind." The doctor nods and sheepishly walks back over to his patient. "Well, now we are going to have to find out what that nurse did to upset your quirk, Midoriya," Detective Tsukochi said, scratching the back of his head. "Well," the doctor said, "we have had patients complain of drowsiness and loss of memory whenever she deals with them alone. We looked, but could find no evidence of foul play." The detective glared at the doctor. "Then why did you not call the police?" The doctor paled. The detective sighed. "Whatever, we will look into it. It is possible that that is related to her quirk. Thank you, Midoriya." With that, the detective walked out. Izuku and his mother returned to their room where their doctor was waiting for them. They ran through some tests. They had Izuku run and timed how long it took for exhaustion to run out. They gave Izuku small cuts and had him heal himself to see how it worked. Thankfully, they didn't have to test spine chill as it had already spoken for itself. They tried having Izuku open his panel and sticking things through it. The items they stuck through disrupted the panel, but Izuku could still manipulate it. "Well, kid, all that's left is to name your quirk," the doctor said, stroking his black beard. Izuku thought for a moment before having a great idea. "I'll call it Perk, after all, that's what it says when I open it." The doctor nodded sagely. "Good name, Sonny. Now, how would you spell it?" The doctor was odd, dressed in an all-red suit with the sides of his head shaved and a boomerang hanging from his belt. "M-P-E-R-K. Izuku said, confused. The doctor nodded and scribbled something on his clipboard before standing up. "Welp, come back in a month and we'll see if anything new has appeared with it." Suddenly the door burst open and a man with a bald head and blue arrow tattoos called in, "There's an emergency, someone got into the cactus juice." The doctor gasped, "Not my cactus juice." The two odd men ran out of the room. "Are we sure that was the doctor?" Izuku asked. Inko thought this was a good point and talked to the nearest nurse. Turns out that was a doctor, he was just very odd. The Midoriyas went home and had a party to celebrate Izuku's quirk. "Did you know cake tastes really good after a bowl of katsudon?" Izuku found himself once more in an odd dream. He saw some bales of hay, trees, a large red and motionless generator, the same corn stalks from his previous dreams, and strangest of all, a small construction made out of what Izuku knew were distinctly human bones. Izuku checked his perks and saw that once again there was a new symbol. This symbol was of a super cool looking gauntlet, once more white on green with the white tally mark on it. Like Spine Chill, this new perk wasn't lit up, so Izuku thought that it must have requirements to activate. Izuku felt his heart rate pick up, hearing the noises of chainsaws in the distance, and saw Spine Chill light up. Izuku jolted awake, starting to get used to waking up sweating and a slowing heart rate. Looking over at the clock, Izuku saw that it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Izuku tapped on his perks and read the newest icon sitting in his inventory of perks. It was called Metal of Man, and read, "Metal of Man, evil has a way of finding you. After you earn 3 protection hit score events, Metal of Man activates. Once activated, the next occasion that would put you into the dying state from the injured state is ignored. The next time you heal back to full health, your aura will be revealed to the killer when you are farther than 12, 14, 16 meters from the killer. Metal of Man will deactivate the next time you are put into the dying state. Increases the odds of being the obsession. The killer can be obsessed with only one survivor at a time." Izuku wasn't happy about the whole killer being able to see his aura and being the obsession, but he did realize that that could be incredibly useful for being a hero. Jumping out of bed, the small boy ran to his mother to tell her the good news. When Izuku arrived at his preschool, he was excited to tell Katsuki all of the cool new aspects of his quirk. He searched around for the boy before finding him and his cronies over in the far corner of the playground. Izuku happily skipped over to the boys, feeling his heart rate pick up, but reasoning that it must be his quirk still freaking out about Katsuki for whatever reason. When Izuku arrived, he saw Katsuki and the other boys picking up stones and throwing them at a girl. Before Izuku knew what was happening, His body forced him to use sprint burst to run in front of the boys. The stones that they were throwing at the girl bounced off of Izuku's body, giving him cuts and probably bruises later on. Izuku didn't care, however, focusing on keeping the girl behind him safe. Glancing at his perks, Izuku saw that Metal of Man was now lit up, meaning that the boys had given him the 3 protection hits needed for Metal of Man to activate. Move out of the way, Deku. We're busy testing her quirk, we can test yours later. Katsuki growled. Izuku shook his head and stood his ground. No, Kaken. It's not okay to hit people with rocks. Before the boys could continue arguing, they heard someone chanting something. It was a man with a crazed look in his eyes chanting flesh. Flesh. I want flesh. Suddenly the man's eyes locked on Katsuki and he smiled insanely, throwing his mouth open wide. His teeth grew incredibly fast and shot at the explosion-quirked boy. Katsuki's eyes blew wide and he threw his hands up in front of his face, eyes slamming shut as he waited to be skewered. When the pain never arrived, his eyes slowly opened to see Izuku standing before him with his arms stretched out wide. Deku? Katsuki asked, afraid that his once best friend had protected him with his life. Out of nowhere the crazed man was tackled to the ground, his quirk cutting off and his teeth returning to their normal crooked selves. The man who had tackled the crazed villain slapped quirk suppression cuffs on the villain and looked up to see the brave boy who stood in front of the onslaught of teeth. Besides some cuts and bruises that were obviously not done by the teeth, the boy was fine. Izuku looked to his perks to see that Metal of Man had gone dark. He was grateful that his quirk had protected him because that would not have been a fun experience. The man who had captured the villain slammed his head into the concrete below him and walked over to the boy. Hey kid, the young man said, his tired eyes tracing the boy's injuries. Are you alright? Izuku nodded. Yes, thanks to my quirk I'm alright. Are you a hero? The young man gave a small smile. Yep, but don't tell anyone, I'm an underground hero, the name's Eraserhead, I just graduated a few months ago. Izuku's eyes widened in wonder, but before he could ask any questions, the young hero moved over to the villain and said, now I have to go turn this guy into the police, see you later kid. Wait. Izuku yelled, causing the man to turn back around. Izuku was holding out a notebook and pen. See, can you give me an A autograph? The young hero looked surprised before he smiled once more. He walked back over to the boy and signed the notebook, to my first and only fan Eraserhead. With a small rustle of Izuku's hair, the hero was off to the police station with a smile that he tried desperately to hide behind the grey scarf that hung around his neck. Izuku stood there in a daze staring at his notebook as Katsuki said something about not needing your shitty help, and the girl he had protected blandly saying, thank you for helping me. Izuku was too busy being amazed at getting his first autograph from a hero. Not only that, but it was the first autograph that the hero had ever signed apparently. This was going to be his prized possession for the rest of his life. 𝐒𝐭 understandably freaked out when she heard about the attack at the preschool and was grateful to Izuku's quirk that it saved him and everyone else from getting hurt, even if she was suspicious of how it came to activate. Izuku was still in awe of the mysterious hero that had saved him, having spent the rest of the day writing in his notebook about the young hero. 𝐒𝐭 got a call later from a woman who talked about how Izuku had protected her daughter from some bullies throwing rocks at her. This explained how Metal of Man had activated, but 𝐒𝐭 was worried that similar things would happen in the future and Izuku would just heal himself and pretend that nothing happened. The mother on the phone explained that they were pulling their daughter out of the school and moving, but wished that Izuku and her could have been friends. 𝐒𝐭 was still worried about Izuku pretending that everything's fine, but her pride in her son won out in the end. She ended up making katsudon for the 3rd time in 4 days, not that Izuku was going to complain. That night as she tucked her already asleep boy into bed, she snuck a glance at his notebook, seeing that the first few pages covered the more famous heroes, namely All Might, but discovered that after the autograph almost the entirety of the rest of the notebook was dedicated to Eraserhead. She found drawings, theories about his quirk, even names for possible super moves depending on the quirk that the man had. As she got closer to the end she saw costume designs based off of the hero. She saw hero names like Perkhead and drawings of what was clearly Izuku standing next to the freshly minted hero. With a soft smile, 𝐒𝐭 set down the notebook and kissed her son goodnight once more before walking out of the room and closed the door behind her, Determined to keep an eye out for anything related to this Eraserhead, my boy had a good day. I knew Metal of Man would be the best choice. My boy has always wanted to be a hero. I must think of more ways to help him. What perks would be useful to him? More food for thought. For tonight we'll put him inside the Thompson house and give him quick and quiet. Yes, my boy will like that perk. Good for stealth, he'll say. I'll do anything to keep him safe. Anything for my boy. Time skip 4 years. Izuku once again found himself dreaming of the strange cornfield. Just because he was always in the same area did not mean that the dream did not change. Long ago Izuku had realized that his dreams were some odd part of his quirk. Every time he would awaken, another perk would be added, or improved upon. Last night he got the final upgrade to his final perk, and now he was curious to see what he would get next. Izuku looked down at his perks, but saw that they were the same 4 perks that he always used, ironically the first 4 he had gotten. He loved all of his perks, knowing each and every one of them had its own purpose and use, but his first 4 were his favorites for various reasons. Over the years he had used Spine Chill along with his heartbeat to locate criminals. He has had Detective Tsukochi's phone number on speed dial for at least 3.5 years now. He has been called in to testify a few times, and with the backing of Detective Tsukochi's quirk, it became known that his quirk was the best at picking up hidden criminals, bar none. Tonight Izuku was working on a generator. Over the years the dreams had started having him do things. He has worked on generators, destroyed the creepy piles of bones, hidden in lockers, thrown down what he now realizes are pallets, and vaulted windows. It seemed to him that the dreams were training him for something. Izuku found that he had perfect knowledge on how to fix generators, and that his body has become more and more toned as the years went on. Muscles slowly built under the skin of his arms and his baby fat melted away, except from his face for whatever reason. Izuku was going about his business, moving gears and fixing pumps, when he heard what sounded like footsteps approaching. This was something that didn't happen often, only once or twice over the 4 years of having his quirk, so Izuku was understandably excited. The dream made him keep working on his generator when someone appeared from the corn. It was a man. He had black hair, black glasses, a dirty white button-up shirt with a brown, black, and orange tie, dark breathes, and strangest of all, a key clutched tightly in his right hand. The man paused, seeing Izuku working on the generator. Oh no, don't tell me a kid wound up in this god-awful place. What's your name, kid? The man slid in next to Izuku on the generator and started working on it, much to Izuku's surprise. I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? The man sighed, looking around while working. Dwight Fairfield at your service, kid. Now tell me, how did a kid like you dash? A chainsaw revved in the background, Izuku's heartbeat picking up. Dwight's eyes blew wide. Never mind that now. Here, kid, if you find the hatch, don't hesitate to get the F out of here. It's much worse if he catches you. Dwight stopped working on the generator and placed the key on the ground. It has an add-on so that you keep it even if you use it, and one so that if you get caught, well, let's hope that you don't get caught. I'll take his attention. Please get out of here, kid, for all of our sakes. With those words, Dwight ran off in the direction of the sounds. Izuku discovered that he could stop working on the generator, so he picked up the key. His eyes widened when he saw a box appear above his perks. This one was pink with a white key inside. Before Izuku could ponder any further, he heard the chainsaw start up before someone let out a pained cry. Dwight! Izuku screamed, sitting up in bed. He looked down at the key in his hand, and remembered what Dwight had said. He hoped that he was all right. Boom! His mother charged into the room, knives held in the air with her quirk. Izuku. What happened? Izuku sighed and stood up to comfort his mother. After telling her what had happened, Inko hugged her child close to her, telling him that she was glad that he was okay, and that if she ever met Mr. Fairfield, she would have to thank him. Izuku messed around with his perk screen after realizing that he couldn't let go of the key in his hand. After a while he found out that if he clicked on the key it would bring him to an item inventory, and if he clicked on it again it would be unequipped, so to speak. He got dressed and headed off to school, thinking about Dwight the entire way. He was so distracted that he ran into someone. I'm so sorry, IWW wasn't looking. WHATIFDEKU was go dash. Before he could finish, he was slammed into a wall. Stupid Deku. It was one of his many bullies. Because of his supposedly weak quirk, something that when stated would send an odd rush of anger through him, Izuku was bullied on a daily basis. This boy was one of the worst. There were two factions that bullied him, one that was led by Katsuki and one led by this boy, Ran Kichida. Ran held Izuku off of the ground by his shirt collar, an impressive feat considering the muscle that Izuku had packed on over the years. "What do you think you're doing here?" Ran asked, his breath smelling like rancid milky. "𝐔𝐬𝐽 getting an education." Izuku said, not really thinking about his words. The larger boy growled, "You shouldn't have said that, Deku, now you're going to get it." Izuku trembled at those words. Ran dragged Izuku along by his shirt collar until they arrived at a door. Ran grabbed the door handle and threw the door open before tossing Izuku inside. Izuku's back crashed against the back wall and he let out a little groan, looking up into the eyes of one of his many tormentors. Ran smirked from his position in the doorway of the janitor's closet. "Good luck getting out now, Diu." As the door slammed shut, Izuku started to panic. He couldn't be late for class, his teachers would kill him. Dwight's face flashed in Izuku's mind. "I really wish Dwight was here, he'd know what to do." Izuku curled into a ball, holding onto his legs tightly as he resigned himself to a lecture, detention, and, of course, waiting until someone ended up opening the door. Then Izuku remembered the key. Quickly equipping it, he slid the key into the slot in the door. "No way this can work, it's not even the right key." Even as he thought this, he twisted the key before pushing the door open, allowing light to flood onto him. "Thank you, Dwight, I hope we meet again." Izuku unequipped the key, seeing that one of the add-ons was now missing, supposedly the add-on that allowed him to keep the key when he used it. As Izuku was running home, something that was routine to him after the years of torture at the hands of his two factions of bullies, all he could think about was meeting Dwight again and thanking him for the key. Hopefully they will meet again soon. Time skip. Last year of middle school, Izuku was cleansing a hex totem near a generator. They were linked to the killer's perks, and destroying them would take away that perk for that night. Since that night almost 7 years ago, Izuku has seen many things. He has talked to other survivors, finding there to be much more than he'd expected. Thankfully they were all nice to him. The killers, on the other hand, not so much. Izuku had had experiences with them. They would chase him all over the place. There were so many different killers, the hag, the doctor, Pyramid Head, the trapper, and so many others. Of course there was also Billy. Izuku hated him the most. No matter how long the killers chased him, just before they hit him he would wake up in bed, sweat dripping off of him as if he had taken a bath in it. Finishing the totem, a loud thrum rang out throughout the arena that Izuku found himself in this time. Macmillian Estate, his brain supplied. Turning to the generator, Izuku found someone working on it. He was dressed in a blue sailor's outfit with a white cap that read "Scoops Ahoy." This was Steve Harrington, one of Izuku's favorite survivors to interact with. Steve never treated him like a child. He saw that Izuku was stuck here like the rest of them, at least for the night, and would talk to him like a person. Steve would also tell him interesting stories about his time in America. Before he was brought to wherever this is, he lived in a place called Hawkins, Indiana in the 1980s. This was a sad fact to learn for both Izuku and Steve, as that was over 300 years in the past, but Steve said that it felt like he had only been there a few months, so while he was sad that he was likely never going to see the world or his family again, he accepted that it was the truth of the matter and he would help Izuku whenever they saw each other. "How ya doing, kid?" Steve asked, peeking over at Izuku from his position on the generator. Izuku sighed, "Well, I could be better. How are you?" Steve chuckled, "I could be better, too. So, still gonna try being a pro hero." Unlike a few survivors, Steve was very supportive of Izuku's dream to be a hero. He said that Izuku could be whatever he wanted to be regardless of the fact that his quirk was a non-combatant type. Steve told him of when he and some of the kids that he knew from his time beat the Demogon with nothing but a baseball bat, a bear trap, some gasoline, and a gun. Izuku thought that he might have been over-exaggerating a smidge, especially since he had talked to Nancy Wheeler who was there and she said that it was embellished. "Yeah, I've got a lot of ideas on how to use my quirk for good. I just hope that Kaken won't try to stop me again." Steve scowled, He had never been a big fan of Katsuki. Before they could say more, 𝐶𝐻 lit up, but there was no heartbeat. Steve, run. It's a killer without a terror radius. Steve's eyes widened and he stopped repairing the generator. Before he ran off, he looked at Izuku like he wanted to say something before deflating and saying, "I believe in you, kid." As Steve ran off, Izuku realized that the generator was almost finished. Izuku was about to finish it as he heard heavy breathing behind him and a little jingle. It was the worst killer to go up against. Michael Myers. Suddenly Izuku felt a large hand grab him and yank him off of the generator before he was slung over a shoulder. Izuku realized that this was what it was like to be carried by the killer. He struggled, pounding his fists against Michael's back. "No, kid." Izuku turned, still trying to get loose, and saw Steve and another survivor, Ash Williams, running over to where Izuku was being carried by Michael. Before they could do anything, Michael grabbed Izuku by his waist and lifted him off of his shoulder. Izuku's eyes widened as he was suddenly slammed down on a hook. The pain was excruciating as the metal pierced the back of his shoulder and emerged out of the front. Izuku heard screams of pain, his hands clutching the offending metal as his body spasmed and tried to pull him off of the sacrificial hook. Izuku saw Steve running over to Izuku as his consciousness faded to black. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya was used to Izuku's nightmares. Sometimes he would wake up with a yell of fear because he had been caught, but this was nothing like that. She was standing in the kitchen sipping coffee when she heard Izuku wail in pain. Her mug smashed on the floor as she wrenched Izuku's door open to see him clutching his shoulder and curled up in the fetal position. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 rushed to her son's side and pulled him into a hug, tears streaming from their eyes as she held him close and whispered to him that everything would be all right. School. Izuku was exhausted. Not only did he actually get caught this time, he got hooked. And as if that wasn't enough, Rant's faction had been messing with him all day. Izuku was so done with this that he barely heard the teacher call him out on wanting to go to UA. "Thanks, teach." The class laughed at him, but he noticed that Katsuki had stood up. He snarled, slamming his hands onto the desk. "I told you, your quirk is useless for being a hero. You'll just die and force everybody else to pick up the slack." Izuku shrunk back into his chair. "I can take care of myself," Katsuki growled. "Prove it." This was when their teacher decided to half-heartedly speak up. Now boys, settle down. No fighting." Katsuki growled once more before pushing himself off of Izuku's desk and stomping back to his own to finish out the class. It was funny, Izuku could stand in the face of massive killers the size of All Might and hardly flinch, but whenever his Katsuki activated spine chill, he acted like a scared child. The bell rang before Izuku was fully packed up, so he had to scramble to shove his papers and notebooks into his backpack and leave. He was reaching for a notebook labeled Hero Analysis for the Future number 13 when Katsuki snatched a different notebook off of his desk. Perk Combinations number 4. Katsuki read aloud before flipping through a few pages and staring at the contents. "This is just like your quirk, Deku. Useless for hero work." Katsuki slapped his hands together with the notebook between them. He let off an explosion, charring the book before he tossed it out of the window. "Do something different with your life, Deku. Heroes don't run away like you do." With these words, Katsuki and his followers left the classroom. Izuku found his burned notebook in a koi fish pond being eaten by its inhabitants. After fishing it out, Izuku started his trek home. How could his day get any worse? A villain attack, of course. Izuku was passing under a bridge when his heartbeat picked up and he heard a rumble. Izuku looked behind him to see some disgusting jello-like substance slipping out of a storm grate. Izuku started to walk faster, not knowing where the killer was and as such not wanting to waste his sprint burst. Out of nowhere, Izuku felt a long tendril snake around his waist. Before he could fully comprehend that that was a bad sign, he was engulfed by the nasty sludge. "Thanks, kid. I was needing a medium-sized suit to get away from that cursed hero." Izuku struggled. Flashes of being hooked left him panicked and sobbing. "Shush, it's all right, kid. I heard death wasn't bad for those who weren't evil. Maybe you'll even enjoy it." The villain sounded just the slightest bit remorseful, but Izuku couldn't hear him anyways. Izuku felt his consciousness fading and knew that this would be his end. Then he felt more than heard an aggressive voice. "Not my boy." Izuku felt a weight in his left hand as his right grabbed at something. With a yank or two, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 felt the thing in his hands roar to life. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was JRK right and left, the item whipping him around in a jerky sort of dance. The tar around him fled from him as he was dragged forward by the life-saving tool. As quickly as it had started, the roaring device sputtered to a stop. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 breathed heavily, now a few feet from the villain. When he looked down, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw something that shocked him to his core. It was Leatherface's chainsaw in his hands. Before 𝐒𝐬𝐽 or the villain could recover from the shock of 𝐒𝐬𝐽's spontaneous weapon summoning, the saw grate popped off and a hulking figure crawled out. "No! He can't be here yet!" the villain yelled, lunging at 𝐒𝐬𝐽 in one last desperate attempt. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 revved the chainsaw, but before he could fully activate it, a booming voice rang out, "Fear not, for I am here." The figure leaned back and threw their fist forwards, the air pressure enough to splatter the villain and throw 𝐒𝐬𝐽 into the wall behind him. When 𝐒𝐬𝐽 came to, he felt a hand lightly tapping at his face and an emptiness in his hands. "Hello, my boy. Are you all right?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽's eyes snapped open, seeing the massive figure of All Might himself leaning above him. "All Might!" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cried, scrambling back a little bit. All Might let out a booming laugh. "Yes, it is I." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stuttered, trying to ask for an autograph before looking next to him and seeing his hero analysis notebook open to All Might's signature. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 scooped up his notebook and bowed, a few tears streaming down his face. All Might laughed again. "What is your name, kiddo?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sputtered out 𝐒𝐭𝐴 Midoriya as a All Might's sweat dropped at the young fanboy, mentally viewing him as a scratched record. A light pat on the back brought out a so All Might flashed his signature smile. "I'm glad you're okay, my boy. Thank you for distracting the villain and I apologize for getting you caught up in my fight." All Might bowed to 𝐒𝐬𝐽, who felt like he was going to simultaneously implode and explode. "Now, I must be OFF. Safe travels." All Might dropped into a deep crouch, and before 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could really comprehend the matter, he was dangling from All Might's breathes a few hundred feet in the air. All Might landed on a nearby building, and after dislodging a frightened 𝐒𝐽𝐽, made to leap again when 𝐒𝐽𝐽 cried out, "All Might, can I be a hero with a useless quirk?" All Might paused before he was engulfed in steam. Out walked a frail man clutching his side. "Of course you can, young Midoriya." The man began coughing up BLD into his hand and leaning on his knee. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 panicked and rushed to help the man, a purple medkit being equipped with a flurry of hand motions. "Where are you injured, sir?" The man looked up at the boy in surprise before letting out a bloody chuckle. "A simple first aid kit can't help me, young Midoriya." He lifted his shirt to reveal an angry purple scar on the left side of his stomach. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 gasped before looking more determined than ever. "I think I can heal you, sir. My quirk gives me an incredible healing power." The man looked up at 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stunned before removing his shirt slowly. "Might as well give it a shot." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 brought out a roll of gauze from the medkit and began wrapping it around the man's body with surprising speed and skill. Once 𝐒𝐽𝐽 had fully wrapped the man's torso, he tore the gauze and the medkit disappeared, used up. The man looked shocked, already feeling better. "By my best estimate, if you keep that on for at least a week, you should be fully healed. I can give you my phone number just in case something happens and you need me to rebandage you." The man rubbed at the gauze-covered wound in complete disbelief. "As I told you, young Midoriya, you can 100% be an amazing hero." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 tilted his head in confusion. "How do you know my name?" The man scrunched his face up a bit before a puff of steam surrounded him, and where there was once a frail-looking man, All Might stood in all his glory. The steam surrounded All Might and the man appeared once again. "I am All Might." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 freaked out for a few seconds before asking All Might to explain. All Might explained how he was involved with a villain a little over 5 years ago and received the wound to his chest, causing him to only be able to maintain his hero form for a few hours a day. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was shocked, putting the pieces together in his mind and seeing that it all made sense. "Now, young Midoriya, to return to your question," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked up at his idol once more. "I believe that anyone with the drive and passion can be a hero. Strong quirk, weak quirk, no quirk. The first heroes were quirkless after all. Of course, training and mastering some kind of gadget or device to help with fighting against villains would be mandatory, but anyone can do it. And young man, you have already proved yourself a hero. You immediately went to work helping a complete stranger. You are already more of a hero than some pros." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 burst out crying. holding his head in his hands as All Might proclaimed, "Young Midoriya, you will not become just a hero. You will become a great hero." Izuku sobbed and held his chest, allowing his tears to freely flow down his face. This was all he's ever wanted to hear. Then he heard an explosion in the distance, and he was off like a shot. All Might looked after him as the door he had flown through banged against the wall. He smiled before chasing after the boy, eager to see what he would do next. When Izuku arrived at the scene, he couldn't see what was happening, just that the heroes weren't doing anything. Moving around, he tried to catch a better glimpse, not noticing All Might come skidding to a stop beside him. All Might hadn't felt this good in years. Then, Izuku saw what was happening. The slime villain had returned, and this time the hostage it was holding was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. "I need to save him, but how?" Izuku screamed into the abyss of his mind. Like this, Izuku felt his joints popping and his muscles tearing, but all he cared about was saving Katsuki. Izuku was moving before he knew it, now much taller and heavier than any of the people around him. Izuku was guided by a feeling in the back of his mind. His hands were held down at his sides facing the villain, he was hunched forwards, and his face was split into 5 sections with jagged teeth. He let out a mighty hiss before he lunged forwards. His long grey arms shot out and dug into the sludge, grabbing Katsuki into a sort of hug before he pulled himself back. Everything was dead silent. The sludge villain began to back away, forming gooey tendrils and lashing out at Izuku with them. They missed as Izuku pulled Katsuki and himself away from the villain, his head once again opening to let out a mighty roar, spittle flying everywhere. Just then, All Might emerged from the crowd in his hero form. "Leave him and run, young Midoriya, I'll handle this." Izuku listened to his hero and ran off, his feet pounding at the concrete as he sped off. He heard All Might's voice boom with a "Deruit smash." Izuku found a safe space and allowed his body to return to normal, not seeing the small bar at the bottom of his vision about 1/5 full. He sprinted home, not sure what to think about transforming into the 𝐷. Time skipped night time that night. Izuku's dream was different. In a very bad way. He stalked through Macmillan Estate, not in control of his body. He was taller now, more muscular. His breathing was heavy, and there was a knife clutched in his hand. He spotted a boy working on a generator. His power activated as he watched the boy, evil within reaching level 2 before he surged forward and grabbed the boy off of the generator. The boy banged his arms and legs against Izuku, but Izuku was much stronger than the boy. His body moved towards a hook, Izuku trying desperately to stop and to let the boy go. He finally reached the hook, grabbing the boy by the waist and hoisting him up, before brutally slamming him down onto the hook. The boy howled in pain as Izuku looked at him hanging on the hook, seeing his own face staring back at him. Izuku's killer files the shape, aka Michael Myers. Michael is a no-terror radius killer, meaning that a survivor's heartbeat will not pick up when he is near unless he is in Tier 3, see later notes for more details. Michael's power is called Evil Within. Michael can activate his power to stalk survivors. The more survivors he stalks, and for longer, the higher tier he reaches. Upon reaching his final tier, Tier 3, he may instantly down a survivor. Downing a survivor is when a killer hits a survivor 2 times, when at full health, rendering them only able to crawl and recover until they are hooked, or healed by another survivor. Strategy: use Spine Chill C perk book to identify when Michael is looking in your direction. If it lights up, hide where he cannot see you. Try not to allow him to see you at all costs. The cannibal, aka Leatherface, aka Bubba. Bubba's power is that he has a chainsaw. When he starts up his chainsaw, he moves slightly quicker and swings it erratically. If he hits a survivor during this, he will instantly down them. See the shape for details about downing. If he still has charge on his chainsaw, he can continue to swing it, allowing him to down multiple survivors at once. There is a small cooldown between uses of the chainsaw. Strategy: cause Leatherface to run into an obstacle while using his chainsaw. This will cause him to stop and be unable to walk anywhere while the chainsaw is still active. Warning: this will not stop his chainsaw, and if you get too close, you may still be downed. The 𝐷. The 𝐷 has 2 powers at its disposal. The first is a simple lunge. It can prepare to lunge at a survivor, and is slower while doing so. The second power it possesses are tears into what is referred to as the upside down by survivors Steve Harrington and Nancy Wheeler, who have extensive experiences with it. These tears allow the 𝐔𝐬𝐺 to travel at incredible speeds from one tear to another and are invisible to survivors until used. When emerging from the tear, the 𝐔𝐬𝐺 temporarily has no terror radius. This usually only lasts a few seconds, but can be dangerous. Strategy: destroy any tear that you come across, and if you see the 𝐔𝐬𝐺 readying to lunge, start to zigzag, as it can only travel in a straight line when lunging. Spine Chill C perk book is recommended in case you miss a tear. Time skip day of the entrance exam. 𝐒𝐿 was Leatherface tonight. Ever since the slime villain incident, 𝐒𝐿 no longer dreamt of being a survivor. No, now he was the killer. He found that he was not in control of his actions throughout the night, his body moving on its own. In the first few weeks, the dreams taught him how to use the killers and their powers. 𝐒𝐿 downed 2 survivors. His body picked up Detective Tap and began its trek to a nearby hook. No matter how much 𝐒𝐿 struggled, Leatherface just kept walking. Finally he made it to the hook. Leatherface pulled Tap off of his shoulder, and with a mighty heave threw the poor detective right onto a hook. It was that moment every night that 𝐒𝐿 woke up, tears and sweat dripping off his face. 𝐒𝐿 hated this side of his quirk, but he knew that he could use it for good. If only during the day. 𝐒𝐿 could now turn into 21 unique killers. He could also use their power while looking like himself. This all came at a price though. 𝐒𝐿 had no idea what it was, but there was a bar at the bottom of his vision whenever he used his killer powers. Turning into one killer was a flat rate, and he guessed that he could do it about 10 times before the bar filled up. Using the killer's powers as himself charged him a small amount for each time he used it, but he could do it for much longer. Plus he wasn't in the body of some sort of mass serial killer. 𝐒𝐿 arrived at UA, gazing up at its gates in wonder. Not even the horrors of his quirk could spoil his mood. Deku. Well, that might do it. Katsuki thundered his way over to 𝐒𝐿 before leaning in his face. Get out of here with your weak but quirk nerd, you'll only get yourself killed. Katsuki stomped off, leaving 𝐒𝐿 by himself at the gates, his mood thoroughly ruined. I've been killed every night for the past 6 years, he grumbled, before walking in to take his exam. What he didn't notice was a grey head of hair watching the encounter. 𝐒𝐿 breezed through the test, his years of thinking up ways to be a hero with his quirk having trained his brain to be fast and precise at thinking through problems. Unfortunately, Katsuki was seated next to him in the auditorium. Present MIC explained the rules of the exam and the point system. The only problem was that a blue-haired boy stood up and yelled about there being 4 robots instead of 3. MIC told the students that it was worth 0 points, and thus should just be left alone. As 𝐒𝐿 mentally brought up his list of killers that would be best suited for the exam, he noticed some commotion to his left. Are you trying to distract that boy? He was clearly concentrating. It was the blue-haired boy, Whoopi. 𝐒𝐿 saw that he was berating a grey-haired girl around his height. No, that wouldn't do at all. 𝐒𝐿 marched his way over to the two and cleared his throat, stopping the conversation. I will assume that you were talking about me. At Blue Boy's nod he continued, well, how do you know she was even coming over to me? Blue Boy stiffened. The only one being distracting here is you, and not only here, but also in the presentation. You need to calm down and allow people to speak. Everyone around them was staring at 𝐒𝐿 and Blue Boy in shock when Present MIC's voice rang out, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Welp, that's my cue. He took off towards the gates of the mini-city in a run. His bones popped and grew, his body swelling like a balloon as spectral armor appeared around him. When he passed through the gate, his transformation was finished. He was well over 7 feet tall now, and larger than All Might in terms of muscle. He was dressed in light samurai armor with a red demon mask on his face, long bushy white hair, and was holding a large katana in his right hand. He was the ONI. Coming across his first robot, he swung the sword before it could react, instantly cleaving it in two. His left hand stretched out, red orbs flying from the defeated robot body into his palm. He continued through the exam, slicing through robots like a 1,000-degree knife through butter. He had stopped and dropped his transformation to heal other examinees that he saw that looked like they were in some trouble, but otherwise he was racking up points quickly. It was then that the small city rumbled. Izuku turned his masked head towards the noise and saw what could only have been the 0-pointer. It was much larger than he had anticipated. The other students funneled past him, running towards the exit when he heard it. A voice rang out in pain, and he could see the red orbs that appeared whenever he was the Oni and someone was injured. It was the gray-haired girl from earlier. She was trapped under a large piece of rubble. Izuku was storming his way towards her before he knew it. When he had processed his charge, he activated the Oni's power. A rage flowed through him, and he let out a mighty roar. Red mist flowed out of him as his katana swayed into a large spiked metal club. He held the club with both hands and held it by his side, charging forward with astounding speed. The 0-pointer reared its arm back and threw a punch at the helpless girl. Izuku made it before the robot's arm did, and with another roar, he swung the club up into the giant's hand. The arm crumbled like paper, and explosions blasted their way up the arm until the robot's head popped off of its body. The now lifeless robot crashed into the pavement and lay motionless. Izuku turned to the girl and saw her staring up at him with wide eyes. It was odd though, where Izuku expected to see horror and fear, there was wonder and awe. Izuku's rage mode faded, and he raised his foot. With 2 hard kicks, the rubble split in 2, and Izuku moved it off of the girl. Izuku allowed the transformation to drop before he whipped out a green medkit. He gently grabbed the girl's ankle and began wrapping it in the gauze that he pulled from the medkit. "Sorry if I scared you, my killer forms are all pretty frightening." The girl stared at him for a few seconds before replying, "You were most valiant. I could not feel horror at your display of chivalry." Izuku was confused by her way of speaking, but smiled at the compliment. "Thank you, this should be fully healed in an hour or so." Before Izuku could say more, he heard some sort of tapping. "Hello. Is there anyone injured over here?" Izuku's head shot up. "Over here. I'm taking care of it, but she should be carried or assisted to the bus while her foot heals." Recovery Girl appeared from the ruins of the city and looked at Izuku strangely before her eyes widened in realization. "You need to come with me, Sonny. I have someone who needs to thank you." Izuku was confused, but when 2 robots walked over and put the girl on a stretcher, he decided to follow Recovery Girl. He didn't notice the gray-haired girl reach out to call to him before he was out of sight. Izuku and Recovery Girl took a smaller shuttle to the main UA building which they entered. Izuku was busy trying to not geek out to notice that they had reached the nurse's office. Recovery Girl opened the door and gently pushed him inside. Izuku saw a large man sitting on one of the cots. He had long blonde hair and was very tall. He was skinny, but nowhere near the emancipated look he had sported 10 months ago. All Might. Izuku's killer files the Oni. The Oni has a very interesting power. When he injures a survivor, he collects red orbs that appear as the survivor moves. Once he has collected a certain amount, he can enter a rage mode where he has a club instead of a katana. While in this rage mode, he can sprint at an incredible rate, break pallets quickly, and instantly down a survivor. His rage mode will persist even after downing a survivor. Strategy: heal as quickly as possible so that the Oni may not collect enough orbs to activate his power. If his power is activated, stick close to walls and other objects. When the Oni sprints, it is much harder for him to turn. All Might. Izuku was very confused as to what the symbol of peace was doing at UA in Recovery Girl's office. "Hello, young Midoriya." All Might smiled, his voice deep like it was in his hero form, but it wasn't as booming as it usually was. "How have you been, my boy?" Izuku was doing his best not to freak out. "I've been alright, All Might, but why are you here?" All Might and Recovery Girl looked at each other before All Might spoke again. "My boy, do you understand what you did for me?" Izuku was scared at first, but upon seeing the smiles of the 2 pros, he relaxed. "I don't, All Might. I'm sorry." All Might merely chuckled before getting out of his seat. "Young Midoriya, you have done what no one else in the world could. You healed me, allowing me to continue being a hero. That means that every life that I have saved and will save from that day forward were also saved by you. For this, you have my eternal gratitude." With this, All Might got on his knees and touched his head to the floor at Izuku's feet. Izuku stumbled back with wide eyes. "All Might, 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐝. Why you see can't kneel TT to someone else like me?" All Might sat on his heels. "My boy, you are my hero. I am expressing how thankful I am. People have done this for me hundreds of times, And I can only do this much for all of the people who will be thankful to you without ever knowing it. Izuku was reeling. Recovery Girl offered him a seat and he gladly collapsed into it. All Might got off of the floor and sat down on the cot once more. Young Midoriya, can we ask you for one more favor? Izuku nodded so fast that Recovery Girl was wondering if he was missing a vertebrae in his neck. We would like to run experiments on the gauze that you used to heal me. Do you have any left? Izuku nodded and equipped a purple medkit. My quirk generates as much as I need, but I don't think that this will work. Izuku pulled out a little bit of gauze and cut it off before handing it to Recovery Girl. She took it from him and hobbled over to a microscope nearby, but before she could slip the gauze under it, the gauze disintegrated in her hand. She sighed, "Seems like you were right, dear, drat." Izuku felt bad, but he did warn them. Now, on to the last topic of discussion. All Might's piercing blue eyes delving into Izuku's green. Izuku Midoriya, you have the heart of a true hero. You have shown time and time again that you wish to do only the right thing. For this reason, I have deemed you worthy of inheriting my quirk. One for all. Izuku's eyes widened. Inherit a quirk? That seemed impossible. One for all is a sacred torch passed down for hundreds of years to defeat evil anywhere it may appear. I am the 8th wielder and I believe that you are the most suitable candidate to be the 9th. Izuku's jaw dropped as he thought about it. He could be as strong as All Might, even with his evil quirk. His quirk. He hadn't thought about that. How does one for all affect quirks? Izuku asked, already feeling guilty. All Might looked at him in confusion before replying, well, it boosts their power quite a bit. I wouldn't really know. Izuku looked down sadly. I'm sorry, All Might, I can't accept this power. All Might did a double take. Why not, young Midoriya? Izuku fidgeted in place. My quirk, it's evil. And not in the sense that it makes me look evil, as in it truly is. All Might's expression fell. My powers come from people trapped in a place that we do not understand, and from creatures that hunt them down. The one that you saw me transform into on the day we first met is the Demogon and is the cause for hundreds of real deaths. I know. I looked it up. All Might couldn't believe his ears. I've come to terms that it is evil, that's why I'm going to be a hero anyways. To make up for the deaths that have come from the killers of my quirk. All Might looked like he wanted to argue, but didn't know how to start. I'm so sorry, All Might, I wish it was different. With this, Izuku stood, bowed low, and walked out of the room. Izuku stood for a second outside of the door. Then with the aid of Sprint Burst he took off down the hall, tears streaming down his face. He didn't see All Might watching from the door he left. Nor did he see the gray-haired girl watching him run out of the gate. Time skipped 2 weeks. Izuku was surprised. For the past 2 weeks he didn't have any dreams, although he felt much more tired than he usually did. He had been feeling awful since he got home from the entrance exam. His mom had tried cheering him up, but nothing that she did seemed to work. Izuku was laying in bed staring at the ceiling when it happened. Izuku! It's here. His mom came crashing through the door with an envelope in her hand. Izuku took the letter from her and sat down at his desk. Opening the envelope revealed a small black disc. I am here. As a projection. Izuku's heart sank as he saw his hero in holographic form. Young Midoriya, you did amazingly on the written exam, scoring highest out of all of the other hero examinees. As for the practical exam, you scored 54 points. This would land you 5th place, if not for one thing. Rescue points. And you got them in droves. For healing others in the exam, and saving a girl trapped in rubble, you were awarded 100 rescue points. You now hold the record as the highest scoring person on the exam, beating me by 10 points. Haha. Welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia. All Might's smile shrunk a little, and my offer still stands, young Midoriya, if you so wish to take it. With that the recording shut off and Izuku was left to his thoughts. He was happy with his results, and he wondered what it would be like to inherit one for all, but he can't help but see the dangers in it. It was something to think about later. For now, he had some packing to do. POVSWCH Katsuki Bakugo could hardly believe it. Izuku had beaten him. How? Did he know something that Katsuki didn't? That's absurd. The Diamond Deku was only going to get himself killed. It must have been a fluke. Yeah. That has to be it. A fluke. POV she watched the video of the boy who saved her. She was certain that most people would be horrified by the large demonic man charging at them, but she could tell. The spirits told her that he posed no threat to her. In fact, he was an old friend of hers. She replayed the disc for what felt like the 5th time. She found it hard to believe that she was going to the same school as him. She was just, well, her. Nothing special. She watched as the video was brought up again. She watched as the Oni charged down at her before saving her from the clutches of the giant robot. Her savior in red. Important. You guys get to decide what happens with Izuku and One for All. There are 3 options. Option 1, Izuku doesn't accept One for All and helps All Might decide who to give it to. Option 2, Izuku takes One for All and SHT hits the fan. Option 3, mystery option where SHT gets interesting. This is a surprise tool that will help us later. Let me know your choice in the comments below. Izuku was the nurse tonight. The rocks and trees of Macmillian Estate making it difficult to teleport. He blinked across the map, paying close attention to the generators. Finally he found a survivor, Meg. He felt bad about hurting anyone in his dreams, but he knew that the longer he waited, the longer he would be here. Smacking her once, he watched as she ran into the building aptly named Ironworks of Misery. He blinked into the building to find her on the catwalk. After another 2 blinks he was behind her and knocked her to the ground. He glumly reached down and lifted her onto his shoulder, but when he looked up he noticed someone else standing there, Dwight. Shocked and overjoyed, Izuku floated forwards, forgetting the situation. Then Dwight lifted something in his hand, a flashlight. This stopped Izuku, confused. The light came on and burned his eyes, the whole world turning white. He felt the weight of Meg leave his shoulder and he reached up to rub his eyes, only to find himself in his bed. This new discovery, along with what this day was sure to hold, significantly brightened Izuku's mood. He leapt out of bed and began his morning routine. After getting ready and having a fight with his tie, Izuku was ready for the day. He wished his mother a good day with a kiss to her temple and a smile before walking out the door. The train ride was smooth, and Izuku couldn't wait to see what was in store for him. He skipped through the gates and down the halls of UA, his eyes staring in wonder at the halls of hero trainees. His heartbeat picked up, meaning that it was likely that Katsuki was around, but he hoped that he was in Class 1B and that it was just close by. He reached the door of his classroom and was given quite a shock. It was huge. Probably to support students that were the size of the Oni or other large killers. He slid open the door to find something that dampened his mood. There was the blue-haired boy from the entrance exam and Katsuki. Damn it. The blue-haired boy noticed him standing there and quickly approached him. My name is Tenya Ida from Sumi Academy. Izuku cut him off with an unenthused smile. I heard. Hey there Kaken, Katsuki growled in his seat. It's you, a faint voice spoke from his left. He turned to see an oddly familiar head of grey hair. Oh hey. You're that girl from the exam. Are you alright? Izuku was about to continue when he heard a voice grumble from below them. If you're here to make friends then you can get out. Looking down, Izuku found a yellow caterpillar with a face. While Ida looked shocked and slightly fearful, and the grey girl looked disgusted, Izuku didn't react. He had seen much worse. It took all of you 8 seconds. Yo, quiet down. A villain could have killed 10 people by then. Work on it. The caterpillar rightened itself and unzipped, allowing the form of a man to escape it. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shouter Aizawa. Put these on and meet me outside in 10 minutes. He set down gym uniforms and with that the hobo left the room. Izuku calmly grabbed his uniform and began his trek to the locker rooms. He reached the locker room and was already removing his shirt when Katsuki burst in, closely followed by other students. Izuku finished changing and left the chaotic room, arriving outside to see their teacher standing there expectantly. When Izuku arrived, Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Izuku shrugged. I learned to get things done before things get me done. A small smirk grew on his teacher's face, and Izuku felt like he had made a good first impression. After the rest of the students arrived, Aizawa began to explain what they were doing. You have taken part in school athletic competitions since you were children, but they never let you use your quirks. I say that is ridiculous. Midoriya. Izuku stepped forwards. You scored first on the entrance exam. How far was your ball throw in middle school? 42 meters, sir. Aizawa smirked again. pleased with the way he was addressed. Now try it with your quirk. You only need to stay inside the circle. Izuku nodded and took the ball from Aizawa's hand. He stepped into the circle and took a deep breath. Throwing the ball up in the air as high as he could, he activated the Oni's power. Red mist floated off of him as the Oni's club appeared in his hands. The ball reached its peak and came back towards him. He wound back and struck the ball with all of his might, launching the ball with a loud crack and a shockwave. Aizawa waited for a little while and showed the class the score: 800 meters. Most of the class looked flabbergasted. The only two that didn't have to pick their jaws off of the floor were the gray-haired girl who looked proud for some reason, and Katsuki who looked ready to take his ball throw too. With Izuku as the ball. Deku! He thundered, his explosions boosting him forwards until something happened and he fell flat on his face. Thank you, Eraserhead, that would have been annoying to deal with. Aizawa looked impressed, so Izuku took that as a good sign. Wow! This might be fun. Then a dangerous look flashed in Aizawa's eyes. Fun, you say? Well, the person who gets last will be expelled. Welcome to UA kids. The next event was the 50-meter dash, and Izuku had a plan. He had had his normal perks at the ready: spine chill, self-care, metal of man, and a relative newcomer vigil. Vigil, you look over your friends even in dire situations. You and your allies within a range of 8 meters recover from exhaustion, hemorrhage, mangled, hindered, and blindness status effects 10–15/20% faster. Once out of range, this effect persists for 15 seconds. He used Vigil to help out anyone he came across if they were hurt or tired. He swayed out self-care, as he didn't see the problem of having to heal himself in the immediate future, for Sprint Burst. Lining up at the starting line with Katsuki, he could see the boy glaring at him. He edged a little away from Katsuki. He may have more confidence, but he wasn't ready to face him yet. The shot rang out and Izuku took off, Sprint Burst activating. 3–4 seconds rang out as he crossed the finish line. 3–25 seconds was Katsuki's score, and he looked very upset at this outcome. Izuku slumped over to the group of students, breathing. Izuku couldn't think of any other uses for his quirk for the next few events, like the side steps, sit-ups, and seated toe touch. He ended up doing relatively well, but nothing special. Then there was the long jump. He grasped the nurse's power, a hacksaw appeared in his right hand, and his left hand glowed gently, his feet lifting off of the ground. Izuku moved out his hand, blinking up and towards the end of the sandbox. He blinked once, past the sandbox, twice, another sandbox length, and thrice, coming to a stop and releasing the nurse's power. His feet hit the ground and he stood there as Aizawa measured the length. He nodded once with an almost imperceivable smile. Izuku was feeling proud of himself for how he was doing. There weren't any problems until one test. Grip strength. Everyone did their best, some getting ridiculous scores, namely a girl with black hair who could create anything, and a masked boy with 6 arms. Izuku looked down at the meter that measured his killer usage. It wasn't even 1/4 full, so he decided it was safe to push himself a little bit. The class stopped what they were doing when they heard grotesque snaps and pops. 20 heads whipped around to see a horrifying sight. Standing there was a large grey creature with long spindly limbs, and a face like a flower bud. The petals of the disgusting flower opened, revealing a sharp-toothed maw. The creature brought one of the grip strength measures up to its oddly shaped head and chomped down on it aggressively. It sat for a few seconds before dropping the poor reader. The numbers on it flashed 999, before it sputtered and died. Izuku had just finished testing out the strength of the Demogorgon's jaws when he heard a cacophony of sounds. First there was horrified screaming, then guttural war cries, followed by the pounding of feet and roar of explosions. He turned to the noise, ready to take action when several things hit him. Literally. There was a rock-hard punch to his stomach, a strong slug to his left shoulder, and an explosion to his, thankfully closed, face. He tumbled backwards, rolling back a few meters before digging his claws into the dirt. He stood up on his hind legs as he saw 3 people glaring at him, quirks at the ready. First he saw Kaken, explosions popping in his hands, next he saw the red-haired boy whose skin now looked like stone, and finally there was the big-lipped boy who looked a little out of it. Izuku backed up, unintentionally letting off the bubbly growl of his transformation. "Stoop!" An angry voice echoed across the field. The three boys in front of him were wrapped in Aizawa's capture tape as he stormed his way over to stand between them. "What in the hell are you doing?" Everyone froze, clearly not expecting this reaction from their teacher. "I was killing this villain, teach, now let me go." Kaken struggled against his bonds. "That's not a villain, you idiot, that's your classmate." Aizawa hissed loud enough for the whole class to hear. They stared at him in shock before turning to their classmate. "I'll give you 3 guesses as to who that is." Aizawa rubbed his nose with his fingers. "That creature of the night is Midoriya." Mr. Aizawa, the gray-haired girl, stepped up. "Thank you, Yanagi, you are correct. This is part of Midoriya's quirk. He can transform into creatures like this 1-inch." He jabbed a thumb at the massive boy. Izuku let his quirk slip and with the sickening pops, returned to his normal size. The class gasped as his normal form returned. He grabbed his shoulder and stomach, feeling the attacks that the 3 boys had given him. "You okay, Midoriya?" Aizawa released his attackers and turned towards him. "Yeah, it shouldn't physically affect me, but I still feel the pain." Aizawa nodded. "Well, you're done for now. The only thing left is the ball throw. If you keep feeling this way, let me know and I'll send you to the nurse's office." Izuku nodded and took a shaded spot under a nearby tree, far away from the rest of the class. A few of the students looked like they wanted to approach him, namely the red-haired boy, but they were too focused on the ball throw. After that, Aizawa brought up the scoreboard. Izuku was proud to have claimed 2nd place, just behind the black-haired girl. "Oh, and about someone getting expelled. I lied, I wanted you to do your best." A few kids looked upset by this, but the purple boy who had gotten last wept tears of joy. When they entered the changing room, the red-haired boy and the boy with big lips apologized to Izuku. He told them that it was all right and he had nearly crapped himself the first time he saw it too, but then something happened that would cement his place as the scariest kid in class. "Bless the students who came before us." The purple midget cried, kneeling on the ground and staring at the sky. "What is it, Minta?" asked a blonde boy with electric powers. "They left us the greatest gift of all." The boy was now slobbering all over the place, a peephole to the girls' locker room. At this, Izuku froze. Once glance at his meter told him all he needed to know. "Now, come to Papa, ladies." He was about to lean against the wall and look through the hole when a loud scraping noise stopped him. Slowly turning around, Mineta saw an image that would haunt him for the rest of his life. There was a large man with a large pyramid for a head, slowly dragging a knife his own height towards the pervy grapevine. Mineta jumped up and sprinted out the door, not paying attention as he ran straight into his teacher. "Hello, Mineta, we were just talking about you." His head slowly turned up to see Aizawa with his arms crossed. There was a girl next to him with jacks instead of earlobes. Mineta gulped, knowing he was in big trouble. Izuku let his transformation fall, changed and left, not wanting to deal with his classmates anymore. When he arrived at the classroom door, a bawling Mineta walked out and trudged away holding his backpack. Aizawa dismissed him, saying, "Go home and rest, problem child." "And good work today." Just before Izuku was going to make it out of the UA gates, a yell stopped him. "Deku!" Izuku turned around to see Katsuki standing there glaring at him. "I don't care if it was you there that day, but you didn't save me, you got that." Izuku turned and left. He didn't care what anyone else was going to say, he would be a hero. Izuku's killer files the nurse. The nurse is a ghostly woman who can teleport, called blinking, becoming intangible and passing through anything she comes across. After blinking, she hunches over and breathes heavily for a few seconds before being able to move and blink again. Strategy: when the nurse blinks towards you, turn around and run to where she was standing before she blinked. This can cause her to swing wide and miss. It is also a good idea to zigzag, as she can only blink a certain amount of times before tiring out. Warning pallets and windows can be rendered useless as the nurse can just blink through them, so be wary. Pyramid Head, aka the Executioner. Pyramid Head is a large man with the head of a pyramid who carries with him a large knife. Pyramid Head can stab this knife into the ground, carving a trail, causing survivors who walk into it to become tortured. When in this state, Pyramid Head can send them to cages instead of hooking them. If the survivor would be dead on hook, Pyramid Head can kill them instantly. Pyramid Head can also flick his knife while it rests in the ground to send out a wave that can damage survivors. Strategy: do not step in the trail unless absolutely necessary. If Pyramid Head stabs his knife into the ground while chasing you, immediately turn in a different direction, as it is likely that he will hit you. Trails will disappear after a PRD of time, so watch for that. Izuku heard a snap ring out across the Midwich School. He lumbered over, his large blade gripped tightly in his right hand, the other holding a bear trap. In this nightmare, Izuku was the trapper. He was hoping that he could get this night over with as fast as possible. He wanted to get to school. After finding that the poor survivor was a nice girl named Kate, Izuku picked her up out of the trap and started his sorrowful trek over to the nearest hook. Izuku sat up slowly, used to being the killer by now, even if he hated it. He climbed out of bed and walked over to where his uniform hung. After getting dressed, Izuku made himself some breakfast, kissed his mother goodbye, and walked out of the door. He sat on the train to UA while looking at the Daily Hero News when someone stood in front of him. Normally he would ignore everyone else on the train, but the person in front of him spoke. "Finally, I have the great opportunity to talk to you." Izuku looked up to see the gray-haired girl from his class. "Oh, I'm sorry, I never see caught your name." Izuku cringed a little at his stutter. He thought that he had gotten rid of that for the most part. The girl sat next to him. "My parents have graced me with the name Reiko Yanagi, and yours has given you the name Izuku Midoriya, am I correct?" Izuku nodded, slightly confused at the girl's manner of speech. "Do why you need a something?" "I merely wish to give you my gratitude for rescuing me from a most horrible fate," Yanagi replied. "WWL, that's just what he heroes do, alright." Yanagi's normally emotionless face looked shocked for a brief second before she nodded. They sat in silence for a while, Izuku too socially inept to start a conversation with an admittedly appealing girl. Just as Yanagi seemed about to say something, they arrived at their destination. This killed any potential conversation, and they walked to UA in silence. As they arrived outside of their classroom, Yanagi had gathered some courage and asked, "May I have the pleasure of being seated with you at the meal of midday?" Izuku gave her a confused look, but nodded. "Sure, it would be great to have a friend to sit with." Yanagi's blank face grew a small blush. "Me, a companion to you." Izuku's heart sank. "I understand if you don't want to be my friend. My quirk is pretty horrifying." Yanagi shook her head. "I mean simply, what have I done to deserve to be a companion of yours? I have yet to prove that I am worthy of such an honor." Izuku chuckled. "You don't need to accomplish something to be my friend. I would love to be your friend, and friends eat lunch together, right?" Yanagi's mouth hung open a little before she nodded with a small smile. "You have my many thanks, oh brave hero." Izuku giggled and opened the door. "Well, we don't want to be late, do we, oh princess?" The blush that had faded from her face returned with a vengeance, and she wore a small giddy smile all the way to her seat. As Izuku went through his first full day of classes, he noticed that besides the heroes that taught the class, of which he got every autograph, the classes were pretty normal. He noticed that some kids were more comfortable with certain subjects, or in the case of a few, none at all. Thankfully, Izuku was an overstudier. He may or may not already know most of what the teachers were talking about during class. After literature with Cementos, the class headed to lunch. Izuku quickly got his lunch and sped over to a table in the corner. He started to devour his lunch. He wanted to be done and to leave as soon as possible so as to not get bullied. He might have a new lease on life with his new confidence and aspects of his quirk, but that didn't mean that words didn't still hurt. He had forgotten that he had promised to eat lunch with his newest friend, so when Yanagi sat down across from him, his head shot up to look at her. Her face held its blank expression for a second before she held up her hand to cover her mouth as she giggled. Izuku now remembered that he had made a friend, but he was confused as to what she was laughing about. His eyebrows shot up as he slowly slurped. His noodles. He had noodles hanging out of his mouth. Oops. Izuku slurped up the last of his noodles before laughing along with her and rubbing the back of his head. When they had settled down, the both began to eat. Izuku was slower about it this time, knowing that the teachers here wouldn't allow any bullying. It was surprising to Izuku, but the two awkward teens managed to make small talk after they had finished their meals. They covered small things. Favorite colors has turned out to be green and red, their favorite food udon, and their favorite heroes. Or well, Izuku talked about how All Might was his favorite hero, but all she said about hers was that they weren't popular yet and that he wouldn't know them. They ended lunch with Izuku trying his best to guess the hero's name. Then came the class that Izuku had been both the most excited for and dreaded coming the most. Heroics. The class talked excitedly amongst themselves about who would be teaching it and what they would be doing. Izuku's heart was pounding, and only half of it was related to being seated behind Katsuki. Maybe he could talk to Aizawa about being moved. That was when a voice rang out him, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might burst through the door with his muscles flexed. Izuku was a mega fanboy, so while the others in the class commented on his old costume, Silver Age, Izuku noticed something only he could. All Might was larger. Not in the sense that he had grown in height, but his muscles looked bigger, more full. Izuku's wide smile faltered. He was proud that he could heal his hero, but at the same time he couldn't help but remember his offer. All Might spared a small glance in his direction. His eyes were less sunken than they had been before. Then he laughed. Today's subject for heroics is this. He held up a card, battle training. But before you can be a hero, you must dress the part. He pressed a button and one wall opened to show a bunch of cases. Now meet me down at Gym Gamma. Hurry up, little heroes. With that, All Might left the class. The students grabbed their cases and ran down to the locker rooms. Izuku was excited to see if the support class had gotten his design right. His mother had wanted to make a costume based on his childhood drawings, but after turning down the hero that they were based on, Izuku couldn't bring himself to wear one, so he kindly told her that he would ask the support course instead. She understood and wasn't upset. She just gave him a hug and told him that she was proud of him. Izuku quickly changed into his new costume. The shirt was a little snug, but he chalked that up to him not noticing he had grown larger after working out for 10 months. He had worked on his quirk at Dagobah, but to keep up with it he made sure that he was in great shape. He looked at himself in the mirror and was proud of the hero looking back at him. Because he didn't really need anything to help him with his quirk, his costume was more about aesthetics and protecting him while he wasn't in his killer form. His arms and chest were covered in tight dark green leather armor, the thick material placed just right so as to not limit his movement. He wore black cargo briefs, the pockets filled with various things that he felt would help him or others. He had a black belt with a dark silver buckle of a skull, something that he didn't ask for, but he thought it was pretty cool nonetheless. He had forest green boots that were covered by the briefs. His outfit was rounded out with a black respirator that covered his mouth and nose, and a black bandana. When he tied the bandana around his forehead, he noticed that it had red tally marks on the front that added up to 5. Izuku walked out of the locker room and began his trek to Gym Gamma. When he arrived, he looked around and saw that his classmates all had extremely cool costumes. Then he noticed the black-haired girl from yesterday, Yorozu if he remembered correctly. Her costume was way too revealing. Even for her quirk he made a mental note to talk to her about it when he could. Midoriya! A feminine voice called from behind him. He turned around to see Yanagi, whose costume left Izuku a blushing mess. She wore what appeared to be a white robe that only came down to around her mid-thigh, fluffy red fur that lined her collar, black boots that came close to reaching her knees, a black and red belt, and a black mask that covered the bottom of her face. The amount of skin that she was showing was causing Izuku's face to melt. Now that you look the part, it's time to sort out the exercise. All Might said, pulling out some note cards. Now we are playing what is essentially a more complex version of the heroes and villains game that you played as children. The difference is that now you have a way to win. The hero team needs to touch the faux bomb, or capture the villains. The villain team needs to guard the bomb for 10 minutes or capture the heroes. The teams will be decided by lots to represent the randomness of the real world. The class nodded, and lined up to draw from a box that All Might pulled from behind his podium. Izuku looked around and saw that his card matched Yanagi's. She wore a small smile, and they stood next to each other as All Might brought out 2 more boxes. These shall decide which teams will face off against each other. He reached into the villains box and pulled out a ball. Team A will be villains. Izuku's shoulders dropped a little, but he knew it was just luck, and Team A will be heroes. The class collectively raised an eyebrow. Haha. That's some funny luck. Now, Team Team G will be the heroes. Izuku looked around and noticed Katsuki smirking at him while an armored student stood next to him. This wasn't going to end well. Izuku's killer files the trapper. The trapper's powers are simple, but deadly. He has the ability to place traps around the map. Based on what add-on is used, the trapper's traps can knock survivors down instantly, injure them when they disarm it, or leave them completely unharmed. This is a strategic killer, be wary. Strategy: watch the ground when running, especially when in tall grass. Traps can be placed almost anywhere, so jumping through windows and throwing down pallets can be dangerous. Be cautious at all times. Izuku was muttering up a storm while he and Yanagi walked into the building. Plans raced through his head at light speed and were discarded just as quickly. Mayhaps we should discuss my quirk. Then you may devise the best plan for this exercise, Yanagi said, continuing their walk to where the bomb had been placed. Izuku's head shot up at the mention of a new quirk, and he whipped out his notebook. Okay. Yanagi giggled a little. My quirk, at its base, allows me to pick things up and move them with my mind. I can lift at the heaviest one person. Izuku furiously scribbled in his notebook before his pencil suddenly stopped. I have an idea. Bakugo was glaring at the building as he paced in front of it, small pops ringing off of his hands to build up sweat. Ida was chopping his arm and trying his best to get his partner's attention, but he was focused solely on where Izuku might be in the building. Finally they heard All Might yell, "Hero Team, you may enter the building. Your time starts now." Bakugo raced towards the doors, Ida hot on his trail. Bakugo burst through the door and immediately turned towards the stairs. Why are we going this way, Bakugo? Ida asked, his quirk flaring to keep pace with the boy. Deku's smart enough to have realized that the bomb did not need to be inside, so it's definitely on the roof. We need to get up there quickly because we don't know if he has any transformations stronger than the one he used yesterday. They arrived at the stairway and began climbing the steps at a slower rate to conserve energy. They had just made it to the first landing when it happened. With a loud shout, Izuku popped out from nowhere. Bakugo launched into action, swinging his right hand in a large hook. His eyes widened in surprise when he passed straight through the other boy. He had overextended, so his foot slammed down to balance himself. When his foot hit the ground, a loud snap was heard and Bakugo grabbed his leg in pain. There was a bear trap, sitting in the middle of the stairwell. Ida took a step back in shock, when the image of Izuku was swallowed into the ground, only to be replaced by the real Izuku. Izuku shifted into a hunched creature with a cane, orange goop dripping from where his face was hidden under his hood. Ida took another step back, inching towards the door, when Izuku lifted his head. A glowing orange mouth dripped glowing orange sludge, as two beady eyes of the same color glared at him. Ida threw open the door behind him and activated his quirk, flying down the hall. He heard the creature behind him release a screech. Turning to look behind him for a second, he saw the monster hurtling at him with its cane raised. Ida slowed down and turned a corner, hoping to lose the dripping horror, when it slammed face first into the wall. He skidded to a stop, wondering if it had been hurt, when the creature spun towards him like a top and released another screech. It lunged forward and smacked him with its cane, sending Ida sprinting down the hallway. Bakugo watched as Izuku took off after his fleeing teammate as he struggled to release himself from the trap. He never expected Izuku to have something like this up his sleeve. It seemed too dangerous for hero work. That's when he noticed that despite the pain, he wasn't bleeding. That DMN nerd is looking down on me. Even though he was so weak before now. Finally Bakugo forced the bear trap open. He expected to stand up in victory and find where the bomb was hidden, but instead he dropped to the floor. He couldn't find the strength to push himself up, no matter what he tried. Deciding that he would win anyways, he started crawling up the stairs to victory. Ida was hiding in a room, hoping that he lost the beast. BLD was dripping from his costume, and his side hurt as he leaned against a wall. Then he heard it, a clicking noise coming from the hall outside. He covered his mouth, hoping to hide the sound of his breathing. He heard the click stop outside his door before they started to fade. When he felt it was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. Then a screech rang out and the monster slammed into the wall on the opposite side of the room before whipping around to face him. It released another screech and barreled down on him, cane raised. Bakugo was halfway up the third floor's stairs when he heard All Might's voice ring out, "Ida has been captured. 5 minutes remaining." Bakugo growled, continuing to crawl. He wouldn't let this stop him. As he reached the 4th floor, he heard a door slam open and footsteps PND up the stairs. He stubbornly kept crawling, determined to win. Suddenly Izuku was at his side. Before Bakugo could even try to activate his quirk, Izuku tied the capture tape around his head and pulled out a first aid kit. Bakugo has been captured. Villain team wins. Izuku started wrapping some gauze around Bakugo's stomach. "Sorry, Kaken, I shouldn't have slugged you like this. I had hoped Ida would have gotten stuck in one of my traps so I could come back to fix you up." Bakugo found that he could now stand with some difficulty. He tried to push Izuku off of him, but he smacked him on the head. "I have to heal you, or you could bleed out. Hold still." Bakugo reluctantly stopped moving so that Izuku could wrap the gauze around him. After a while he found that he could stand without issue. He pushed Izuku away and growled before walking down the stairs. Izuku walked down behind him, and when they reached the outside they found Ida and Yanagi waiting for them. Yanagi wore a blank expression on her face, but when she saw Izuku the corners of her mouth turned up in a small smile. Ida, Izuku, and Yanagi walked together as Bakugo stomped ahead of them. They arrived in the observation room to applause. Izuku blushed and wrung his hands in front of him. Ida looked down and to the side with a sad smile. Yanagi's face returned to its completely blank state, and Bakugo looked like he was going to burst a BLD vessel. Good job, everyone. Now, let's talk about the good, the bad, and the bloody of this trial. Who wants to take a guess at the MVP? A girl with black hair raised her hand. After briefly glancing at her, Hirozu was the name that popped into Izuku's head. It could only be Midoriya, sir. Bakugo was not cautious enough and got caught in a trap right away. Ida abandoned his partner, and Yanagi just didn't have the chance to do anything. This was when Izuku moved in front of Yanagi and bowed to her. "I'm sorry about that, Yanagi. I did everything and didn't let you take part in the exercise. I apologize." The room went silent, watching as Izuku bowed to the girl. The only noise was a boy in the back saying something along the lines of, "That's so manly. Please don't bow." Yanagi sounded a little flustered. "You merely did what a hero, or villain in this instance, would do. You resolved all of the problems that you could. I'm sure that there shall be more exercises in the future." Izuku looked up to see Yanagi with a large blush on her face and wide eyes. "Ha ha. It's all right, young Midoriya. She's correct. You did perfectly fine. Besides, you had a plan, did you not? Why don't you explain young Yanagi's part in it?" Izuku shot up and nodded. "Well, I was thinking that they wouldn't fall for that trick, so when they reached the top floor Yanagi would float the bomb to the ground and I would defend her while she would pull the enemies into my pre-laid traps around the roof." All Might nodded. "That sounds like a great plan. It would have played to your strengths and surprised the enemy team. Well done, everyone. There is much to learn from this battle and I hope that everyone took something to heart. Now for the next battle." The rest of the battles went smoothly, almost everyone being able to show off their quirks, which Izuku was more than happy to write about. Bakugo stayed by himself in a corner, but Yanagi and Ida were happy to stand with Izuku and talk about what he was writing, and about his quirk. Izuku told them about the add-ons that he had used. Ida told him that he played his role as a villain, and that he had truly terrified Ida, something that would be handy for deterring real villains. Izuku decided to take that as a compliment. After everyone took their turn, the class changed and went back to class. Aizawa reminded them to do the homework and told them that they could go home. As Izuku walked out of the classroom, Yanagi and Ida rushed to keep up with him. "Midoriya, we should walk to the train station together," Ida said with a chopping arm. "Sure, Ida, that sounds like a good idea." Izuku and his new friends walked towards the train station chatting happily. They didn't notice the blonde watching them with a glare. Izuku's killer files the hag. The hag is an emancipated corpse of an old woman. She has jagged claws that she uses to injured survivors. The hag can place symbols on the ground that are tripped when a survivor runs past. This causes an image of the hag to appear. The hag can then teleport to the triggered trap and hit the survivor if they are close enough. Strategy: crouch walk in places where you suspect there might be a trap. Traps will not be triggered while crouching. If you have a flashlight, then you can destroy the trap by shining the flashlight on it. If you trigger a trap, run away from the trap. Hopefully you can get away before the hag teleports to the trap. The blight. The blight is a hunched-over mutilated man with a cane. The blight can run at high speeds, and when it runs into something it can rapidly change directions. If the blight does not run into something after a certain PRD of time, he will have to stop and rest before he can run again. Strategy: find the nearest pallet or window and jump over it. This will likely make it hard or impossible for the blight to catch you. If there are no pallets or windows nearby, make the blight run into as many objects as possible. This will waste his power and make it harder for him to chase after you. Add-ons: padded jaws. Add on to the trapper's bear traps. The trap will no longer do damage to a survivor that walks into it. Honing stone. Add on to the trapper's bear traps. If a survivor is caught in a trap, they will be downed upon being freed. Izuku's bell rang out as he found the injured Jeff and became visible once more. Jeff tried to run, but it was much too late. Izuku swung his bone mallet and knocked Jeff to the ground. He silently lifted up the poor man and carried him over to the nearest hook. After awakening, Izuku hugged his legs close. He had been a killer in his dreams for over 10 months now, but that doesn't mean that he was used to it. Some nights were worse than others, and the Wraith is one of the killers he is least adverse to being, but that doesn't make it any easier. Time skip. Izuku felt his heartbeat pick up as he neared UA. Yanagi watched in confusion as he stopped and peered around. Midoriya, is there something about this Moro that bothers you? Izuku spotted Bakugo and calmed down. It must just be him. I'm fine, Yanagi, thanks for asking. When they turned the corner, they saw a large group of people crowding the gate and harassing the students. They saw Ida chopping his hand as he answered someone's question. Izuku groaned internally, but kept walking. When Izuku and Yanagi reached the group, some of the people turned to them. Izuku now recognized them as Hero News reporters and wished that there was another entrance. The nearest reporters started shoving their microphones in the teens' faces, asking them questions about having All Might as a teacher. We're general studies students, Izuku deadpanned. Immediately the reporters turned away from them and began asking other approaching students. They passed through the gate with no more problems, and Izuku could see that Bakugo was stalking off ahead of them. Why did you provide them with such false information, Midoriya? Izuku rubbed his nose and sighed. I just want to get to class, besides it would have scared if we got separated. Izuku missed Yanagi's small blush and smile when he saw that spine chill lit up. Izuku's head snapped to where Bakugo was, but he was walking into the building. He turned and looked at the chaotic group behind him, fear piercing his heart. He saw Aizawa coming from the building and ran up to him. Mr. Aizawa, he cried. Aizawa stopped and gave him a tired glare. There's a villain in that group. Aizawa scowled. How do you know? It's part of my quirk, sir. I can tell when there is a villain nearby. My heart rate picks up if they are near, and one of my perks lights up when they look at me. Aizawa looked doubtful, but nodded. Then go talk to the principal. I'll keep an eye out on the gate. You won't be punished for arriving late to class. Izuku nodded seriously before running off into the building, leaving a wide-eyed Yanagi behind him. Izuku rushed through the halls, heading towards the principal's office, when he ran into All Might. Young Midoriya. What is wrong, my boy? Izuku gazed up at the hero. I have to get to the principal. Mr. Aizawa told me to talk to him about a villain at the front gate. All Might's eyes widened, revealing glowing blue pupils. Then I should go help out. No. There is a rabid group of reporters at the gates trying to see you. They'll start a riot. Can you help me get to the principal's office? He'll know what to do. All Might's smile grew. Of course, young Midoriya. He scooped the boy into his arms and raced off to the office. He gently placed Izuku in front of the door and knocked. Principal, there is a situation. The door opened and they entered the room. What seems to be the problem, Mr. Midoriya? Nezu asked, sipping his tea. There's a villain in the group of reporters, sir. My quirk tells me when there is a villain nearby. Nezu just nodded and stood up. Detective Tsukochi told me when I saw that you had helped the police on record. I'll handle this. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. You may head off to class. All Might, if you will. All Might leaned over and picked up the chimera, gently setting him on his shoulder. Have a good day, young Midoriya. And with that the hero and principal disappeared down the corridor. Izuku sighed and made his way to his class. When he entered the classroom, everyone turned to look at him. Ida started his robotic chopping Midoriya. A hero student should never be late to anything. Aizawa interrupted him before he could continue. Midoriya was informing the principal that his quirk sensed a villain close to the school. Principal Nezu and All Might are taking care of it now. Ida bowed to Izuku and shouted a quick apology before turning back to Aizawa. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and sat at his desk. He noticed that Yanagi was staring at him, and he waved at her slightly. She just kept staring at him as if looking at him in a new light. Time skip at the end of Midnight's class, she received a call on the class phone, and hummed in agreement with the person on the other end. The bell rang for lunch and Midnight called out, "Can someone take these papers to the teacher's lounge? Principal Nezu needs me at the gates." Izuku raised his hand. "I will." Midnight smiled and winked at him before handed him the papers. "Thanks Midoriya." Izuku blushed, but grabbed the papers and marched down the hall. He got lost very quickly, not having been to the teacher's lounge before. But after getting pointed in the right direction by a nice upperclassman, Izuku heads off in the right direction. Before he got to the final turn, an alarm blared around him warning. Level 3 emergency. Warning. Level 3 emergency. Izuku's heart rate picked up. He quickly swayed out Vigil for a perk called Premonition. Premonition. Get an auditory warning when looking in the direction of the killer in a 45-degree cone within a range of 36 meters. Premonition has a cooldown of 60, 45, 30 seconds each time it activates. Premonition trumps any of the killer's stealth abilities. Izuku looked towards the teacher's lounge, and Premonition activated. Izuku scowled and felt the Wraith's bell and mallet appear in his hands. The bell rang out ominously as he cloaked himself and raced towards the lounge. When he arrived at the door, he saw a man in a black hoodie close the door and run down the hall. Still invisible, Izuku flew after him. The man was fast, so Izuku quickly equipped the fastest add-on he had for the Wraith, and picked up speed to sprint beside the figure. Soon they arrived outside, and Izuku followed him to the gate. The man checked his phone before stepping out of the school. He watched as the man left through the destroyed gate, and entered a portal that opened and closed so fast that Izuku thought he had imagined it for a second. Izuku ran through the halls of the school, desperate to find the principal. After making it to the principal's office, he stopped in front of the door and uncloaked, the bell ringing his arrival. "Come in Midoriya," he heard from inside the room. He entered and bowed to the principal. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, but someone infiltrated the premises." He had swayed to what Detective Tsukachi calls his detective mode. "Yes, Mr. Midoriya, the school knows this. That was why the alarms went off," Nezu explained. "I understand, sir, but I was the only one to see who it was," Midoriya replied. At this, Nezu's eyes widened. "What do you mean, Mr. Midoriya? It was the press who entered the school." "No, sir. It was a villain. He entered the teacher's lounge and I followed him invisibly as he left the premises. He entered some sort of portal directly outside of the UA gate. I believe that the man who I saw is responsible for the damage at the gate, and has also destroyed the cameras that would have seen him, sir." Midoriya responded, giving his report as he had done many times in the station and a few times in court. Nezu nodded and pulled out a notebook and pen. "Describe the villain for me, please." "Yes, sir. He was wearing a black sweatshirt with the hood pulled up, black tight jeans, and black skater-style shoes. I was unable to get a good look at his face as he was incredibly fast and kept his head down. I did notice something else, however. He used only 4 fingers to do things, despite having 5 fingers. I believe that he has some sort of destructive quirk that requires 5 fingers to activate. That or it is an odd habit, which is unlikely." The principal nodded as he took detailed notes on the figure that Midoriya described. After he was done listening to the description of the man and the events that transpired, Nezu set down the notebook. "Thank you, Mr. Midoriya, we will look into this matter. You may head back to class. I will contact President MIC so that he knows what you have been up to. You can stop by Lunch Rush's kitchen and pick up something to eat. You are dismissed." Izuku nodded and left the room. As he walked towards the lunchroom, Izuku wondered why the man had done something so bold as to infiltrate UA. And when he will do so again. Izuku's killer files the Wraith. The wraith is a tall humanoid with a mask on its face. It has a mallet that it uses to ring a bell that it carries. This allows it to turn invisible. While invisible, the wraith moves and does actions much faster, however it is unable to attack survivors. It is still slightly visible by the distortion of air around it as it walks. Strategy: pay close attention to your surroundings. It is easy for the wraith to sneak up on you, and the only warning that you will get is the ringing of its bell. It does have an add-on that makes this silent however, so being vigilant is incredibly important. Good perks to use when facing the wraith are Spine Chill and Premonition, as they can warn you for when the wraith is near. Add-ons: Windstorm BLD. This add-on tremendously increases the wraith's movement speed while cloaked, at the cost of slightly decreasing the wraith's movement speed while decloaking. Izuku floated in an empty black void. This was terrifying to him, as he had had dreams of being either a survivor or a killer for as long as he could remember. He felt something scraped past his leg. It was sharp and rough like tree bark, but cold and damp. Izuku felt like he was being watched from all sides, as if some Lovecraftian horror had engulfed him. He lay there for what felt like hours, the odd thing poking, prodding, and brushing him. He woke up in a cold sweat for the first time in years. Something was going to happen today. Something big. Yanagi could tell that Izuku was nervous today. He was fidgeting in his seat more than normal, looking around with wild eyes. She gently laid her hand on his. "My dearest friend, what has you so agitated?" Izuku's head whipped around to her. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. I had a nightmare last night. There's something coming." Yanagi tilted her head. "I understand that you experienced a terror of the night, but that does not mean that today will be a day of judgment." When she said that, Izuku's eyes blew wide and he froze. "That's it. Today is a day of judgment." Yanagi squeezed his hand. "You don't understand, Yanagi. I have had the same type of dream since I got my quirk. The fact that it was different last night is an omen. We are in danger." His hand tightened around hers, and her face exploded in a blush. They exited the train with hands still locked. Izuku was on edge the whole day. He was constantly looking around and trying to find what could be wrong, but the day was relatively normal. Before heroics class, Bakugo turned around to look at him. "Yo nerd. Whatever is going on with you, you need to get your head together." Izuku stopped moving, staring at Bakugo in surprise. Was he checking up on him? And since when did he not trigger his heartbeat or spine chill? "Alright everyone, it's time for your heroics class," Aizawa said, slouching into the room. "Get your costumes and go down to the buses." With that he immediately turned and left the room. Most of the kids chuckled at his actions, but Izuku raced to get his case. If there was going to be an emergency, then he was going to be prepared. To the buses. I just realized I never had a chapter where they picked a president facepalm. I'm so sorry guys. Just assume that the events happen like they do in canon, minus Izuku being there to see Ida do the emergency exit thing. Again, I'm so sorry. Ida blew a whistle that he got from somewhere, and had everyone get with a partner for their seats. Yanagi immediately latched onto Izuku's arm, blushing at the muscles that she felt under his costume. After getting on the bus, the kids realized that the bus was laid out differently. Izuku patted Ida's shoulder as they all sat down. "Midoriya, I'm pretty blunt about what I say." Izuku nodded at this, not noticing Yanagi's slight scowl at the girl. "I was wondering how many transformations you have, Kiro." Izuku gave a half smile. "I have about 21, but I feel like there are more that I haven't seen yet. The problem with them is that they are evil." At this the bus went quiet, staring at him. "They are murderers and psychopaths. Some are even famous." That was when Ashido interrupted. "Like who?" Izuku ran through his mental list of killers, and contemplated if it was a good idea. Deciding that he was likely safe with the cooldown, he shifted into a recognizable killer. He grew larger, a mask appearing over his face. A large butcher's knife sliding into his hand. There he sat as the hardest killer to go up against. Ashido gasped, "I know him. That's Michael Myers." The class shuddered as Izuku slowly turned to look at her, his breathing audible through his mask. Izuku dropped the transformation, the class relaxing. "As I was saying, they are evil. I can only hope to use them for good." Yanagi gently grasped his arm again. "You have already done an outstanding job, Midoriya." Kirishima nodded. "Yeah. Plus that's super flashy. My quirk is not super great in terms of visuals. Izuku shook his head. I think that your quirk will draw lots of attention. You will be the impenetrable shield of the hero world. Kirishima smiled wide. Thanks bro. You're super manly. That was when they pulled up to a large building. Alright, everyone get off, Aizawa grumbled from the driver's seat. The class funneled into the building, looking around with wide eyes. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, said a spacesuit-wearing hero. That's 13, the rescue hero. Izuku exclaimed, I'm glad that I have fans, the hero giggled. Aizawa walked up to the pro and whispered, where's All Might? I thought that his time was getting better. 13 nodded. He was called away on a mission, he won't be coming today. Izuku barely picked up this conversation, and he freaked out a little. Yanagi placed a hand on his shoulder and he took a deep breath. That was when he noticed it. He could feel his heartbeat more than he normally should be able to. Eraserhead, we need to leave right now. He shouted hysterically, his eyes roving the USJ looking for villains. What's wrong, Midoriya? That's when he spotted a purple mist in the middle of the courtyard. Villains, he shouted, pointing at a hand emerging from the purple cloud. Aizawa whipped around and saw the villains his right. Everyone to the exit now. Before they could move, the doors slammed shut. The class is here, but where is All Might? He was supposed to be here today. A villain covered in hands shouted, be patient Shigaraki, we will find him, said two yellow eyes floating in the mist. Kurogiri, if you weren't our way out of here I would kill you, Shigaraki said, scratching at his neck. I understand, young M13, protect the kids, I'll deal with the villains, Aizawa said, pulling up his goggles and leaping down the stairs. Come on kids, I can still get us out. 13 tried herding the teens along, but Kurogiri appeared in front of them. I'm afraid I can't let that happen. Kirishima and Bakugo leapt forward, ready to attack. They passed harmlessly through the mist villain, and he sighed, now to separate the rest of you. Goodbye. The mist exploded across the students, sending them to various parts of the USJ. Before they could get teleported, Yanagi reached out and grabbed a firm hold on Izuku's arm, the boy pulling her into a hug. They hurtled through a void of purple and black. When they reached the other side, Izuku saw a large lake with a boat in the middle of it. He quickly activated the nurse's powers and blinked once, twice, 3 times onto the deck. Izuku and Yanagi crashed onto the deck, Izuku twisting them so that he was on the bottom. They lay there dazed for a moment before something slammed onto the deck beside them. They both took a battle pose, before realizing it was just Mineta, Zu jumping over the railing a few seconds later. Now I wish that they had just expelled me. Mineta cried, tears streaming down his face. Yanagi and Zu glared at the boy, while Izuku peered over the edge of the boat. He saw a bunch of villains swimming around aimlessly. Guys, I have an idea, but it's going to be really dangerous. The teens looked to him and paled, but nodded. Aizawa was not having a good day. First, he had been roused from his nap to take the class to the USJ. He knows that it was in the lesson plan, but that didn't make his sleep deprivation any better. Then when he gets there, villains show up. He slugs one in the gut before kicking another in the ball as hard as he could. But of course All Might just had to be called off. He slammed 2 villains' heads together. This was just a fine mess, wasn't it? The battle was wearing him down. He could feel his eyes itching, and his breathing getting heavy. You're slowing down, Eraser, Shigaraki said. Too bad, too. You haven't even made it to the boss fight yet. He finished off the last of the small fry for now and turned to the last 2 villains. Shigaraki raced towards him, hands at the ready. Aizawa made to elbow the man in the face, but he grabbed his elbow. Aizawa activated his quirk and watched the villain, trying to pull his elbow out of the man's grip. You're really cool, you know that, Eraser. Too bad that you have to die here. He couldn't take it, and he blinked. His arm lit up with pain. He jumped away from the laughing villain and saw that the skin on his elbow had peeled away, leaving the muscle and nerves exposed. Ah, that was fun. Now I think that it's time to end this. Nomu, take care of Eraserhead for me. The blackbird-headed villain suddenly appeared in front of Aizawa and slammed him into the ground. Aizawa felt his skull crack on the ground, and multiple bones snap. He definitely had a concussion. This day couldn't get any worse. Maybe he shouldn't have thought that. After Izuku had explained his plan, Yang-I vehemently disagreed. That is far too reckless. I will not stand to see such heedless actions. Izuku smiled sadly. That's too bad. He then threw Mineta at the girl. She quickly used her quirk to stop him before turning up to ask why he did that, only to find him gone. They ran over to the side of the boat to see Izuku crash into the water. Several villains gave cheers of excitement, rushing towards him. Then the water appeared to fizzle with electricity, the villains screaming and clutching their heads. They began to swim away as fast as they could. A few in groups would randomly scream again before swimming harder. That was when 𝐒 grabbed the two other heroes in training and jumped for shore as planned. When they made it, they saw Izuku trudging through the water towards them soaking wet. Sorry Yanagi, I had to make sure that you couldn't use your quirk on me, she huffed and smacked his arm. Just do not ever repeat that horrid misdemeanor. Izuku chuckled. I'll do my best. That was when the teens heard a scream echo from the courtyard. They spun to watch as their teacher was pinned to the ground aggressively by one of the villains. Shigaraki scratched at his neck. Well, if All Might won't be coming, then I guess I'll take my anger out on some kids. He looked over at them, Izuku's spine chill activating full force. Why not that one right there? Izuku followed his gaze to Yanagi, and scowled. Not on his watch. Shigaraki raced towards them, and everyone was surprised when Izuku climbed out of the water to meet him. Midoriya. Why you said dash Yanagi began, I said that I'd do my best. And right now, my best involves saving you guys. After all, I'm much scarier than any villain. 𝐼𝐺HT. Izuku's body cracked and groaned. He grew taller, reaching at least 7 feet tall. His shoulders widened. His outfit turned into a lab coat with no sleeves, an odd metal headgear materializing on his now bald head. Finally, a large spiked metal club appeared in his right hand. The doctor was here, and he wasn't here to play. Yanagi's eyes watered, and she held out a hand whispering, "Not to me." Shigaraki kept running despite this, unafraid of the hero's transformation. Oh, how that would change. The doctor held up his left hand, electricity jumping between his fingers. He moved out his hand, sending the electricity pulsing through the ground towards the villain. It surged through Shigaraki, halting him in his tracks as he grabbed his head and let loose a strangled shout. The doctor advanced, another shock readied. He released it, causing the man in front of him to scream once more. "Enonomyu. Help!" Shigaraki cried, falling to the ground on his butt, scooching away from the advancing killer. Once more the doctor summoned electricity, releasing it just as the Nomyu appeared in front of him. Shigaraki screamed again as the doctor was backhanded across the USJ. Izuku lay in a pained heap on the steps. He wasn't injured, but he felt like he was hit by a truck. Glancing at his bar as he stood up, he noticed that it was 2/3 full. He didn't have time to think about that now. He shifted back into the doctor, readying another shock. The Nomyu appeared in front of him, swinging its fist like a wrecking ball. The doctor grabbed the fist, and sent the shock directly into the Nomyu. It paused for a second before slugging him straight in the gut. Izuku slouched over, winded. He quickly shifted back into the doctor before the Nomyu slammed him into the ground. Izuku groaned, shifting into the doctor once more as he lunged out of the way. The Nomyu's foot crashed into the ground right where he had been laying. He swung his club, smashing it across the Nomyu's skull. The Nomyu's head whipped downwards with the strike before snapping up to meet him. With a punch to the chest, Izuku was sent flying into a tree by the lake. As he sat up, he noticed that the bar was almost full. He couldn't even call upon the power of a killer without completing it. He glanced to his right and saw Yanagi, 𝐒, and Mineta watching him with fear in their eyes. Not fear towards him, but fear for him. Standing up once more, he grit his teeth. What is the school's motto again? Oh right, go beyond. +ULTRA. He reached for the doctor, but couldn't find him there. He couldn't find any of the killers in fact. There was only one thing waiting for him. He grabbed the rough, sharp thing and pulled with all his might. Shigaraki watched as that thing was tossed around by the Nomyu. For a second he was relieved, then it appeared next to him. He scrambled away, holding up his hands. His heartbeat raced. He was sweating buckets. Then it disappeared. He looked back towards the Nomyu, and saw something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Where the doctor had crashed into the tree, there were 3 large black tendrils erupting from the floor. Each was as thick as the Nomyu was wide, and they were long enough to scrape the rafters. They swung to and fro like blind worms popping out of the soil. Then they halted, swinging to point at the 𝐻𝐻𝐽. In the center of the tentacles, the boy stood. His eyes were pitch black in his pale face. His once green hair was as black as night. His fingers now dark claws. A scowl was deep set in his face. His open-mouthed frown revealed gleaming, jagged, white teeth backdropped by an endless, hungry void. The entity howled. It was here to feed. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 rushed it again, but it was battered away by the tendril on the left. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 was flung into the stairs, leaving a large crater. It started to climb out of the hole when another tendril hooked it through the shoulder, flinging it across the courtyard. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 rose up again, charging at the monster. The two tendrils on its sides hooked through the sides of the 𝐻𝐻𝐽's chest, tearing it in two. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽's body stitched itself back together before it was slammed into the ground by the tendril behind the creature. Suddenly the ground behind the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 cracked. Out of the ground grew a tall red pole. On the end of the pole, a dark black hook hung, swaying ever so slightly. The entity speared the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 with two of its tendrils, lifting it up into the air. It struggled and strained helplessly as it was slammed onto the hook behind it. It grasped the hook, a loud screech wrenching from its beak. It tried to pull itself off as the entity strode forth, walking towards the hook. Finally the monster reached the flailing animal, its frown twisting up into a smile. Its jaw unhinged, the back tendril slowly reaching down at the 𝐻𝐻𝐽. It lunged with surprising speed through the 𝐻𝐻𝐽's chest, pulling it off of the hook. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 squirmed on the tendril, unable to make any progress. The entity lowered the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 over its head before it jumped up and swallowed the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 whole. Everyone watched in horror as the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 disappeared into the entity's mouth. It licked its lips with a midnight black tongue. Its head slowly turned towards Shigaraki, a sick smile on its face. Shigaraki crawled backwards as the tendrils wavered above him. Before they could lash out, a figure slammed into the entity. Its claws sped towards the figure before they stopped dead at the sound of a voice. "Izuku, you are already my hero. You can stop now. Please just rest, you're tearing yourself apart." The entity looked at its hands and Izuku noticed that they had black cracks running up them towards his arms. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped forwards into Yanagi's arms. Shigaraki took this time to fall into the portal that Kurogiri had opened beneath him. It was then that All Might crashed through the doors of the USJ with the rest of the staff in tow. "We are here, T.O." The teachers looked out over the destruction. Yanagi looked up at the sound of his voice. Izuku's head was in her lap, and she gently massaged his head. Midoriya has already saved most of us, All Might, but Mr. Aizawa need medical attention." As the teachers rushed through the USJ, rounding up students and villains alike, Yanagi stayed with Izuku as he was transported to Recovery Girl's office. In the ambulance, she held his hand and whispered softly, "Do not fret, my hero, I will make certain that you are all right." A single tear rolled down her cheek. Izuku's killer files Michael Myers, aka The Shape. Michael Myers is a large man from the movie series Halloween. There he terrorizes people by stalking and killing them with his large kitchen knife. His power allows him to stalk survivors and gain a boost for each tier level. Once he reaches tier 3, he can instantly down any survivor. There are add-ons that allow him to have an infinite tier 3, or kill a survivor once he reaches tier 3. He is the most dangerous killer. Strategy: he is one of the reasons that Spine Chill is an essential perk for all survivors. Make sure to look around to make sure that he is not stalking you, and if he is, try to block his vision. Whatever you do, do not allow him to reach tier 3, you never know how dangerous he will be once he does. The Doctor. The Doctor is a large man with a spiked club. He can shock survivors to make them scream and hallucinate images of himself, or of fake pallets. This results in the insanity level going up. If you reach tier 3, you cannot perform actions such as healing, cleansing, or repairing until you snap out of it. You can do this by crouching and holding your head. There are two types of shocking, one where he shocks in a large circle around himself. This can be used once every few minutes. The other type is a straight line that only takes a few seconds to recharge. Strategy: if you know that the Doctor is about to shock you, you can climb into a locker to avoid the shock. Make sure to pay attention to what pallets have been thrown down. Izuku jolted awake, sitting up and looking around. Large rocks blocked off the small clearing that he found himself in. A campfire crackled, lighting up the dark forest around him and keeping him warm in the cool night. As Izuku looked around, he noticed something. The bar was gone, and where his perks should be was just one empty perk slot. He tapped on his perks and brought up the familiar screen. He could tell that something was wrong immediately. There was only one perk left in his inventory, and it wasn't one that he recognized. It was green with one tally mark, meaning that it was brand new. The image was what really confused Izuku. It was of him running with a backpack on. He tapped on the perk, placing it in the empty slot. Then he read the description, heroic motivation, you are naturally drawn to helping people in need, or your body moved on its own. For every protection hit you take, gain a stack up to 8 stacks. After gaining 4 stacks and saving someone from the hook, you have the ability to heal other survivors 1 health state 15/30/50% faster. After gaining 8 stacks you are able to heal 1 survivor to full health instantly. After gaining 8 stacks you gain the broken status effect for the rest for the game. Izuku stared at the perk. It was incredible, but how did it know that phrase? Before he could contemplate any longer, he heard a rustling come from behind him. He jumped to his feet and reached for a killer, but he found none. Confused, he looked down at his hands. The rustling got louder and Izuku picked up a stone roughly the size of a baseball. Who's there? Wow kid. Relax. It's just me. Steve emerged from the foliage, stepping into the clearing. Steve. Izuku shouted, dropping his stone and running to the man and throwing his arms around him. Steve hugged him back fiercely. Where have you been, kid? It's been, well, I don't really know how long, cause time is weird here, but it's been way too long. Izuku pulled away slightly. You'll never believe me. Steven laughed and rustled his hair. Try me. They sat at the fire, and Izuku explained everything. The other survivors all knew that Izuku would SWCH between the real world in the day, and this one at night. Steve listened intently as Izuku described the way his quirk had evolved, allowing him to turn into the killers, and forcing him to hunt them down at night. So you're saying that sometimes it was you hooking us? Izuku nodded sadly. I wasn't in control. Steve let out a breath and ran his fingers through his hair. Did you ever hook me? Izuku looked up at the man for a second before looking away and nodding with tears in his eyes. Well, better me than you. Izuku's head whipped back around. What? You don't hate me? Steve looked over at him and smiled. Course not, kid. It's not like you wanted to do it. The tears in Izuku's eyes overflowed, and he latched onto the man, sobbing his heart out. Steve just held him, rocking and humming a soothing tune. After a while Izuku calmed down, pulling away and wiping his tears. Sorry, he sniffed. Steve just chuckled. Hey, we all need a good cry sometimes. Steve placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm always here for you, kid. Izuku beamed. They heard more rustling, and Izuku tensed. Steve squeezed his shoulder. It's okay, kid. The killers don't bother us here. Izuku relaxed, taking a deep breath and watching the trees. Soon, a man emerged from the forest, blinking at the bright light of the fire. Hey Ash, how are you doing? Steve asked, reclining on his hands. I've seen better days, Ash grumbled. Hey Izuku, been a while. Izuku nodded, waving at the man. He lifted his hand in greeting and sat down with a groan. Steve and Izuku talked quietly for a while as Ash slept. After discussing the recent events that lead to Izuku being here, they heard a twig snap. Ash, time to get up, buddy, Steve said, standing and pulling Izuku to his feet. Ash sputtered and stretched. Let's get this over with. Izuku looked around in confusion. What's happening? The last survivor for this round is coming, Ash said, popping his back and slouching. Izuku watched intently as another man emerged from the darkness. His glasses reflected the firelight, and his white shirt seemed to shine in the night. Izuku, is that you? Izuku started sobbing, running to the man. Dwight. The man froze in surprise as Izuku held on to him. Where have you been, kid? How did you get so big? Dwight asked, holding onto Izuku's shoulders lightly. Izuku wiped some of the tears away. I'm stuck between this world and the real world, so I've grown up. Dwight looked Izuku up and down. So you have, he chuckled. Izuku beamed. Thank you for that key. I woke up before I needed to use it, But it helped me out in the real world. Dwight raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Before Izuku could answer, the fire was snuffed out, casting the clearing into darkness. What's going on? Izuku exclaimed. It's starting. Ash's voice called out to him from the darkness. Good luck everybody, I'll see you on the other side. Izuku's vision went black, and his head spun. It felt like being teleported by Kurogiri again. He felt his feet hit the ground and he stumbled forwards. Looking around, Izuku saw a very familiar sight. He was standing in a small wooded area, corn sprouting in front of him, randomly seated walls to his right, and the killer shack to his left. Izuku walked over to the shack and peered in. He saw a generator resting silent in the middle of the shack, 2 large red lockers waiting on the other side of the shack, and a staircase leading down to darkness on his left. Izuku sighed and walked in. He circled to the other side of the generator and set off to work. He was about done with the generator when his heartbeat picked up lightly. The killer was near. He heard a shout, and an aura appeared. It was Ash. He was downed. Izuku stopped working on the generator as Ash was lifted off of the ground. His heart thundered in his chest as the killer approached the killer shack. The killer rounded the tree and Izuku gasped. It was the 𝐿. Its huge steps shook the ground as it marched its way to the killer shack. Izuku ran forward, slamming into the 𝐿's gut. It didn't even flinch. A large hand came down and slammed into Izuku, knocking him to the side. He ran towards the killer shack, blood dripping from his wounded side. The 𝐿 chased after him, Ash pounding its back, trying to escape. They reached the shack, and Izuku thanked his lucky stars that the pallet was on the closest side. He slid to a stop inside of the doorway to the shack, prepared to slam the pallet on the mindless beast. Then it did something he didn't expect. It turned and walked along the outside of the shack. Izuku limped to the other side as it entered through the door. He threw his arms out wide, roaring, "Stoop! No, kid! Run!" Ash yelled, but it was too late. The 𝐿 swung, ramming Izuku into the wall. Izuku groaned, trying to crawl at the 𝐿. The 𝐿 turned to the basement, but before it could walk down the stairs, Ash jumped off of its shoulder. "I'll be back for you, kid," he yelled, rushing out through the window. The 𝐿 shrieked its fury. Its breath heaved in anger as it faced Izuku, its normally expressionless eyes burning with hatred. It stormed its way over to him, hooking its arm under his stomach and lifted him off of the ground. Its feet caused the steps to in pain as it strode down them. Izuku struggled and writhed on its shoulder, but he knew it was no use. The 𝐿 approached the hook and grabbed Izuku's body. It hoisted him into the air and slammed him onto the hook. Izuku's eye blew wide and he wailed in agony as the hook pierced his shoulder. The 𝐿 calmly walked upstairs as Izuku hung there, breathing and groaning. He should have woken up by now. This wasn't the way that it should go. Izuku croaked and emmed on the hook, his legs swinging slightly. He heard the 𝐿 kick the generator and quick footsteps down the stairs. Steve raced around the corner. "Don't worry, kid, I've got borrowed time." The information for borrowed time sped through Izuku's head. Borrowed time. You are fueled by an unexpected energy when saving an ally from a hook within the killer's terror radius. After unhooking an ally within the killer's terror radius, for 15 seconds, any damage taken that would put the unhooked survivor will instead inflict the deep wound statue effect. The survivor has 10, 15, 20 to mend themselves. If the survivor takes any damage while affected by deep wound, or if the timer ends, the unhooked survivor is immediately put into the dying state. Izuku could see the 𝐿 come around the corner as Steve pulled him off of the hook. The 𝐿 moved to swat Steve, but Izuku threw himself in front of it. The blow struck Izuku, causing Izuku to cry out. Steve grabbed his hand and yanked him out of the basement. As they reached the top, the generator in the shack, and one across the map roared to life. "Let's go, kid. I said I'd be back for you, didn't I?" Ash said with a laugh. "I'll take him from here." The 𝐿 howled as it arrived at the top of the stairs, and Ash howled back, laughing confidently. Steve and Izuku sped through the door as Ash pulled out a flashlight and aimed it at the 𝐿's eyes. The 𝐿 growled and swung at Ash, missing him by a few feet and slamming its hand into the activated generator. Izuku and Steve raced across the map, brushing corn stalks out of their way as they ran towards a large 2-story house. They ran upstairs. They stopped in a small loft. It had 2 lockers flanking a window that led outside, and a doorway that led into another room with more lockers and a big hole in the floor that led to a room downstairs. "Come here, kid, let's get you patched up." Steve pulled out some gauze from thin air and started mending 𝐒𝐿. After a few seconds, 𝐒𝐿 didn't feel like passing out anymore, even if he was still bleeding. After another few seconds he felt as good as new. He took a peek at his perk and saw that it already had 3 stacks. "Thanks, Steve," the man in question nodded and ruffled 𝐒𝐿's hair. "Course, kid, now do you know anything about this new killer? I've never seen anything like this thing before." 𝐒𝐿 rubbed the back of his head. "You remember when I was describing how I got here? You fought that thing." "Steve," exclaimed Steve. "Be quiet." Dwight hissed, running up the stairs. "It's close." As he said that, the 𝐻𝐼 burst through the window. It beamed straight for Steve with a massive fist, but 𝐒𝐿 pushed him out of the way. He flew over the railing and fell down the stairs. He turned to run back up them when he saw Dwight and Steve sprinting down the stairs. "Run! Run!" Dwight shouted, pushing 𝐒𝐿 to get him moving. 𝐒𝐿 ran out of the building, sprinting towards one of the groups of walls. He looked back to see Dwight and Steve running into the corn, the 𝐻𝐼 hot on their heels. 𝐒𝐿 turned around and kept running. "I need a medkit. Or Ash." "A generator in the corn activated medkit it is then," he grumbled. As he stumbled along, he saw a large tree with stone walls around it. Smiling, he limped his way over to it. Let's see. "It's over here sometimes," he mumbled there. He dropped to his knees at a box and began fiddling with the lock. After a few seconds, he got it open. Closing his eyes, he mumbled a silent prayer to the universe. He opened one eye and smiled. There was a nice shiny purple medkit in the chest. He sat down and pulled the gauze across his chest. It was slow going, but eventually he felt able to get up with no difficulty. He ran to the walls that he had been heading towards after leaving the house, and found a generator there. It had been started, but didn't look like it had been worked on much. 𝐒𝐿 crouched and began repairing it. He lamented the loss of his other perks. Spine chill and self-care would be nice to have right now, but he had a job to do. He had just finished the generator when a scream rang out. He looked up to see Steve on the ground. He took off, running towards where Steve had been downed. Steve cried out as he was hooked in the middle of the cornfields, his body flailing and trying to get off. 𝐒𝐿 sprinted through the cornfields, his heartbeat picking up more and more as he drew near Steve. He finally could see Steve on the hook and the 𝐻𝐼. It was squatting in front of the elder teen, watching him intensely with its glazed eyes. 𝐒𝐿 saw Ash on the other side of the hook. He held up his flashlight and pointed it towards the 𝐻𝐼, flicking his head towards Steve. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, understanding his meaning. Ash ran out in front of the 𝐻𝐼, flashing the light into its eyes. The 𝐻𝐼 stood, screeching and covering its eyes. It swung blindly, searching for the offending survivor. 𝐒𝐿 ran out, grabbing Steve under the arms and pulling him off of the hook. The 𝐻𝐼 stopped its attack on Ash and whipped around to glare at 𝐒� and Steve. "Hey ugly! I'm your dance partner. Leave them kids alone." Ash shouted angrily. The 𝐻𝐼 chased after the boys. 𝐒� pushed Steve along, muttering for him to move. The 𝐻𝐼 smacked 𝐒� aside. 𝐒� gasped in pain, but continued to run behind Steve. "You gotta get out of here, kid." Steve yelled, "No. I need protection hits for my quirk." 𝐒� replied, "That's all well and good, but you already injured." Steve rebuked. "Now's really not the time, you TWO." Ash hollered back. The 𝐻𝐼 charged forwards and tried to hit Steve once more, but 𝐒� lunged in front of the large fist. 𝐒� flipped into the air as the 𝐻𝐼 slugged him in the chest. It skidded to a stop and picked him up. Ash ran in front of the monster. "You've got to have some sort of death wish, kid," he said as he shined his light right in its eyes. It reared back, dropping 𝐒� onto his feet. "Thanks, Ash," he called as he ran after Steve. "No problem, kid. Go get yourself healed up." 𝐒� watched over his shoulder as Ash ran off into the corn. 𝐒� relaxed as the 𝐻𝐼 followed him deeper into the foliage. "𝐒�, over here." He heard Dwight call from a small wooded area. 𝐒� hobbled over to him and saw Steve breathing against a tree. "Let's heal him up," 𝐒� said, already moving to Steve. Dwight huffed and followed him. They began wrapping Steve up. After they finished, Dwight looked over to 𝐒𝐿 that was fast. "What perks are you using?" Before 𝐒𝐿 could explain, their heartbeats picked up. The 𝐿𝐴𝐽 burst through a tree and threw 𝐒𝐿 to the ground. Steve and Dwight ran, trying to get the killer's attention to no avail. The last generator released a satisfied ding as Ash finished repairing it. The 𝐿𝐴𝐽 picked 𝐒𝐿 up and set off for a nearby hook. Dwight ran off towards the nearest door as Steve followed 𝐒𝐿 and the 𝐿𝐴𝐽. The 𝐿𝐴𝐽 hooked 𝐒𝐿, twisting to look for Steve. Black tendrils reached for 𝐒𝐿, one trying to stab him through the gut, forcing him to grab a hold of it. Steve dodged around the 𝐿𝐴𝐽 and reached for 𝐒𝐿. The monster interrupted Steve's attempt with a right hook. The man shook it off and grabbed 𝐒𝐿, saving him from the hook. "Let's go!" he cried, eyes wide and panicked. 𝐒𝐿 took another hit from the 𝐿𝐴𝐽, staggering forwards to follow the older teen as they sprinted for the door. With a quick glance, 𝐒𝐿 saw that he had 8 stacks. A loud grating sound announced the opening of the door. Steve and 𝐒𝐿 could see Dwight and Ash waiting for them at the door. The boys smiled, they were home free. Then everything went wrong. The 𝐿𝐴𝐽 broke through the wall next to Steve and slugged him straight to the gut. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. 𝐒𝐿 skidded to a stop, turning to face the hulking creature. They both moved to get to Steve. 𝐒𝐿 reached out, and with a touch of his hand, Steve was healed. He stood and took the hit, leaping towards the door. They ran into the exit gate, Steve laughing as he crossed the threshold. "We did it. We did it, 𝐒𝐿." He whipped around at the sound of a cry. There, lying a foot from the threshold, was 𝐒�. The 𝐿𝐴𝐽 towered over the boy, roaring its triumph. "No!" Steve cried, pounding on the barrier of the threshold. 𝐒𝐿. Dwight and Ash grabbed his arms and pulled him away as he wept. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 groaned in pain as the 𝐿𝐴𝐽 picked him up. He reached for his friends, watching as they reluctantly left, unable to save him. 𝐒𝐿 knew that only pain was to come, but at the same time he was content. He had saved his friends just like a real hero. As the 𝐿𝐴𝐽 hooked 𝐒𝐿, he closed his eyes, accepting his fate. The tendril reached down, reared back, and speared the boy, lifting his lifeless body towards the sky. 𝐂𝐻𝐸𝐼𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 now black hair spilled out across the pillows. She had been here with his mother all night, and now all day. She was worried that he wouldn't wake up. She grabbed his hand, his skin cold and his now long black nails entrancing her. Suddenly the heart monitor, which had been beeping steadily for over 24 hours now, flatlined. Izuku's mother's eyes shot open. "Get the doctor," she shrieked, lunging at her son. Yanagi leapt from her seat, running to the door and throwing it open. "Help. We need help." She heard the distressed mother gasp, and Yanagi whipped around. There, sitting up in bed, gazing around the room, was Izuku. His pupils were now black instead of their previous dark green. He smiled, revealing razor-sharp teeth and looking at his mother. "Have you enjoyed my gift? I make sure that you continue to take care of him. He's very dear to me." Inko's face went as white as milk, and Izuku's eyes rolled back into his head. His head hit the bed and the heart monitor began beeping again, as if nothing had changed from the way it was just 2 minutes earlier. As doctors rushed into the room past Yanagi, Inko approached the shell-shocked girl. "We need to talk about Izuku. If you're going to keep admiring him the way you do, you need to know where he came from." Yanagi's face returned to its usual stoic expression, and she nodded, following the mother closely. "Izuku's killer files the Nomu, aka the Abomination. The Abomination is a large humanoid with pitch-black skin, a beak, and an exposed brain. The Abomination has the ability to charge at a survivor. If it hits a wall while charging, it breaks a hole that both survivors and the Abomination can walk through. Only one hole can exist on the map at a time, unless it uses an add-on. Strategy: cause the Abomination to run into a wall when it charges at you, then circle around it and enter the hole. It will usually confuse the Abomination, and you can get away. Note to future self, only use under dire circumstances. Nomus are associated with the League of Villains, and this can scare civilians. 𝐼𝐺 and 𝐒𝐿 arrived at an outside garden, 𝐼𝐺 allowing 𝐒𝐿 to guide her to a nearby bench. They sat in silence for a few seconds as 𝐒𝐿 gathered up the strength to talk. Izuku isn't human. At this, 𝐼𝐺's head shot up. Well, he's half human. I guess I should start at the beginning, shouldn't I? Almost 16 years ago I was married to a kind man. We had our problems, but we got past them with hard work and love. We had stable jobs, a nice apartment, good connections. We were ready to have kids is what I'm trying to say. We tried and we tried, but it just didn't work. Finally my best friend Mitsuki recommended that we see a fertility clinic. We sat there, hoping that it was just poor luck. We were wrong. I was infertile. There were multiple things wrong with my WMB that would make it impossible for me to get pregnant and carry a baby. This caused a lot of conflict between us, and eventually we decided to split up. He wasn't cruel, and I don't hate him. It just wasn't meant to be. I won't say that the only thing I've ever wanted to be is a mother, but it was a part of my life that I was looking forward to. I lay there in our now empty bed, and cried my heart out. Finally I fell asleep. I woke up in a clearing. It was dark, the remnants of a fire smoked on the ground, and trees rose in the darkness all around me. That was when I heard it. Hundreds of voices whispered through the forest. They said that they held pity for me, that they had always wanted children too. They told me that we could help each other. They would give me a baby, and I would have to protect it until it was ready to fight for itself. I thought that it was a dream, so of course I agreed. From the darkness large tentacle-like things stretched towards me. They grabbed my arms and legs and held me in the air. I woke up feeling sore, but I had thought that I slept wrong. It wasn't until a little under a month later that I realized I was pregnant. The doctor told me that it was literally impossible, and that they would have to take care of it. I told them over my dead body. For 9 months I kept myself in the best shape possible. My best friend and her husband did their best to make sure that I was taken care of, but she was also pregnant. When I was in my final months and they were too busy, things would arrive at my doorstep. I thought that it was just my ex-husband. I had told him that I was pregnant, and he had promised to help in any way he could. It wasn't until Izuku was born and Hisashi was holding him that I realized. I had never asked him for help. I remembered the dream, and I knew. He wasn't entirely human. For the first few months I was wary. I would feed him and take care of him, but I was always cautious. Finally I realized, even if he wasn't entirely human, he was still my baby. From that day on I promised that I would raise him to be good. I didn't know if the entity that gave him to me was evil or good, but I knew that Izuku would be the purest child on the planet. I was right, he was. He would go out of his way to help anyone and everyone. Then his quirk came in. I was horrified. What sort of power would my child have? As it grew I realized it wasn't really a quirk. He is some sort of eldritch being, and that is the way his powers manifested. At the time it seemed that they were all pure. They were for the defense of himself and others. I was relieved, and at the same time nervous about what could come next. For 10 years I thought that everything was fine. His power was just small boosts that he could use to be a hero. Maybe the entity was the good side of the eldritch beings and Izuku would be its avatar of justice. Then he activated the other half of his powers. I realized that no, the entity was not good, it was just making sure that its demigod son was mature enough to handle its presence. Present-day 𝐒𝐿 gazed up at the window leading to her son's room. I still love him, he's still my son. I'm just worried that this thing will consume him. If you're going to care for him the way that you do, you needed to know. I have to tell him. I hope that he doesn't hate me from keeping it from him. He will not loathe you, ma'am, you are his mother. I will do my damnedest to stay beside him on his dark path. I will remind him of your unwavering love, and he shall see that you cannot be held accountable, 𝐼𝐺 said, gently laying a hand on 𝐒𝐿's arm. The woman smiled at her, her face wrinkled and weary from long years of worry, but she remained appealing regardless. They walked back to Izuku's room together. 𝐼𝐺 gave the woman a hug as she entered her son's room. She took a seat next to the door, knowing that they would need time alone for this discussion. She waited there for a few minutes before the door crashed open. She was startled from her chair, standing and watching as Izuku sprinted down the hallway with unnatural speed. She ran after him, ignoring the calls of the nurses and doctors. It was difficult following him, but finally she found him on the roof. He was standing at the railing, breathing and sweating. "Is Midoriya?" His head whipped to her, his now black pupils filled with tears. "𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿?" he said, his back bumping into the metal railing. She approached slowly, one hand held out to steady him as the other gripped her shirt. "It is okay, my hero, you needn't be worried of me." Izuku's breath slowed from the nervous breathing. "What are you doing, 𝐔𝐬𝐽?" he asked, his voice wavering and afraid. "I've been awaiting you patiently, my hero. It was simply not possible for me to leave you." Izuku shuddered, looking at the ground. "Did tell me that? I'm no hero." Yanagi shook her head with a small smile. "You've always been a hero, Midoriya. Do you not recall the time long ago when you graced a quirk doctor with your presence and stopped a nurse with villainous intent?" Izuku's eyes widened. "How do you now obu t? Yanagi smiled, continuing to inch towards the scared boy. "That was the first time that you have been my savior, Izuku Midoriya. The first of 4 occasions where you protected me with your powers over this mortal plane." Izuku shook. "I couldn't have saved anyone. I'm nothing but a monster." Fog rolled across the roof, small black wisps rose from the ground like the tendrils from the USJ. "You are a monstrous creature, Izuku Midoriya, but a monster has the strength to become one of the most fearsome heroes. You saved me from that nurse. You threw yourself on the bladed edge of a villain's teeth to keep myself and others safe. You obliterated the arm of the robot that surely would have led to my demise. You sacrificed your body and mind to save not only I, but all of our classmates and teachers from a monster who chose to only do evil. You may be a monster, but you are my hero." With this, Yanagi lay prostrate on the ground in front of Izuku. The fog fell, the wisps faded into nothingness. Izuku took a shaky step forward, collapsing to his knees in front of the girl. She quickly sat up and held out her hands to stop him from falling over. They sat there and stared at each other. Yanagi gazed into his dark eyes, and she could see that there were still flecks of green hidden in the dark orbs. "You are a monster, but one of justice and righteousness. You are a hero, and I will force you to recall that every instance that you doubt your constitution." Izuku nodded and tears spilled down his face. He drew the girl into a hug, and they sat there as the sun set, focusing on the comforting presence of the other. Izuku realized, whatever he was, he would still be a hero, for Yanagi if no one else. From the door, Inko's face pulled into a sad smile. She could only hope that her baby didn't hate her. She would support him in any way that she could, even if that meant keeping her distance. The entity may have used her to make Izuku, but she would do all that she was able to keep him on the right path. Yanagi was walking home. She had gone out and bought some groceries for her mother and had met Ashido there. They were walking together on a nice street and Ashido was talking her ear off. As they were walking, Yanagi saw a large figure standing half-hidden against a large hedge a ways down the sidewalk. She slowed down and narrowed her eyes to get a better look at them, but they stepped behind the bush and out of sight. "What is it, Yanagi?" Ashido said, bouncing in front of her. Yanagi looked down at the strange girl before looking up at the bush. "There's someone hiding in the shadow of that shrubbery." Ashido looked at the bush and tilted her head. She scowled and stormed over to the hedge and whipped around it. "Hey, creep." She stood there for a second before she turned to Yanagi and smiled. "Yanagi dear, he wants to talk to you." Yanagi tilted her head, starting to walk towards her classmate. "He wants to take you out tonight," Ashido said with a smirk. Yanagi frowned and jogged over to where Ashido was, looking around the corner. No one was there when she reached the pink girl. "Someone was just peering at us from the darkness of this bush. I witnessed it," she said in confusion. Ashido smiled. "Poor Yanagi, scared him away." Yanagi frowned again. She could have sworn she saw someone. Ashido led their way forward, still teasing the ghost girl. They didn't see the large man step out from behind the other side of the bush. His heavy breathing rattled from behind his mask. He slipped behind the bush again, disappearing from sight. Time skip. Yanagi had arrived home. Ashido had apologized about teasing her so brutally when they parted ways, but Yanagi had told her that she wasn't upset by it. When she entered her apartment, she noticed something strange. Some strange sense whispered to her gently hide. She quickly slipped into a nearby closet, slowing her breathing and pressing her back into the wall. That was when she heard it. Deep, ragged, muffled breathing began to get closer. A shadow passed in front of the closet and Yanagi held her breath. The shadow paused before continuing down the hallway. When she could no longer hear the breathing, Yanagi let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly the door swung open, a large hand reaching in and grabbing her by the front of her shirt. She was hauled into the hallway and held up by the large hand. She looked down with her blank expression at the masked man. A giggle slipped through her facade, before she burst out laughing. The man set her down with a sigh. Yanagi barely heard the cracking and snapping as she laughed herself to tears. "It's not funny." Izuku whined as he shifted out of his Michael form. "It's supposed to be scary. Why can I never get you?" Yanagi's mother called to him from the kitchen. "It's no use, sweetie, she's only ever been afraid of one thing." Before her mother could continue, Yanagi cried out, "Do not utter their name. I loathe them." She covered her ears and shook her head. Izuku tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. "What was that, Ms. Yanagi?" "Nothing, dear. You should head home before your mother worries again. I would rather not get another phone call with her sobbing if I'd seen her," son. Izuku sighed. Thank you for letting me in. I'll come over again soon." He heard her laugh. "You better. I've never seen 𝐒𝐿𝐴 this expressive before." Izuku smiled as he closed the door and waved goodbye to his friend, a warm feeling in his heart. Time skipped to the next day at school. Izuku was still mopey that he couldn't scare Yanagi. Kuda walked over to him, the shy giant twiddling his fingers. What's wrong, 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐴? The boy stuttered. Izuku looked up in surprise. The boy rarely spoke. Nothing, Kuda, just a little down in the dumps." The rocky boy frowned a little. Seeing cuter animals help. Izuku smiled at the boy and nodded, "Sure." Kuda got out his phone and began swiping at pictures, showing them to Izuku. He cooed and smiled at the adorable pictures. "Are these all your pets?" Kuda nodded and swiped to the next picture. "Or, look at his fluffy ears." This was when Yanagi noticed the two boys. "What objects are you gazing at that could draw out such an amazed reaction, my friends?" Izuku smiled and looked at Kuda. "Show her." Kuda smiled back shyly and turned the phone so that Yanagi could see. Yanagi's eyes blew wide and she leapt backwards, stumbling and knocking over desks at her attempt to escape. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Yanagi, what's wrong?" "It's just a dash." Before he could say another word, an invisible force closed his mouth. "Do not speak its wretched name. It's the most foul-tempered rodent that you've ever laid eyes on. It's a killer. It's got huge pointy teeth." She did an odd motion with her hand, 3 fingers slightly curled in front of her mouth. The class was silent. "Yanagi, it's a rabbit," she wailed. Izuku grew a devilish smile and gently took the phone from Kuda's hand. Yanagi scrambled backwards, the class giggling around them. "So you're not afraid of my killers, but you're afraid of a small, fluffy, harmless rabbit." Yanagi got up and ran out the door screaming, "Not the 𝐼𝐧𝐿." Aizawa walked in the room and looked around in confusion. "Midoriya, stop terrorizing your classmate and go find her." Izuku handed Kuda's phone back and ran out of the door. He found Yanagi sitting on a stair with her arms curled around her legs. Izuku's smile fell and he sat down next to her. "Listen, Yanagi. I'm sorry, it was a joke. I didn't mean to make you upset." When she didn't respond, he nudged her gently. "Still friends?" She slumped limply on the stairs, not moving. Izuku saw red dripping down the stairs. "Yanagi. Yanagi." He grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back into a sitting position. Then the girl started laughing, holding up a ketchup packet. Izuku's jaw fell open. "An eye for an eye, Midoriya," Yanagi giggled. Izuku sat there shocked for a second before pouting. "Yeah, you're right." They laughed together on the stairs before heading to class. That was a good day. Izuku's dream once again started at the campfire. He had noticed that when he woke up all of his perks had returned, but now that he was asleep again, they were gone. He had his perk heroic motivation, and a new one as well. This one had an image of All Might in a running stance. It said, "You say run, You have more people to save. You can't give up here. After saving another survivor from the hook, the next time you are being carried, your struggle meter is automatically a quarter full. If you are able to wiggle off, you gain the haste status effect and can sprint at 150% of your sprint speed for 3, 5, 7 seconds. Afterwards you gain the exhaustion status effect for 90, 70, 50 seconds. You cannot recover from the exhaustion status effect while sprinting. This perk does not trigger while exhausted. Izuku popped it into one of the empty slots, and watched the campfire as he waited for his fellow survivors. He waited for a while when bushes all across the clearing started rustling. He caught a glimpse of his fellow survivors just before the campfire was extinguished. He saw Claudette, Phone Minute, and Detective Tap. Then the world was bathed in darkness. When his vision returned, Izuku could see that he was on the catwalk in a large building. This was Ironworks. He jumped down from the catwalk and landed HRD on his feet. As was customary for his dreams, this barely inconvenienced him. He limped for a few steps before walking normally towards the generator in the corner. He wasn't working on it for long when his heart rate picked up. He continued working, but looked around worriedly. Then he heard it. That sound that he would never forget. The sound of a revving chainsaw. He stopped working on the generator and crept behind some pipes. Suddenly a girl's scream rang out and the chainsaw stopped. He saw the aura of Claudette hit the floor before getting hoisted into the air. He glanced down at his perks and grew a determined expression. He's got this. He ran out from his hiding place as Claudette was placed onto the hook. He sprinted out of the building and into the foggy area, heading for the clearing where Claudette was hanging. His heart was still beating quickly, but he couldn't see him anywhere. He finally made it to the hook, grasping under Claudette's arms and lifting her up. She gasped and winced as the cool metal slid out of her shoulder, Izuku setting her gently on the ground. It's fine now. Why? Because I am here. He smiled. Claudette gave a half-hearted smile back. Then she looked behind him and her eyes widened. Run! She yelled, turning around and sprinting away from the hook. Izuku whipped around and saw him. He loomed over the boy at a solid 6 feet 10 inches. His right shoulder was higher than the left. The skin of his right shoulder was stretched and connected to his face. He was wearing a torn shirt that covered a muscled torso, and a pair of blue jeans held up by a leather belt. In his right hand he held a hefty mallet, and in his left was a bloody chainsaw. It was the killer Izuku hated most, even if he was less deadly than some others. This was the hillbilly. Izuku started running back towards the old factory in a panic, but he heard the chainsaw revving behind his back, the herald of demise. Before he could think of a way out of it, the chainsaw struck his back, and he fell to the ground with a pained cry. Billy reached down and grabbed him under his stomach, lifting the boy onto his shoulder and beginning to limp towards the factory, and Izuku knew exactly where he was being taken. The basement. Izuku began to struggle for all his worth, pounding away at the giant's back. His hopes dwindled as they reached the building, and they dwindled more when Billy began to shamble down the stairs. Just when he was about to lose all hope, he broke free. He immediately started running up the stairs, noticing that he seemed to be moving much quicker than he should. He spared a glance at his perks and noticed that the new perk had been triggered and was now darkened. He ran through the large doors of the factory, and his vision turned white. He sat up in his bed confused. It had been years since he had woken up without being hooked or hooking someone else. He looked down at his hands, staring at the black nails that now adorned each finger. Finally he shook his head and tapped on his perks. As was the case yesterday, all of his perks were there, even the new ones. He closed the perk window and got out of bed. Today was going to be an interesting day. As was the new norm, he met Yanagi at the train station and together they walked to class. The day passed by pretty usually until lunch rolled around. Izuku and Yanagi sat with Ida and Zu and were chatting happily about their weekends, ignoring the events that had transpired a few days before. That was when an elbow struck the back of Yanagi's head. "Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see past your fat heads," said a blonde boy with a smirk. "You all think that you're so great because you defeated some villains." Well, before he could continue, Izuku stood up, the sound of his chair scraping against the floor silencing the room. "We almost died," he hissed, fog beginning to appear around his feet and spread throughout the room. We were forced to fight for our lives, and you dare claim that we are arrogant. His teeth flashed as he spoke, beginning to sharpen like razors. His nails scraped his chair, leaving marks in the plastic. His pupils were enlarged and black as pitch, watching the teen furiously. Yanagi reached up and grabbed his forearm gently. Midoriya, you must take a deep breath and calm yourself. You would not wish to forfeit your position, would you? The midnight eyes turned to look at the girl, but she stared back unflinchingly. Slowly his pupils shrank and regained their slight green hue, his nails stopped digging into the chair, and the fog dissipated. You're right, Izuku sighed before glaring at the other boy once more. You better hope that we do not face off in the sports festival because I promise you will regret it. The boy sneered and looked like he was about to say something when a large hand struck the back of his neck. He slumped forwards and was caught by the now normal-sized hand. Sorry about Monoma, he can get a bit competitive. I'm Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B. She held out her hand to Izuku. He shook it once firmly before withdrawing his hand. Well, I will not hold back against him, or any of 1B. Sobi Kendo sighed and nodded. I don't blame you, good luck though. Hey Uraraka, can you come help me with him? A girl bounced over to the group with an excited sure. She slapped Monoma upside the head, causing the boy to groan and begin floating. She saw Izuku standing there watching her quirk with awe and blushed. Uraraka, nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya, the boy replied, your quirk is so cool. The girl blushed a little harder. They both missed Yanagi glaring at the girl. Well, we will see you around. Kendo said, pulling a floating Monoma and blushing Uraraka behind her. Well, it seems that at least a few of the 1B students aren't that bad, right Yanagi? Yanagi. The girl in question ignored Izuku as she continued to eat her lunch. Izuku just hoped that he could fix whatever he had done wrong by the time the sports festival rolled around. He was going to need Yanagi's help. For the festival, not because of anything else. What are you talking about? Izuku's killer files the hillbilly, aka Billy. Billy is a large deformed man who carries a mallet and a chainsaw. He can use his chainsaw to gain a burst of speed and instantly down a survivor. He can also use his chainsaw to break pallets that have been thrown down. Strategy: if Billy begins revving his chainsaw zigzag instead of running in a straight line, this can cause him to miss you. If possible, cause him to run into a wall, this will stop him in his tracks. Izuku awoke to the fire again, seeing that there were already two figures sitting around it. Felix and Nea. He said hello to them and they made small talk as Izuku checked his perks. All of his perks except the two new ones were still missing, but there was another new one. Prove you're a hero, it's all you ever wanted, and now you're going to prove you were meant to be a pro. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. For every injured, dying, or hooked survivor, gain a stackable 2.75% boost to all actions and speed. The symbol for this one was of him standing in the classic All Might pose, arms curled up towards his head in a flex, with his legs spread wide and his head up. It wasn't an incredibly powerful perk, but not all of them were. Izuku heard the last survivor enter the clearing with a gasp, but before he could turn around and see who it was, the fire was blown out and the forest descended into darkness. He gazed around at his surroundings, seeing that he was in an Old West-style area. He grimaced. Dead Dog Saloon wasn't his favorite map, but he could live with it. He began to work on a generator, and the night passed quickly. He was found by the killer, the hag, and hooked him swiftly. He was grateful that his night was uneventful, because today was going to be a waking nightmare. Today was finally the day of the sports festival. There were many things that Izuku was worried about for today, chief amongst them being that he had to make a speech. To make matters worse, Yanagi was still angry at him, and he had no idea how to apologize. He sighed and got dressed for the day, hoping that she would be in a better mood. After making it to the train station, he could see that he was wrong, she was still upset. He read and reread his speech many times, making sure that it was perfect. He really didn't want to screw this up. He read his speech one more time as the class waited to walk out into the stadium. The room was filled with nervous chatter, but overall it was peaceful. Midoriya, a voice called out to him. He looked up to see Todoroki standing there, looking at him with an unreadable expression. You are strong, I'd say one of the strongest in our class. That is why I will defeat you. The room went silent before Izuku stood up. I don't understand why you feel the need to be the best, but we are all trying to win here. He glared at the boy lightly. If you do not do your best you will lose, I guarantee it. The room collectively held their breath. Izuku could see Yanagi open her mouth to say something when a banging was heard. What about me, you icy hot beastie? Am I not good enough for you? Bakugo yelled, sparks popping off of his hands. The class laughed and continued to chatter, Todoroki slinking off with a cold glare at the other teens. Izuku sighed in relief and threw away his speech, the speakers asking them to head to the arena. Bakugo pushed past him, growling out, "You're welcome." Izuku frowned and followed Yanagi out, wondering what Bakugo had meant. Present MIC announced each of the classes as they entered the stadium, barely mentioning the support and general studies classes while paying special attention to the hero course. Izuku sighed at this, but continued walking. After they had all arrived in front of the stage, Midnight appeared and announced that she would be the host for this year, getting some rowdy cheers from some members of the audience. Now would the student who scored highest on the entrance exam please step forward. Izuku Midoriya, you will deliver the opening speech. Izuku took the steps one at a time, trying to slow his breathing. When he made it to the microphone, he gripped it tightly. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. He opened his eyes and looked at his classmates. They wore varied expressions. Jiru, for instance, seemed bored, whereas Kirishima looked excited. Finally his gaze landed on Yanagi. He looked into her eyes as she gave him a small glare. Then her eyes widened, as if realizing he needed her support, and she gave him a small smile. Izuku took this as she was no longer giving him the cold shoulder, and he smiled back. What truly makes a hero? He began. There are many ways to define this, but I'd like to express my opinion about it. A hero is someone who helps another person when they need it, regardless of whether or not they ask. Some people have regular jobs, but are heroes every day. Some people are heroes for a living, and are never truly a hero. What sets them apart? Their intent. If you are a hero because you want fame and fortune, you will never be a true hero. If you help people in need because it is the right thing to do, you are more of a hero than I am. Anyone can be a hero. This is something that I don't think many people realize. It doesn't matter what you look like, it doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter what your quirk is. There is no such thing as an evil quirk. Quirks are what you make of them, like an arm, something you use to do whatever it is you do best. So for all of you out there who think that their quirk is evil or weak, it isn't. I thought my quirk was evil, but now I realize that it doesn't matter. What matters is how you use it. I will use my quirk to become a hero. And I implore everyone, everywhere, to do the same. Because I think that you, too, can be a hero. The crowd was silent for a moment before a wave of noise crashed into Izuku. They cheered and clapped loudly, most of them standing in their seats. From the other side of a dingy TV screen, a figure watched the boy and pondered. Was their quirk really not evil? Izuku smiled and thanked everyone before rushing off of the stage. His classmates welcomed him with pats on the back and congratulations. Izuku walked up to Yanagi, a small smile on her face. I'm sorry, Yanagi, he bowed. I made you upset, and while I don't know how, I hope that you can forgive me for what I did. Yanagi shook her head. No. You mustn't bow to me, the fault is entirely mine. It was I who was filled with unjustified 𝐔𝐬 emotions. I apologize sincerely, it was uncouth of me to ignore you so. Their classmate chuckled at the two nerds as they exchanged apologies. Midnight gathered everyone's attention again, and spun a large wheel to decide the first event. Obstacle course. She shouted, flicking her WHP dramatically. The kids all quickly grouped together at the starting line, Izuku formulating a plan. On your marks. Get set. Go. The students rushed into the tunnel. Izuku's body popped and creaked as his form changed. Todoroki swept his hand behind him, freezing many of the other competitors where they stood. Then he noticed a commotion from inside the group of students. All of the sudden, a hooded figure leapt over a crouching teen. The figure sprinted much faster than anyone Todoroki has ever seen, holding a knife up in one hand. They wore a hoodie and blue jeans, a smiling mask covering their face. Who is that? And why do they have a knife? Present MIC shrieked, a lot of the audience calling out in fright along with him. That's one of Midoriya's transformations. That one is called Legion. Aizawa responded lazily. There's nothing to be worried about. The spectators breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Izuku rush out in front of the rest of the students. Izuku finally reached the end of his sprint, grunting and standing up straight. He strode forwards at a pace that was like a brisk jog for most people. He watched as the bar filled up to tell him his power was ready again. When it was ready, he crouched down and sprung forwards. His body moved like a jungle cat, his powerful legs carrying him across the ground like he was the wind itself. Now for the first obstacle. Robo Inferno. Izuku saw the robots from the exam tower over him. He slid under one before leaping over another, springing off of it like a pouncing tiger. He landed solidly on his feet, his power running out. He continued to make his way forward, slashing any robots that entered his path. Just as he reached the 0-pointers, his power bar was filled, and he flew past them. They attempted to block his path, but he just dodged around them. He looked back to see Todoroki freeze them in awkward positions, frowning at how close he was from behind his mask. Next up is the gorge. If you hit the bottom, you lose. Izuku quickly shifted from Legion to the nurse. He lifted his hand before blinking out into the open air. He blinked again, and landed on a large spire, stopping to reset the nurse's power. He blinked to the next spire and the next, until he was across the chasm. He looked back as he shifted once more into Legion. Todoroki was already halfway across one of the ropes, using his ice to steady himself. Behind him, he saw Bakugo flying towards them like an anger-powered rocket. Izuku took off sprinting again, trying his best to get ahead. He was confident that he was going to win, but he didn't want to take any chances. Now for the last trap. The minefield. Don't worry, they won't injure you. Just hurt a lot. Izuku shifted again, not liking the fact that his limit bar was about to be a quarter full. Todoroki watched as Izuku changed into a hulking figure dressed in traditional samurai armor. Izuku was the Oni. He activated his power, pulling the large metal club from over his shoulder before he began to thunder towards the finish line. Holy cow! He's just tanking the mines. Eraserhead, what are you teaching these students? Their teacher sighed, I didn't teach him that. He came like this. While the last part was muttered, the audience laughed at the comment, even as they watched Izuku make it through the mines seemingly uninjured. And while it was true, he wasn't injured, his everything hurt. He continued to storm his way to the finish, beating the rest of the competition by a long shot. The crowd cheered for him, and as the Oni, he roared to the sky in triumph. Izuku's killer files Frank, Julie, Susie, and Joey, aka the Legion. The Legion is a group of killers, though only one ever appears at any one time with the same ability. They are all dressed in hoodies, jeans, and a mask. Legion has the power to run at high speeds, vaulting pallets and windows like survivors. When hit by Legion while they are using their power, you are put into the deep wound state. If you do not mend fast enough, you will be downed instantly. Strategy: if possible, throw a pallet into Legion's face. This will forcibly stop their power. If you are unable to do this, attempt to outrun them as best as possible. There is not much strategy to this, it is very difficult to get away from them. Izuku was laying on the ground when Yanagi crossed the finish line. Are you feeling unwell, my friend? She asked, leaning down to look at him. Her face covered the sun, causing her to look like she had a halo. Izuku smiled brightly, just tired and in pain. Rushing through those mines took a lot out of me. She reached a hand down. Allow me to assist you to your feet. Izuku grabbed her hand and let her pull him up. You have my thanks, friend. I does not know if I would have been capable of establishing my stance without you. Izuku said, placing his hand over his chest in a dramatic pose. Yanagi giggled and elbowed him gently. Oh yeah. Well, I'm happy that I could like totes help you, dude. They laughed and watched as the other students reached the finish line. After the 42nd student crossed into the stadium, the entrance was closed. Thank you everyone for participating. If you didn't make it into this next event, we have goodies for you. Follow the arrows on the floor. Midnight said, holding her WHP in the air. Now let's find out what the next event will be. She reached over and spun the wheel. Cavalry battle, she announced, striking a stuck pose. Here's how it will work. Each person will receive points based on their position in the race. Last place will receive 5 points, second to last will get 10, third to last will have 15, and so on. The only exception to this will be first place, which will receive 10 million points. Izuku felt his heart sink. He looked around, seeing the other students looking at him like a fresh cut of meat. He gulped before hardening his expression. He's got this. Now split up into teams of 2 to 4, and we will pass out the headbands. Midnight said, gesturing to Cementos. Izuku watched as everyone split up and formed groups. He knew he was going to have a hard time finding a team, but he only needed one person. Now, who to 10 million? Let me be on your team. Izuku blinked at the girl's forwardness. Who are you? She smiled. I'm myheroacademia. Inventor extraordinaire. I'm going to use you to show off my babies. Izuku blushed. You're going to what? Before the conversation could go any farther, Yanagi gripped his shoulder tightly. Midoriya, would you kindly allow me to be your companion for this event? Izuku winced a little at the strength of her hand on his shoulder, but he nodded. Of course, Yanagi. Now to find one other person. He looked around before he spotted who he was looking for. Hey Toku, I could really use your help. The bird-headed boy looked at Izuku in confusion. Are thee certain? Surely there are much better allies for this banquet of madness than myself. Izuku smiled so brightly that Tokoyami was sure Dark Shadow would have recoiled in pain. Nope, you're just what I'm looking for, Tokoyami. Now it's time to begin. Midnight cried, you have 15 minutes, Starshin. Now. She swung her WHP hard enough for it to make a loud crack. The teams raced towards Izuku's group, determined to take his 10 million point headband. Wait, Midoriya isn't the rider. What's going on? Eraserhead. Present MIC called. An Okiko is on Kendo's team this time. Izuku knew that with his queer power, he was better fit to be a horse, so here he was shouldering the weight of Yanagi effortlessly as Hatsune and Tokoyami were ready to leap into action. Just as Midnight announced the start of the event, Izuku shifted into the form that he saw as the best fit for this challenge. His shoulders hunched, a cane resting in his right hand. His jaw cracked and broke, spilling yellow liquid all over the ground. Izuku was now the blight. Ida, who had been leading Todoroki's team's charge, stumbled when he saw the horrifying visage of the blight, but he continued his rush with his jaw set in a scowl. The teams that had 1B students stopped in confusion and disgust at the boy's transformation, but the 1A kids didn't falter in their attack. Before anyone could get too close, Hatsune and Tokoyami started to hover off of the ground a bit, courtesy of Hatsune's rocket shoes. As the gap closed between his team and the horde of greedy teens, Izuku counted in his head, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Just before the students got close enough to attack, Izuku lunged forwards. The audience would swear that he teleported past all of the other teams, but the trained eye watched as Izuku slipped through the other students effortlessly. Some of the groups shuddered and shook as Izuku bumped into them, almost knocking over a few of them. The teens chased Izuku and his partners all over the stadium, getting incredibly close when he had to refill on the Blight's energy, but never quite reaching the half-eldritch deity's team. Anytime someone got close enough, Dark Shadow would appear to swat them away, usually a raging Bakugo. Finally, as there was 1 minute left, Todoroki sent out a large wave of ice, encircling the elusive boy and his friends. He turned to face them, his body snapping back to its original form. Yanagi, hold on tight. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, Hatsune provide defense. The others nodded, their faces determined. Ida said something to his team quietly, and Izuku braced himself. As Ida got into a runner's position, Izuku shifted again, his face set in a deep scowl. His body grew much larger, a mallet clasped in his right hand and a chainsaw in his left. His crooked back provided an excellent seat for Yanagi as Tokoyami and Hatsune slid in front of him. He was Billy. Ida was already moving when Team Todoroki noticed the change, and it was too late for them to do anything. 10, 9, 8. The crowd called, watching the scene unfold. In the space of a blink, many things happened at once. Izuku revved his chainsaw and raced towards one of the walls of ice. Dark Shadow lunged at Ida's feet, tripping the boy. Hatsume shot a net gun at Todoroki. Todoroki's left side lit up with fire, and the net was destroyed before the fire was quickly extinguished. Bakugo flew over the ice wall, watching as Izuku crashed into the wall, making a nice hole for him and Yanagi to slip through. 4, 3, 2, 1. The audience cheered and that's time. Present MIC shouted from the announcer's box. In first place we have Team Midoriya with some impressive maneuvering skills. After them we have Team Bakugo, stealing a few points to put them ahead of the game. Then we have Team Todoroki with their original headband, placing them just barely in third. Finally we have Team Tesu wait. No. Team Shinsu. What an upset at the very end of the game. Team Shinsu coming in to swipe fourth place in an impressive turn of events. Competitors now have an hour to eat lunch and recuperate for the next event. Midnight announced, if you're getting out of your seats please do so in an orderly fashion. Thank you cuties. She smiled seductively up at the stands, causing quite a few spouses to hit their significant others for staring. Izuku dropped the Billy transformation and shuddered. He hated using him, but it was worth it to get the win. Kindly set me onto the earth Izuku, I mean Midoriya. My legs hurt from sitting on your shoulders, Yanagi said, her face a light pink. Izuku gripped her waist and hoisted her over his head to set her in front of him. Sorry Yanagi, I doubt that my shoulders are the most comfortable. Yanagi didn't turn around as she robotically walked forwards. It is quite alright. I am just going to inquire about food. Yes, food that I will then eat. Please do not look for me. I will be perfectly fine and normal and not heiress, I mean nothing. I said nothing. Izuku watched as she power walked out of the stadium. I hope she's okay. Oh well. Before he could follow the rest of the crowd, Todoroki laid a hand on his shoulder. I need to talk to you. Follow me. Izuku lifted an eyebrow and grumbled a little about how he didn't say please, but followed the boy anyways. After some walking, they reached a deserted hallway. The boys each leaned up against a wall, staring at the other with a mix of emotions. You made me break my promise. I used his fire, Todoroki finally said, causing Izuku to scoff. No, Hatsume made you use your fire by shooting a net at you. What does it matter anyways? The other teen glared at him. It was your plan that led to that event. Have you heard of quirk marriages, Midoriya? Todoroki related his life story. How his father met his mom, how they had kids because of his father's twisted idea of a perfect quirk, how he was born of it, and how his mom had gone crazy from it all, leading him to swear to never use his father's fire. Yet you made me use it, even if indirectly. The boy watched Izuku as he processed all of this. Finally he seemed to come to a conclusion. Todoroki, I hear what you're saying, but if that is really your mindset then you only have two choices ahead of you. The teen raised an eyebrow in a rare show of emotion. You can either learn to get past your trauma and use your fire, or you can give up your spot in the hero course and pursue a career in another field. Todoroki looked shocked. Did he really just say that? That may sound harsh, but it is the truth. If you limit yourself, you and others will get seriously hurt, and that is not something I can look past. Let me tell you something, Todoroki. I am not completely human. My father was a monster, and my mother was infertile, yet here I am. I had to deal with the fact that my powers come from a place of evil. I decided to use them for good in the end. If you cannot do the same, then you have no place as a hero. Izuku glared at the boy. You don't become a hero for yourself, Todoroki, you become a hero for others. If you let someone get hurt because you cannot move past yourself and be a hero, then I will come for you. Fog rolled in around their legs, and Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes met Izuku's now black pupils. And when I catch you, you will see what a true monster is. Todoroki stood still, his racing heartbeat calming the farther Izuku got from him. Izuku reached the end of the hall and stopped. The same goes for you, Bakugo, his black eyes peering into the darkness where Bakugo was resting against a wall. If you cannot get over your own pride, I will drag you to hell if it is the last thing I do. He walked off towards the cafeteria, hoping that Yanagi had saved him a seat. Bakugo stood there for a while, wondering many things. How did Izuku know he was there? When did he figure it out? Did he really think that Bakugo was that prideful? And, since when was Bakugo intimidated by Izuku? The students that would be progressing on to the final event waited in the field to see who they would be fighting against. Here are the matchups. Midnight cried. The board read, Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinsu Narenjiki Shoda vs Denki Kaminari Shouto Todoroki vs Hantashiro Myhatsumi vs Tenya Ida Yuga Emma vs Mina Ashido Momorozu vs Fumikage Tokomi Mashirao Oriho vs 𝐒𝐻ero Kirishima Leiko Yanagi vs Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight opened her mouth to speak, but a voice from the students interrupted her. I would like to forfeit my position. Everyone turned to look at Ojiro, who had stepped forward with a determined look. Are you sure? You're giving up an irreplaceable opportunity? Midnight asked, looking confused. Oriho nodded. I don't remember the last event, and I don't think it's fair for me to continue when I'm not even sure that I participated in the last challenge. I agree. A student from Class 1B stepped forwards. I cannot accept this opportunity if I didn't earn it. Midnight glazed between the two boys before nodding. Mashirao Ojiro and Narenjiki Shoda have forfeited their positions in the final tournament, so 2 students will be chosen at random from the last round to fill their places. Ojiro's and Shoda's last names spun and 2 new names took their places. Izuku smirked. Filling in for Mashirao Ojiro is Tetsu vs 𝐒𝐻ero Kirishima. And filling in for Narenjiki Shoda is Nito Minoma vs Denki Kaminari. Izuku looked up at where he knew Minoma was and smiled evilly. As the other students left the field to allow for the first match to take place, the purple-haired boy approached him. So you're my opponent, here. My name's Hitoshi Shinsu. Let's have a good match. He held out his, but before Izuku could answer him, Ojiro's tail covered his mouth. Don't answer him, Midoriya, that's how he gets you. Shinsu tisked and walked over to his side of the battlegrounds. Izuku looked to Ojiro and nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Ojiro patted him on the shoulder and walked off, saying beat him for me as he left. Izuku took his position and waited for the match to start. Ready? Midnight called out start. Present MIC yelled, the stadium watching them intensely. Izuku watched Shinsu carefully, waiting for the boy to make his move. I'm assuming the monkey told you how my quirk works. The lavender boy sighed. Ojiro did indeed tell me how it works, but I don't think that it will help you, Izuku said, a light glare on his face. Shinsu raised an eyebrow at the greenette's confidence, but allowed his quirk to grab the boy's consciousness anyways. Something that many didn't realize about Shinsu's quirk was that it gave him a small glimpse into the head of whoever he took over. Usually it was a flash of something, like what they had for breakfast, or the face of a loved one. When Shinsu reached for Izuku's consciousness, however, he realized that he should have just walked off the stage instead. The first thing to hit Shinsu was the screams. The number of voices was deafening. Next came the visions. He saw horrified faces, hooks, knives, mallets, chainsaws, and BLD. So much BLD. He was in a house, then a factory, then a lab, then a meatpacking plant, then a forest, then finally a cornfield. From the corn fog, rolling over him like a blanket of icy hands. Then a hook flew out of the corn, spearing his shoulder and dragging him into the corn. When he touched the corn, he found himself in an empty black space. Then 2 eyes the size of houses opened in front of him, their green pupils glowing like floodlights. Shinsu gasped as he returned to the real world. He fell to his knees and held his chest with clenched fists. He looked up to see it touching its head gently. I see, the thing said with what sounded like pity, you were bullied because your quirk seemed villainous. I am sorry, but it isn't. That was when Shinsu really saw the boy. He looked at him in sympathy. Your quirk is not truly evil. Mine is. But that doesn't matter. As someone dear to me once said, I may be a monster, but I am a monster of justice and righteousness. I will use my powers to become a hero, will you? Shinsu looked upon the monstrous man, and finally caught his breath. He stood on shaky legs. In the crowd, Yanagi blushed up a storm. The stadium had gone quiet when Shinsu had fallen to his knees, so Izuku's words had rung out clearly across the field. She clutched her heart as the audience began whispering. She knew that she needed luck on her side to defeat Bakugo, and she had a feeling that she knew just where to get some. Shinsu stared at his opponent. I'd rather not use my quirk on you again, and I know that without it I am not a match for you. Could you at least give me a cool send-off? Izuku's lips twitched into a small smile. I can do that, but I hope that you won't mind the nightmares that come along with it. ♯Shinsu gave him a lopsided smile. I don't sleep much and I have a feeling that I'll have nightmares from what I saw in your head. What's a little more horror on top of it? Izuku chuckled as fog rolled around his feet. That's fair. Well then, I hope that you get into our class. You're fun. Shinsu blushed slightly, but watched with horrified curiosity as Izuku's body cracked and shifted. Where the green-haired boy once stood, an ugly man took his place. He was wearing a black fedora, black cargo shorts, and a red and black striped sweater. His face was a mess of scars. He raised his hand to lightly scratch at his face, and Shinsu noticed the glove that he wore on his right hand. It had large knives that emerged from his fingers like tiger claws. He waved at Shinsu, the knives making a hissing sound as they rubbed together. No way! Ashido yelled, almost deafening Yanagi. I know him. That's Freddy Krueger. The class stared with renewed interest. Yanagi watched Izuku carefully. This was one that she hadn't seen yet and she didn't want to miss it. Izuku stood still for a few seconds before rushing forwards. Shinsu tensed and leapt to the side. Izuku swiped the air where he was just standing, tanking the punches to the gut as if they were nothing more than gusts of wind. Shinsu looked up at the horrifying visage of Freddy Krueger as he raised an eyebrow and knew that he was screwed. Izuku slipped his claw-like knives into the front of Shinu's shirt and lifted him off of the ground. The boy kicked at him, hoping to dislodge himself, but before he could, Izuku whipped his hand off to the side and threw him out of the ring. Hitoshi Shinsu is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Midnight called out, flicking her WHP as the crowd cheered. It was a quick and uneventful match, but it was still interesting to watch. Izuku and Shinsu left the field, and Izuku felt that he had made a new friend. See you around, you creep, Shinsu said with a teasing smile. Izuku chuckled. You too, why freak? He punched the other boy in the shoulder gently and they went their separate ways. Izuku reached the box as the match between Monoma and Kaminari started. His class congratulated him hurriedly before turning their attention on the battle below. Izuku sat next to Yanagi, who blushed. Splendid work, Izuku. I mean Midoriya. Her blush deepened as he looked at her. You know, Yanagi, you can call me Izuku if you want. I don't mind really, she asked, fidgeting in her seat. Yeah, you saved me from going insane. If anyone deserves to be able to call me by my given name, it's you. His smile was so bright that Yanagi had to look away. Well then, as is customary, I insist that why you call me Aleiko. Izuku blushed and looked away. Oh, the two kids blushed even more so. Ashido smirked from the back. Oh yeah, they're in love. Kirishima raised an eyebrow. Really? I mean, maybe they like each other, but love is a little much. Ashido scowled a little. I bet you 5,000 yen that they kiss by the end of the day. Kirishima rubbed his chin before sticking out his hand. You're on. They shook on it just as the match was called. Denki Kaminari is unable to continue. Nito Monoma wins. The match had been a SHT show. Kaminari used his full power right off of the bat, but Monoma just turned into metal and waited until he shorted out. After that, the cocky blonde tried to get his opponent out of the ring, but the moron kept dodging him. After a few minutes of fumbling, he finally threw the boy out of the ring. Izuku watched this and smirked. He was going to enjoy the next match. Izuku's killer files Freddy Krueger, aka the Nightmare. Freddy's power is odd. All survivors will randomly fall asleep during the course of a round, but will wake up when hooked, when messing up a task, or by using a floating TV that appears somewhere on the map. While asleep, one of two things will ail them: fake pallets that will explode when thrown down, or pools of BLD that will cause survivors to slow down and scream when walked over. Freddy also has the power to teleport to generators every so often, but survivors are warned of this beforehand as BLD spurts out of the generator when this happens. Strategy: wake yourself up as soon as possible. This can be done through the methods above. It is also recommended that you watch out in case BLD begins to leak from the generator. And I'm skipping the other fights, as they would happen just like in canon. Sorry if you wanted to see me describe them, but it's a waste of all of our times. Yanagi was nervous. Her quirk was powerful and she was good at using it, but Bakugo had proven time and time again that he is incredibly powerful. She paced around the waiting room while biting her lip, a habit that she only had when she was alone. There were a few knocks at the door, and she opened it to reveal Izuku. "Mind if I come in?" he asked with a small smile. Yanagi nodded and let him into the room while she resumed pacing. She could feel his eyes on her as if she were being circled by a shark. A very hunky shark. "You're going to do fine, you know that, right?" Yanagi looked up at the sound of his voice. The small smile he wore when entering was gone. "Bakugo is strong, but he has his weaknesses. I won't tell them to you, I know that you wouldn't want them, but I assure you that if you look for them, you will find them." Yanagi watched as he stood from where he was resting against a desk and stalked over to her. The way the shadows seemed to cling to him matched with his black-green eyes entranced her. He stopped just in front of her and she noticed that he had grown a little, now about half an inch taller than her. "But our quirks, his is infinitely more useful for aggressive tactics, and this situation demands of us nothing but our best." Izuku's eyes flitted, the green seemingly chased by the black. "This may be true, but not all wars are won by strength alone. Use your strengths to your advantage, and his strengths against him. I know that you can do this." Yanagi was about to retort when the announcement for her to head to the field echoed through a nearby loudspeaker. Izuku grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her into a quick hug. "You've got this." With that he left. Bakugo looked at the girl across from him and frowned. He needed to show that DMN nerd that he was as strong as he boasted. He would be the #1 hero and nothing would stand in his way. He lowered into a fighting stance and waited. "Start!" "Present MIC," cried from the announcer's box. Bakugo immediately blasted off towards his opponent. Yanagi held her ground, waiting for the perfect moment. The audience held their breath as Bakugo got closer and closer to Yanagi. Finally he got within range and spun to attack her. The explosion roared off of his hand, the smoke covering where Yanagi once stood. The spectators gasped, but suddenly Bakugo was pulled forwards into the smoke. Bakugo felt a leg catch his foot as he stumbled forwards. He fell to the ground and Yanagi pounced on him. The smoke cleared, and the stadium could see that Yanagi was sitting on Bakugo's back and had his hands held out to the sides with her knees on his shoulders. Cheers rang out through the stands, including one S section. Ida noticed that Izuku was still watching closely. "It looks like it is Yanagi's win, yes." Izuku glanced at the boy and nodded. "That is the way it looks. But Yanagi still has a fight on her hands." Yanagi allowed herself a small smile as she held down her competitor. Before she could say anything, however, a blast rocketed out from Bakugo's hand. The heat made her left go of his wrist, shaking her hand from the small burn that was certainly forming. Bakugo took advantage of this and turned his palm towards her. The second explosion knocked Yanagi from Bakugo's back and caused her to tumble across the ring. The audience let out a disappointed cry as Bakugo got to his feet. His face was blank as he charged at the girl again. Yanagi rolled over onto her back, and when Bakugo got close enough she pulled with her quirk. Bakugo felt himself get pulled forwards and stuck his hands out, letting off an explosion as Yanagi tried to kick both feet into his gut. Yanagi was blown back another few feet as Bakugo flipped onto his feet a few yards away. Bakugo ran towards the girl again as she struggled to her feet. She ducked under his outstretched hand, the explosion ruffling her hair. She tackled his legs, but he twisted in her grip and pushed off of her back. He rolled across the ground and swept her feet out from under her. He jumped onto her, holding his hand in front of her face. Yanagi glared at him as they huffed and puffed for breath. Finally she relented. "I am forced to yield." Bakugo nodded and stood up. The crowd roared in disapproval before Aizawa spoke up. Bakugo had to attack her with such ferocity. If he hadn't he would have lost. Ida watched as Izuku stood slowly, his eyes shadowed by the angle of his face. The black-haired teen found Monoma resting against the wall outside of 1B's viewing area. The blonde looked up and smirked at him. "It must SEK to see your girlfriend get beaten that badly here." "Well, don't worry, I'll send you to the infirmary to see her soon enough." Izuku ignored him and continued down to the stadium. Izuku stood on his side of the ring and watched as the blonde-haired boy finally made it to the ring. "Ready!" Midnight cried, raising her WHP up. "Wait!" Monoma exclaimed. He walked to the middle of the ring and stuck his hand out. "That was uncalled for, can we have a good fight?" Izuku stalked towards the other teen and grabbed his hand, the strength of his grip causing Monoma to wince. "You think that we are cocky for surviving what we did? Fine, then we'll see if you can stay that way. He let go of his victim's hand and walked back to his side. Present MIC was yelling something about sportsmanship when Monoma reached his area with a smirk. Start! Let's see what your quirk is like. Monoma cackled, reaching for the copy when he felt it. Nothing. He frowned and looked at the unimpressed boy on the other side of the arena. What are you? Finally Izuku cracked a sharp-toothed smile. I am a monster. Izuku's body swelled and rippled as he grew larger. His skin turned purple, and his brain became exposed. Present MIC stopped narrating, and Aizawa froze. 1A watched in horror as the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 stood tall and menacingly where Izuku once was. The audience chattered nervously at present MIC's silence, which was something that never occurred. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 strode towards Monoma, its footsteps shaking the ring. Monoma breathed out a wall from one of his copied quirks, but the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 broke through it like it was paper. He called Tetsutetsu's quirk and hardened into steel. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽's eyes just flashed in amusement. Before Monoma could move, he found himself flat on his stomach. The ground cracked around him. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 grabbed him by his feet and threw him into the air. When he got close to the ground, the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 slapped him across the ring, stopping him from flying out of the other side with a fist to the stomach. Monoma could feel the punch through his metal skin, considering himself lucky that the denting would fix itself when he released the quirk. The crowd was deadly silent as the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 picked him up by his feet again and slammed him into the ground a few times, leaving imprints of his face on the ground. The monster lifted the metallic boy up to its face before slamming him into the ground a few more times. It threw him out of the ring, Tetsutetsu's quirk failing after he was buried into the concrete of the wall. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 cracked and shifted back into Izuku. He walked down the steps to a silent arena. As he passed by the boy stuck in the wall, he huffed, "Puny human." Midnight looked over to Cementos and the concrete man stared back at her. The staff had heard the story of the USJ and had recognized the transformation the second that it had appeared on stage. Nito Monoma is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Izuku felt his heartbeat pick up and saw that spine chill lit up, something that hadn't happened since the USJ. Fog rolled around his legs and he prepared for a fight. When Endeavor appeared from around the corner, Izuku knew that he was in no danger. Not because there wasn't a villain nearby, but because this villain wouldn't attack him here. What do you want, Todoroki? The hero's eye twitched and he scowled. You're powerful. You will make a good challenge for my creation. Small black tendrils rolled off of Izuku's shoulders, but he held back. I will enjoy my fight with Xiaoto. I think that we will both learn something from it. He glared at Endeavor. Know this, Enji Todoroki. If you're still around by the time I become a hero, I'm coming for you. The number 2 hero raised an eyebrow before it lowered back into his scowl. So he told you? BLD dripped from Izuku's clenched fists. He did, and I promise you that you will be brought to justice. Endeavor almost chuckled, even if it's the last thing you do. Izuku couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed. His laughter turned into cackling as the pro-hero stood there in confusion. No, the look in the boy's eyes made Endeavor's BLD run cold for the first time since he was 4. Even if it's the last thing you do. Izuku brushed past the flaming man, the burns on his skin healing as he walked away. Warning: for a gross scene in this chapter. If you want to skip it, look for this. Izuku watched as Todoroki froze Ida over the same way he had frozen Zero in the first round. Izuku was unimpressed at this showing, but was ready for his match. Yanagi looked over at him and frowned. What will you do, Izuku? It appears as though you shall not be able to even fight back. Izuku looked over at her and gave her a reassuring smile. I have a plan. Don't worry, they didn't notice the betting running rampant behind them. Mina smirked evilly, glad that Ida was the one who had just had his match. About 1/3 of the students had placed bets on when the two would kiss, and Mina couldn't be happier. It was always fun to have some stakes. The class watched as Bakugo and Tokoyami took to the ring. Who do you think will win, Midoriya? Yorozu asked, having left the area where the betting pool was taking place. She hoped that her intuition was right. Izuku sighed. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible for Tokoyami to win. Dark Shadow is weak to light, and Bakugo produces light constantly. Yorozu and Yanagi nodded, and as the battle began they saw that he was right. Bakugo beat Tokoyami quickly, getting him pinned in less than 2 minutes. It was then that Izuku stood up. Sorry ladies, I need to go get ready for my fight. Izuku walked down to the gate, prepared to fight when All Might arrived. The hero looked almost as good as he did in his prime. He was almost as large as Endeavor was, and he didn't look strained at all. Hello, young Midoriya. I came to wish you luck. Izuku smiled at his hero. Thank you, All Might. The man chuckled a bit before his expression grew a bit more serious. Young Midoriya, I just wanted you to know that my offer is still on the table. Izuku grimaced and looked away. I know that you think your quirk is evil, but I know that you have what it takes to be the best hero of your generation, regardless of my quirk. I think that with it you could be the best of all time. However, All Might's large hand gripped his shoulder lightly. There is no pressure, but think about it, my boy. I believe in you. With that, All Might left. Izuku felt as though the small hole in his heart had shrunk some at the hero's words, but he still wasn't sure. He would have to think on it. He then heard Present Mic call for him and Todoroki to enter the field. With one look down the corridor, Izuku stepped into the light. And now for the first of the semi-final matches. Present Mic cried, the audience feeding off of his energy, keeping a cool head throughout the festival, and locking the competition in the ice of his eye is Shouto Todoroki. The crowd roared as Todoroki walked into the arena, and unleashing his monstrous spirit onto his foes. The student to strike fear into the hearts of villains everywhere. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stalked his way onto the platform and watched his opponent carefully. One mistake could cost him dearly here. Ready? Begin. Midnight yelled. Just like that, it was time to fight. Todoroki launched a large wave of ice at Izuku. The large glacier covered Izuku's whole side of the arena. The stadium grumbled in disappointment, but Todoroki was not so easily fooled. He was prepared to launch another attack when he saw him. Izuku was floating on the side of the iceberg. He must have used one of his transformation's powers to get up there. Before Todoroki could send his next attack, Izuku began to change. He grew taller, his hair thinning on top and growing out straight and wavy. His guts swelled and his clothes changed to a raggedy purple suit that seemed to just barely cover his stomach. His face turned pale white, blue and red outlining his lips, and he looked much older. In his right hand he held a large knife, and in his left he had a small purple bottle. Todoroki reared back and swept his hand forwards, ice quickly growing up the side of the glacier. Izuku hurled the bottle in his hand down at Todoroki, and it struck him directly in the chest. This caused his hand to go up sharply, the ice becoming more of a pillar than a wall. Purple gas surrounded Todoroki and he yelled out in pain. His vision swam and his nose burned. He stumbled and coughed. He felt two more bottles crash into him, the purple gas now completely obscuring his vision. You could stop this, Todoroki, if you used your fire. Izuku's voice resounded through the gas, warped and distorted. Todoroki yelled and threw a large wall of ice randomly in one direction. You will only weaken yourself by doing that, Todoroki. He felt a kick to the back of his left leg and he fell to the ground. His right hand whipped over to freeze the other boy, but he couldn't feel anything. The gas started to clear, but more bottles crashed into him. He screamed and shot ice out to find the teen. He was rapidly running out of time, frost starting to cover his arm and face. You must use your fire, Todoroki, or you will lose. A blow came to his head, making him fall onto his back. He roared and pressed a hand to the concrete. Ice sprung up in all directions, but Todoroki knew that that wouldn't stop Izuku, just slow him down. Why do you care? Did that bastard pay you? Todoroki heard Izuku growl before he was picked up and thrown. His back slammed into a wall of ice, and he lost his breath. Get over yourself, damn it. Your father may be an abusive but mine. Suddenly the gas parted and Todoroki could see perfectly fine. Izuku stood there, his eyes burning black voids as he grabbed Todoroki by the shirt and roared in his face, "Mine is AF monster." Todoroki grabbed his arm with his right hand and unleashed his quirk. The ice quickly encased Izuku's left arm, but Todoroki was already shivering. He couldn't go on like this. If you don't believe me, Izuku snarled, pushing Todoroki back into the ice. The audience watched in horror as Izuku dislocated his shoulder and put his razor-sharp nails to it. Then let me show you. Shrieks rang out throughout the stadium as Izuku chopped his arm off. Todoroki felt like throwing up, and he knew that there were many people throughout the stadium who were. 𝐒𝐿 picked up his frozen arm by the wrist and flicked it at the ground. The ice on it shattered, and he swung it back up to his shoulder. It smacked the bleeding flesh there and somehow stuck to it. 𝐒𝐿 grabbed some gauze out of thin air with his right hand and quickly wrapped his shoulder up in it. After a few loops he stopped and pulled it tight. Todoroki watched as his fingers twitched, and 𝐒𝐿 made a fist. He brought his hand up to his face to show the other team. I could have healed fully without any help, but it would have taken about an hour. Do you understand now, Todoroki? Without your full power, you would die in the real world. Todoroki got over the churning in his stomach and lifted his right hand, only for 𝐒𝐿 to smack it out of the way. Todoroki gulped down the bile in the back of his throat. I will never use his fire. It's not his fire, 𝐒𝐿 roared, the ring shaking with the power of his voice. It's yours. This caused Todoroki to flash back to a time long ago, before his scar. He was sitting at the table eating lunch. His left eye was swollen shut and he was covered in bruises as normal, but he had a smile on his face. He looked up at his mother who was humming a tune as she cooked something. Mema! 𝐿𝐿 called, causing his mother to look at him. I think I love your quirk the most. I love using it because it's so much fun. His mother giggled and smiled at him. I like using Mama's quirk better than using Papa's quirk. At that her eye twitched, but 𝐿𝐿 didn't notice. 𝐿𝐿, his mother said, causing the boy to look up at her. You don't use either of our quirks. 𝐿𝐿 tilted his head and asked really. His mother smiled and shook her head. Nope. She booped him on the nose, causing him to giggle. You use your quirk, not ours. 𝐿𝐿 gasped and his eyes went wide. His mother's smile grew a little sad and she gently patted his hair. 𝐿𝐿, always be true to yourself, okay? 𝐿𝐿 nodded and smiled. I will, Mama, I promise. The cute lisp caused his mother to giggle and pull him close, pressing kisses all over his face as he laughed and pushed her away. Todoroki smiled longingly at the memory as his left side burst into a raging inferno. He couldn't hear anything except a dull roar as he remembered one of the last happy days he had had with his mom. A single tear rolled from his right eye, and he sat up. 𝐒𝐿 was looking at him with a proud smile. Now do you understand, Todo no? 𝐿𝐿. Todoroki nodded and got to his feet. He felt as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders, and he stood tall. You're crazy, you know that, 𝐒𝐿. The boy shrugged and laughed. Me, even if you toast me I should be okay in a day or two. His black-green eyes danced with mirth as he lowered into a fighting stance. Now let us finish this, 𝐿𝐿. I have something important to do after this. Todoroki laughed. Is this not important to you? 𝐒𝐿 held out his hand and made a silver gesture. The teens chuckled and readied themselves. 𝐿𝐿! A voice rang out from the bleachers. 𝐒𝐿 and Todoroki raised an eyebrow and looked over at a smiling Endeavor as he pressed up against the railing. I see you have finally accepted my power. Now I can finally train you. The two boys looked at each other in mild annoyance as he continued to spout off some bullshit about Todoroki and his fire. Excuse me for just a second, 𝐒𝐿, Todoroki said. 𝐒𝐿 made a go-on gesture. Todoroki swept his right hand out, and ice rushed over the ground, climbing up the ring's wall to completely engulf the raving lunatic. Now let's finish this, Todoroki said, 𝐒𝐿 flipping the thawing hero the bird before turning back to his competition. Without another word the two teens rushed at each other. 𝐒𝐿 spun in place, Todoroki barely able to register the bottle that smacked into his face. He held his nose and coughed at the gas for a second before his fire burned it away. He searched for 𝐒𝐿 before he felt his leg get kicked out from underneath him. He fell to the ground and shot out a burst of flame from where his target had been, but missed. He spun around, using his fire to speed up, and knocked 𝐒𝐿's feet out from under him as well. Todoroki tried to capture 𝐒𝐿 with the ice, but the boy jumped out of the way before he could. 𝐒𝐿 hucked another bottle at him, but he raised his left hand and burned away the gas as it struck his arm. He moved his hand out of the way to see that 𝐒� had once again vanished. He felt arms loop around his waist and he was picked up off of the ground. 𝐒� bent backwards and threw the other teen behind him. Todoroki unleashed a blast of ice to stop himself, but before he could move again, Midnight called out, 𝐿𝐿, Todoroki is out of bounds. 𝐒� Midoriya is the winner. Todoroki looked down and saw that he was just barely over the line. His fire sputtered out and he huffed in disappointment. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 walked over to him and grabbed the other boy's right hand with his left. He lifted both of their hands into the air and the crowd cheered. Todoroki looked at the boy and asked, "Isn't this the arm that you just cut off?" Izuku just smiled evilly and Todoroki sighed, "You shouldn't do that, you're going to freak people out." "So what? I'm fine, see." Izuku wiggled his fingers and Todoroki huffed. Together the boys walked out of the arena bickering about the ethics of cutting your arm off in front of people. "Even if you can grow it back, Izuku. It's my choice, Xiaotou." Izuku's killer files the clown. The clown is an overweight clown in a purple suit. He has a knife and bottles of noxious gas. If he throws a bottle it will shatter and release the gas. Stepping into the gas causes you to scream, move slower, and have your perception warped for a little while. Strategy: don't get caught in the gas if you can help it. The clown will try to slow you down or find you with it, so try not to enter it. If you have to, make a break for it as fast as you can. He will likely be hot on your trail and closing in fast. In this corner is the King of Crashes, the Baron of Blasts, the Duke of Demolition, the Ruler of Rockets, the Emperor of Explosions, Katsuki Bakugo. Present MIC called. The audience cheered as Bakugo walked into the field. And in this corner, the monster of UA. He's the creak of the floor in the dark, the shadow over the moon, the thing that goes bump in the night. Our very own bogeyman. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out calmly even as the stadium thrummed with energy. He and Bakugo stood across from each other and Izuku could feel the weight of his gaze. "Now let's get ready to rumble. 5, 4, 3. Izuku lowered himself close to the ground, his transformation racing under his skin, waiting for its moment. TWO. Bakugo's hands popped with small explosions as he readied himself. Fight. Izuku shifted, his body becoming thinner and taller. His head changed into a flower-like shape, and he placed his hand on the floor. Energy transferred into the floor, and his face opened up. He let out a shrieking roar. He was the Demogon. Bakugo launched himself the second he heard fight, and he barreled down at Izuku. He recognized the transformation, but he didn't care. This was a long time coming. Bakugo rocketed towards Izuku, prepared for war. Izuku dodged underneath the first blast, the heat annoying his gray skin. Bakugo used another explosion to reorientate himself and released another wave of heat at Izuku. The monstrous boy shrieked and swung up at Bakugo. He batted him away and walked backwards to get some distance between the two. They stared at each other for a few seconds before rushing to meet again. Izuku moved right to sidestep the initial attack and grabbed Bakugo in his clawed hand. He threw the teen, but the blonde quickly regained control over his movement. Bakugo spun in the air and pressed an explosion into Izuku's face. The beast cried out and hit the ground. He stood quickly and backtracked a bit. Bakugo pushed forwards, but before he could hit the boy, he clawed at the ground and entered what looked like a large zit in the ground. Bakugo paused and looked into the hole, but there was no sign of Izuku. That was when he was struck from behind. He tumbled head over heels for a few feet before coming to a stop. He looked up and saw that there was a second hole not too far away from the first. The blonde growled and leapt to his feet. He pointed an exploding finger at Izuku and yelled, "You better stop F around and fight me for real, Deku. I had enough of you looking down on me." The Demogon, which had been charging at him, came to a stop. It shifted back into the black-haired boy and he raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about, Bakugo?" The portals behind Izuku faded into nothing, and he knew that trick wouldn't work anymore. "You've been looking down on me all this time. You were strong and I thought you were weak. Don't you understand how Bakugo came to halt in his mini-rant. Izuku frowned, he couldn't have heard that right. "You were what?" The blonde scowled and looked away, his left hand scratching at his right arm. In the background the boys were dimly aware of Present Missy narrating this odd turn of events. "You were what, Bakugo?" The boy in question growled out an answer, but it was too quiet for Izuku to hear. "What were you, Bakugo?" "I was worried about you, you stupid nerd." Bakugo thundered. Izuku was taken aback. "Bakugo? Worried about him? Your quirk was weak, and I was scared that you would get yourself killed. Tears rolled down Bakugo's cheeks as he hung his head and screamed, "You were my only friend. I couldn't see you get hurt." Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. "But what about all of those things you did to me? Using your quirk on me. Blowing up my things." Bakugo kept his head turned away and responded sadly, "I was trying to show you that you would only get hurt in the hero business. You know that I've always been shitty with expressing myself." Izuku's jaw was hanging open. Not in his wildest dreams did he picture this. "But it doesn't matter," Bakugo scowled, "you've been holding back. You've been looking down on me." He blasted himself forwards, tears still streaming down his face. Izuku grabbed his famous right hook and slammed him into the ground. "Bikatsuki, I haven't been holding back on you, or looking down on you." Bakugo looked up at him in confusion, catching his breath from hitting the concrete. "I didn't know about the killers until a few months before the exam. I didn't know until the day of the sludge villain incident." Bakugo looked up at him with an odd expression. "I never looked down on you, Katsuki. I looked up to you. You were everything I wanted to be." Tears pooled in Bakugo's eyes as he sat up. Izuku held out his hand and pulled his old friend to his feet. Bakugo looked at him for a few seconds before pulling him into a hug. This confused Izuku to no end, but he returned the gesture with a few pats on the back. Can we be friends again, Izuku?" Bakugo said, pulling away from the teen. Izuku smiled and nodded. "Of course, Katsuki. Just talk it out next time, okay?" The blonde nodded before he seemingly remembered where they were. He pushed Izuku off of him roughly and crossed his arms with an angry expression. Izuku laughed and backed away. "Why don't we finish this up, here? I mean, I still have to beat you, right?" Bakugo scoffed and glared at him, but there was no real heat to it. "Just don't hold back, Izuku. I want you to use that power that you used at the USJ." Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath. The audience watched as a light fog began to enter the stadium. Izuku's nails grew larger, and his teeth sharpened. His pupils turned pitch black, and he smiled. "Let's do this, Katsuki." 3 tendrils burst from the ground, waving dangerously in the air. They were smaller than the ones at the USJ. These were about as big around as a light pole and about 10 feet tall. "This is as much as I can control right now." Bakugo smirked and explosions popped from his hands. I can handle those stupid things." Izuku smiled back, his teeth glinting in the light. "Ready, set, go." Bakugo flew forwards, quickly reaching the stationary Izuku. He raised his hand for an explosion, but the left tentacle grabbed his arm and his blast cracked the concrete. The right tendril slammed into his gut and he flipped in the air. He released a few explosions to regain control of his body, but he had to pause for a second to catch his breath. The tentacle definitely bruised one of his ribs. He dodged to the right as the back tendril stabbed into the floor in front of him. He used that opportunity to blast himself at Izuku once again. The left tentacle tried to intercept him, but he continued past Izuku, trying to attack him from behind. Before he could, the back tendril grabbed his leg and slammed him into the ground. He unleashed a blast to make the tentacle release him and boosted himself backwards as the other tendrils attacked him. The left and back tendrils raced at Bakugo and he blasted himself to the right to dodge them. He looked up and saw a chunk of concrete coming at him. He blew it up, but that gave Izuku the time to land a kick to his stomach. Bakugo skidded across the ground. When he got up he realized that they were back in their starting positions and chuckled a bit. He launched himself into the air and kept going until he was high up. "It's the end, Izuku." He smiled at the teen, seeing Izuku smile back. He let himself fall, using explosions to spin rapidly. "Howitzer impact!" he roared, letting off a truly large explosion. Smoke filled the ring. As it cleared, Bakugo saw that he had hit the tendrils instead of Izuku. The tentacles moved. Back to reveal a burned Izuku. He smirked at the blonde as his burned arms healed before the audience's eyes. "That was impressive, Bakugo, but you might want to be careful next time. Not everyone can heal like I can." The tendrils snapped out before Bakugo could react. The left and right wrapped around his wrists, forcing his arms out straight and lifting him into the air. The back tendril whipped forwards, stopping with its point touching his Adam's apple and drawing just a bit of "I win, Katsuki." Bakugo has been immobilized. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya is the winner. Midnight called out. The crowd cheered and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 set his friend on his feet. Bakugo looked disappointed for a second before steeling himself. Good job 𝐒𝐿, you really have gotten strong. 𝐒𝐿 smiled as his tendrils disappeared into the ground. You too Katsuki, you're as impressive as always. The blonde smirked and puffed up at the praise. Together the boys walked out of the arena. They had some work to do on their friendship, but this was definitely a start. 𝐒𝐿 looked around in wonder at the sheer size of the hall and its impressive decorations. It was Christmas time, and Ashido had mentioned having a party. Yorozu was kind enough to suggest having a sleepover at her house. The boys and girls would be split up when sleeping, of course. Everyone had thought it was a fun idea, and �ヱ𝐵 went around handing each of them a piece of paper, declaring that they would do a secret Santa gift exchange. 𝐒𝐿 had gotten Tokoyami and had gotten him a copy of a very old pre-quirk horror novel called Frankenstein. He knew that the goth boy would like it, and he even wrapped it in black and lime green paper, with a little help from his mother, of course. Everyone gathered in a large dining room with a table the size of 𝐒𝐿's family room. It had a Christmas tree that was at least 20 feet tall and decked out in all sorts of ornaments. He placed Tokoyami's gift under the tree and walked around to mingle with the classmates that were already there. Everyone was dressed up in festive clothing. Ida had on an ugly sweater and khaki briefs. Ashido was wearing a skimpy Mrs. Claus outfit, the skirt barely covering her behind. Kaminari was wearing a hat that hung mistletoe over his head. None of the girls got close to him, and Yorozu herself was wearing what looked like a very cozy riding hood. 𝐒𝐿 was wearing a sweater with a chainsaw on it and jeans. After everyone had arrived, Mineta showing up much to the rest of the class's annoyance, they started the gift exchange. Tokoyami was as stoic as ever, merely mumbling a classic dark literature. My thanks to whomever purchased this novella for me, but 𝐒𝐿 could see that he was excited under his little act. When he opened his gift, 𝐒𝐿 found a note inside the box. He set the note to the side and pulled out the box's contents. Firstly, there were some extremely nice pens of all sorts of colors, and under that was a sturdy notebook. He flashed a smile to his friends and sliced open the envelope with his nail. The note inside read, "Dear Midoriya, you have been a great friend to me throughout this year. If not for you, I'm not sure that I would have survived it. I know that you are fond of notebooks and note-taking, so I decided to give you something to help with it. The pens are designed to work in zero gravity and underwater, allowing you to write notes anywhere you are, and the notebook is water and fireproof. I hope that you will enjoy these presents as much as I have enjoyed having you in my life. Your secret Santa." 𝐒𝐿 looked around the room and smiled at his friends. His eyes lingered on the person that he was sure got him the gift, her white hair pulled out of her face with a red and green bow. He put the gifts back in the box and watched as the rest of the students opened their presents. Time skipped to later that night. "All right everyone. It is time to go to bed," Ida announced, his arm chopping away. Many of the teens groaned at having to go to bed so early, but Ida's next word sent almost all of them scrambling for their toiletries. "If we do not get to bed soon, Santa will pass us by." Mineta scoffed, causing the class to freeze. "You all still believe in Santa Claus? Please. You're heroes in training, grow up." The students glared at him, 𝐒𝐿 speaking up, "You better watch out Mineta, or you won't get any presents tonight." Mineta just scoffed again and left to get ready for bed. The teens took showers in the many bathrooms in Yorozu's house and met up where they were going to be sleeping. The girls would sleep in Yorozu's room, and the boys would sleep in the guest room across the hall. 𝐒𝐿 made sure to tell Mineta that if he found the boy trying anything pervy that he would drag his soul to hell. The boy was not sure that 𝐒𝐿 was joking, so he resigned to keeping his nose clean for the evening. The class quickly went to sleep. 𝐒𝐿 listened to the boy's soft breathing, but he couldn't find it in him to sleep. He was just not tired, which was strange. Usually he would fall asleep the second his head hit the pillow, but tonight he just couldn't. Is this some sort of curse for being half human? He has been able to sleep on Christmas Eve before though. Perhaps now that he knew and had embraced that he was only partially human, he would not be able to sleep on this holy night. It kind of bummed 𝐒𝐿 out, but he ended up accepting it. After all, there was nothing that he could do about it. He resigned himself to reading on his phone for the rest of the night, but half an hour before midnight he realized that he was out of water. He decided that it would be fun to go make himself some hot chocolate, so he climbed out of his sleeping bag. Bakugo and Kirishima had taken the large bed that was in this room, Bakugo having claimed it and Kirishima arm wrestling him to earn the right to sleep in it as well. That had been funny to see, and seeing Bakugo hanging off of the bed to try and escape the wandering and cuddle-prone Kirishima almost caused him to laugh. He quietly made his way out of the room, making sure not to step on any of the other teens. He crept down the hallway, finding it mildly amusing that his vision was barely impaired by the darkness. He eventually found the kitchen and set about making the hot chocolate. Once he was done making the delicious beverage, he poured it into a mug shaped like a snowman. He grabbed a gingerbread man for the road and exited the large kitchen. He was walking past the dining room when a sound made him pause. He peeked into the room and there he was. Santa Claus. The jolly man was munching on a cookie as he set out some presents. He stood up once he was finished and turned his head towards Izuku. The myth flashed him a smile, put a finger to his nose, and puffed into a cloud of sparkles that rushed up the lit chimney. Izuku stood there in shock. That was interesting. He shook his head and smiled. He was glad that he couldn't sleep tonight. He walked back towards the room, but stopped again as the door to the boys' room swung open silently. Out from it a hooded figure emerged. It was very tall, barely making it through the door despite its hunched shoulders. Two long horns curled from rips in its hood. The shabby red cloak that it wore dragged along the floor, chains and bones decorating the sides of it. It turned its head to look at Izuku, and the boy saw two glowing red eyes watching him. The figure's gaunt face was barely visible from its hood, a long white beard fell braided against the creature's chest. One kipi, uniragwarani rivniatugrik. It said in a language that Izuku could understand, but couldn't recognize. O Rivnio Bati Rivnia Peso. Izuku watched the figure wearily. He had a pretty good guess as to who this might be. El Sadio Nairo Tugrik Rivnia Peso, Kip Peso Rivnia, Izuku said. The figure's eyes narrowed at him before it made a deep nod. Izuku moved his jaw, unsure of how he could speak this language. One U. Krampus shifted and from its cloak a pale, withered hand emerged. In its hand was a snow globe, and inside the snow globe, Izuku could see a tiny Mineta pounding against the glass. The small Mineta saw him and waved with both hands, trying to get his attention. Peso Unaira Rivni Tugrik. Krampus replied simply, a small smile on its face. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Mineta appeared to be shouting something, but Izuku couldn't hear him. One Bati Tugrik Naira EDV. The teen asked, the darkness behind him warping as it formed sharp tendrils. Krampus shrunk back, hastily nodding as the smile fell from its face. Izuku glanced once more at Mineta, the pervert seeming to have realized what was happening. Bart Nairagwarani, Bart Sadikip Bartifranca o Nairal Nairagwarani. Krampus's face split into a large smile and the creature bounded down the hall away from Izuku. The teen merely sipped his hot chocolate and entered the room that Krampus had left. He continued to read throughout the night, sparing only a glance up as Krampus returned just before morning with a sleeping Mineta. The creature bowed to him before it left, and Izuku wondered at the reverence that it showed towards him, thoughts for a later time perhaps. The next morning the class opened their presents with gusto, Izuku happy to find that he had been given gifts despite being what he was. As the class was finishing up, Mineta burst into the room. Midoriya! What the hell was that last night? You let that thing take me away and dash. What thing? Izuku asked innocently. You know DMN well what I'm talking about. That demonic Santa thing. Mineta cried out, looking around as if Krampus would pop out from somewhere. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mineta, Izuku replied. Besides, I thought that you didn't believe in Santa Claus. The class laughed, and Mineta stood there stunned. Izuku allowed his eldritch powers to slip in enough to give Mineta a sharp-toothed smirk before he turned back to his class to continue opening presents. That was a very interesting Christmas indeed. Everyone be quiet, Aizawa called as he entered the room. The students all immediately fell silent. Aizawa hid a smile behind his scarf. As you all know, the sports festival is for more than just fighting your classmates, it is also to earn internship offers by showing pros what you can do. Here are the rankings. The class started chatting excitedly as they saw how many offers they had gotten. A few stood out, Todoroki getting well over 2,000 offers, and Bakugo getting just under 1, then there was Izuku. 1. Are the professional heroes so blind that they cannot see your inherent talent, Izuku? Yanagi said, a slight scowl on her usually expressionless features. Tokoyami spoke up, giving Izuku a nod of respect. Perhaps it is because you showed how much darkness that you can HNSS. The pros are merely afraid to stand in your shadow, lest they be bested by it. Izuku chuckled. Thanks you guys, but it's alright. I went a little overboard in my fight with Todoroki, but at least I know that the hero who sent me the offer isn't squeamish. Maybe it's because you're a freak, Mineta whispered under his breath. Yanagi growled a little, and the pencil that Mineta had been holding mysteriously lodged itself into his hand. The other students ignored his whines. The class turned their attention back to Aizawa when he activated his quirk to glare at them. Something that is essential for heroes is their name. I happen to be horrible at them, so I called me for help. Midnight exclaimed as she burst through the door. Now everyone take a whiteboard and write down your hero names. She began passing out the boards as Aizawa climbed into his sleeping bag. Izuku looked down at the board in his hands and recalled all of his old ideas for hero names. They were all really childish, mostly being based off of other heroes' names like All Mights, or Best Genists, or... Izuku looked up at his teacher, remembering the first autograph he had ever gotten. Eraserheads. He couldn't use one of those, especially not the Eraserhead one. That would be so embarrassing. Other students went up, Izuku quite liking a few names, including Froppy and the rejected alien queen, but Yanagi's was interesting. Emily. He wondered why she chose it. Finally he had an idea. He scribbled it down, and was about to head up when he saw Bakugo walk up to the podium. King Explosion Murder, he announced, a small glare on his face. Not a chance, Midnight said, giving him a thumbs down. Bakugo growled and looked like he was about to say something when Izuku spoke up. That doesn't strike enough fear into a villain's heart, Bakugo. Try something more serious. Bakugo scowled, but nodded and sat back down. It felt good to have Bakugo listen to him again. Izuku approached the front of the room and took a deep breath. He flipped his board around and said proudly, I am the Eldritch Hero, Entity. Midnight took a second to mull it over before responding. Normally I would say no, but with the way your quirk works and the way you seem to embrace the whole I may be a monster, but I'm still a hero thing. If that's what you want, then I guess I approve. Izuku smiled at her and walked back to his seat, Jiru standing up next. Yanagi frowned when he sat back down. Are you set on naming yourself after your father? I would have thought that you'd stay away from anything pertaining to him. Izuku thought for a moment before replying, it's true that I distrust my father, but there really is no better name for me. I'm not entirely human, I am an entity. Something that exists. This just feels right. Yanagi nodded, not seeming entirely convinced, but she let the matter drop. That was when Ida revealed his name. You're following Todoroki's example and just using your name. Alright then. Izuku knew about Ingenium, and there was no way he would let his friend suffer or a good hero be forced to retire. He would talk to Ida after this. He had a plan. Time skipped to the end of the school day. Ida packed his bag quickly, wanting to go home and do more research on the hero killer. There had to be something that he was missing. Before he could make a quick, but rule-abiding, getaway, Izuku stopped him. Ida, I know what happened to your brother. I'm alright, Midoriya, I just need cut the bullshit. This stopped Ida dead. He didn't think Izuku was one to swear. I know you plan to hunt Stain. Ida scowled and was about to retort when Izuku spoke again. I won't stop you, but I have an offer for you. Ida raised his brow in confusion and once again made to speak. I can heal your brother. Completely. It will take some time. He probably won't be able to walk again for a couple of months, and possibly not work for the rest of the year, but I can fix his spine. Ida's mouth shut with a click. This will cost you two things, however. 1. You come to me in your times of need. I am your friend and I will help you whenever you need me. The second thing needs to be done in private. Follow me. Ida followed Izuku to the boys' bathroom, wary of the final condition. The second thing I need from you is this. I need to hurt you then heal you. This will allow us to see each other no matter where we are. That way if you find the hero killer, I can help you fight. Do we have a deal? Ida watched as Izuku held out a hand. Could he live with Izuku interfering in his revenge for his brother's sake? He grabbed Izuku's hand, and a knife flashed into the teen's right hand. He slashed Ida on the forearm, and the boy let out a hiss of pain. Izuku equipped a grey medkit and began wrapping Ida's arm. After he was done, he looked up at the blue-haired boy. Watch this. Izuku entered a stall and closed the door. Ida's eyes widened. He could see a glowing yellow silhouette of Izuku where the boy was standing. Izuku left the stall and gazed at his classmate. Before we go on our internships, take me to your brother and I will heal him. Be safe, Ida. With that, the half-human teen exited the bathroom. Ida stared down at his arm, feeling like he had just made a deal with the devil. Izuku's perk files aftercare unlocks potential in one's aura reading ability. You see the aura of every survivor that you rescued from a hook or who rescued you from one. You complete a healing action on or who completed one of you. This occurs for up to several survivors and they will also see your aura. As Izuku sat on the train, he remembered back to when the sports festival ended and he cringed. Flashback time. Izuku and Bakugo walked together up to where their classmates sat while the teachers got the podium set up, and Izuku was immediately tackled in a fierce hug. The class chuckled as Yanagi snuggled into the blushing boy's chest. Aleko, you can get off and now, Izuku said. The girl's eyes widened and she leapt off of him, her face red. She glanced at the crowd of students, frowned a bit and then gave Izuku a kiss on the cheek. The class Eden laughed as Izuku went BLD red. Bakugo yelled at them all to shut it and stop making fun of the DMNDQ. That's my job. Meanwhile, Ashido was flipping through pieces of paper that had everyone's bets written on them from her place in the corner of the room. She was sure that someone had bet a kiss on the cheek. That would be me, Ms. Ashido, a small voice said from above her. She looked up to see the principal hanging out of the ceiling. She flipped to the second to last note and sure enough, there was Principal Nezu's bet. She smiled and handed him a wad of cash. Pleasure doing business with you, she said. The pleasure's all mine, the Chimera replied, closing off the hole in the ceiling. The rest of the ending ceremony was cringe-worthy, with All Might interrupting Midnight as she tried to speak, and saying the wrong thing to end off handing out the medals. I mean, your school has a motto. How do you mess that end? Flashback. Izuku was brought out of his thoughts by the train arriving at his destination. He got out and followed his map to where he was told to go. Thankfully it wasn't far and his luggage wasn't that heavy. Finally he ended up at what looked like an apartment building. He raised an eyebrow, but decided to just go with it. Who was he to judge? After reaching her floor, Izuku walked to the specific door that she had mentioned. He rang her doorbell and took a step back, not knowing what to expect. The door swung open to reveal the heroine in nothing but a loose grey t-shirt and black short shorts. Her long white ears twitched and she continued brushing her teeth lazily. Oyuku Ida. The rabbit heroine Miruko asked, not even bothering to take the toothbrush out of her mouth. Izuku's sweat dropped as he tried not to stare at her comfortable clothing. Yes, I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. The heroine turned to walk back into her apartment, waving for him to follow as she did. He reluctantly followed, keeping his eyes firmly on the back of her head and not on the fluffy white tail that stuck out of her shorts. He shut the door behind him with an eldritch tentacle. He was getting used to using his powers more and more. Miruko pointed him into a living room area as she continued walking, presumably to the bathroom. Izuku scratched the back of his head and stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, not wanting to seem rude. Miruko walked back in, sans toothbrush, and hopped onto the couch, stretching out and giving Izuku a very nice image. No. Bad Izuku. So, do you know why I scouted you? She asked, brushing an empty takeout box off of her messy coffee table to grab a remote. She turned on the TV, switching it to an old pre-Quirk cartoon. Because you thought it might be beneficial to teach a future hero. She cackled, whether it was from Izuku's comment or from the show where the duck had just gotten shot after pronouncing duck season, with a heavy lisp. No kid, I scouted you because you got guts. She gave him a full-toothed smile. You weren't afraid to do what it takes despite being on international television. You ripped your own arm off. That was badass. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and nodded, not sure what to say. I don't do interns, and I don't do sidekicks. You're my partner from now until you leave, and you have full permission to use your quirk. Just don't do anything stupid, she said, sitting with her legs spread wide and her arms slung over the back of the couch. Izuku raised an eyebrow and stared purposefully at her face. "You're going to give a first year that much power?" The heroine gave him a glare and nodded. "You seem like the kind of person who only uses your quirk to get the job done, not just for fun. Though you do tend to be a bit showy." Izuku shrugged. He could admit to that. It was hard not to when your powers let you turn into horrifying monsters, serial killers, or an eldritch horror the likes of which have never been seen on Earth. "Alright, so what are we going to do? Not sit around and watch cartoons, I hope." The bunny on screen was directing a large man to sing comically, and Miruko glared at him. "Don't insult my shows." Izuku raised his hands up in SBMSN, but didn't apologize. The heroine groaned and got up from her position on the couch, scratching her butt as she haunched out of the room. "Put on your costume." "Why?" Izuku asked, confused. Miruko gave him that same smile that showed off all of her teeth. "We're going to go kick some butt." Izuku smirked. That was more like it. Izuku and Miruko were on patrol when it happened. Buildings exploded, gnomes tore through the city, and chaos reigned. "Come on, kid, we gotta help out," Miruko said, scowling as she chased a gnome. Izuku moved to follow her, but he saw something. The outline of Ida sprinting towards something. It had to be Stain. "I'm sorry, Miruko," Izuku called, drawing the heroine's attention as she kicked a gnome to the ground. "I have to go. There's something that only I can do." Miruko watched him for a few seconds, crushing the gnome's sternum with her foot. Finally she nodded. "Go. I give you permission to use your quirk. Just text me your location so I can send backup." Izuku nodded and rushed off, shifting into Legion to move faster. Ida was lying on the ground, the cut in his side stinging. He couldn't move. Ever since the hero killer had carved into him, he was frozen on the ground. His quirk must work with BLD, seeing as how the villain had liked it off of the blade. "You hurt my brother," Ida cried. He was a good man. He just wanted to help those around him. The man stalked over to the boy, glaring at him with the hatred of 100 stars. He crouched next to Ida and turned his face to look at him. "Your brother was misguided. He was weak. He should not have been a hero, so I stopped him. Now I will stop you." Stain got up and positioned his sword over Ida's back. He lifted the weapon, and was about to stab the boy when his instincts screamed at him to move. He dodged to the left, and a blade hissed through the air. Standing over Ida was a ghostly woman. Her black hair floated as if she were underwater, the white bindings on her chest protected her modesty, but her skin was a sickly blue. She twitched and shook, her face glared at the hero killer. The sword that the woman was holding appeared to fold in on itself and stuck out of the back of her right hand. The woman twitched once more before shifting into a familiar form. "I told you to let me know when you were going to fight him," Izuku said, glancing down at the boy. Ida's mouth hung open as Izuku typed something into his phone nonchalantly. "You shouldn't look away, boy," Stain said, swinging his sword at the texting teen. Izuku caught the blade, sending the text and putting away his phone before looking up at the villain. "Do you mind? I'm letting my guardian know that I'm safe." The hero killer was at a loss for words. His mouth hung open and he stared at the boy as if he had just insulted his mother. The teen slammed the heel of his hand into the man's face where his nose should have been and turned to his paralyzed friend. "Seriously, couldn't have given a guy a heads up here. Whatever. Let's get this over with." The same sword as the one the woman had appeared in his hand, ready for action. Stain sliced at him, but this time the sword phased through him completely. The man stumbled to a stop and looked confused at his blade when his instincts told him to dodge. He ducked as the boy's blade bit through the air above him. He swung his own weapon at the teen, but Izuku merely parried his strike, his face seeming bored. "How?" the hero killer roared. "How are you so calm?" Izuku yawned and swung his sword at the man again. "I've faced serial killers since I was like you get tired of it pretty fast." This caused the man to freeze. "I'm working on getting therapy, it's just so expensive," Izuku said, lunging at the murderer. They clashed blades again, exchanging blows a few times. Their weapons clanged and clattered. Obviously this boy was well versed with his sword. The teen froze like he had before, and Stain jumped away from where he was standing, hoping to catch the boy off guard. He let out a cry as the sword slashed his side. He lashed out, trying to make Izuku back up, but the teen stepped into his guard and uppercut him. The villain stumbled back, and another slash made him hiss in pain. He fell to the ground, finding that he couldn't get up. Izuku knelt down next to him and gave him a closed-eyed, sharp-toothed smile. "Your own medicine tastes gross here." Thought so. Izuku quickly moved to where Native was slumped against a wall. He pulled out a medkit and got to work wrapping the man in bandages. "You should be fine here in a few minutes, so I'll need your help making sure Mr. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 doesn't attack us again." The hero laughed and nodded, grateful to the boy who saved his life. Izuku then moved to Ida, who glared at him. The blue-haired boy struggled, but eventually sat up. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him, but began to wrap him in gauze. "I thought we were going to fight together." Ida growled, "I wanted to avenge my brother." Izuku scoffed and gently slapped him upside the head. "And I thought that you would tell me when you found him, but I guess we were both disappointed tonight. You're lucky that I'm still going to heal your brother at this rate. You had your chance to attack Stain, but you were beaten. Now it's time to let it go and start anew." Ida scowled for a few seconds before nodding reluctantly. Native got up, NSNG his wounds, and began to disarm the fuming and confused serial killer. "Why can't I get up? What have you done to me, boy?" Stain asked, unable to get to his feet. Izuku just rolled his eyes and began looking around for something to bind the man with. "It's part of my quirk." "Wow. Who would throw away perfectly good rope?" "Some people, man. I tell why." The three made short work of tying up and gagging because he kept spouting some nonsense, the hero killer. Just as they were finishing up, some police officers and heroes came rushing down the alleyway. Miruko leapt over those in front of her to get to Izuku. She punched him on the top of his head and growled at him. "So this is what was so important. You're lucky I gave you permission to use your quirk, or I would be the one dragging you in." Izuku just laughed as they walked out of the alley. "You know, despite fighting one of Japan's most notorious supervillains, it was a pretty good night." "Wait. Why was everyone getting smaller?" "Oh, a Nomyu." "Wait, a W." Izuku looked up in confusion at the Nomyu that was currently flying away with him. He scowled and summoned the power of the spirit for one last time that night. "You know, if you wanted to elope, you should have asked first," he said, slicing off the Nomyu's wings. They began to fall out of the sky, Izuku grabbing the Nomyu tightly by the body. The police parted as the ground rumbled beneath them. A large pole erupted from the earth, a hook swinging ominously in the breeze. Izuku grit his teeth and slammed the Nomyu onto the hook. The creature screeched and howled as it struggled to get itself off of the painful metal object. Izuku opened up his menu. "You know, I never thought I'd use one of these, but I guess I don't have a choice here." He pulled the Nomyu off of the hook, quickly striking it down with his spiked bat. He shifted, becoming the doctor. He stepped over the Nomyu, his hands glowing with lightning. He placed his hands on either side of the creature's head and allowed the lightning to shock its brain. After a few seconds he took a step away, flipping it over and watching smoke come from its face. He shifted back to his normal form and frowned at the monster. "I'm sorry, but you left me no choice. I never wanted to use it." A memento mori. Izuku's killer files the spirit. The spirit is a ghostly woman with blue skin and flowing black hair who wields a fragmented sword. Her power allows her to move around while invisible, leaving a twitching copy in her place. When using her power, she cannot see survivors, but this does not stop her. Strategies: when the spirit stops moving, try not to move if she has not seen you. If she has, then don't run as she is able to follow your footsteps. Find a window or pallet and get on the far side from her. This will hopefully keep you safe. Spine chill is recommended so that you know when she is coming. More notes. Ivory memento mori. The ivory memento mori allows a killer to kill one survivor by hand after hooking them once. Each killer does this differently. Note: I hope to never have to use a mori. It is cruel and murder. This will be my last resort. I can only hope for forgiveness. Izuku tugged tightly on the bandages wrapped around Ida's arm, causing the other boy to hiss in pain. "I'm disappointed in you, Ida." The blue-haired boy looked up at Izuku, a little confused. "You seriously thought that you could beat the hero killer all by yourself?" "I used my perk on you for a reason, you know," Izuku sighed, allowing his medkit to fade away. "I can heal from just about everything, and even I was cautious." Ida scowled. "No, you weren't," you mocked him. "You were texting someone when you showed up." Izuku rolled his eyes and leaned against the wall. I mocked him to cause him to get sloppy. As for texting the hero that I was interning with, that was something that I had to do, besides I was safe. What you didn't realize was that I had picked up a piece of metal and held it in my hand so that when I caught the blade it wouldn't cut me. Ida looked shocked. Izuku sighed again. I'm still going to heal your brother, but next time trust me, okay? Ida nodded, feeling bad for betraying his friend. Suddenly the door burst open, and Miruko stalked in. She stormed over to stand in front of a bored-looking Izuku. You captured the hero killer. Izuku nodded, an eyebrow raised. And you didn't invite me? The heroine growled, glaring at him. He was below your pay grade, Izuku replied. I mean, I beat him. You would have run circles around the guy. Miruko squinted at him, inspecting his face. Then she laughed, slapping Izuku's back. You're funny, kid. I'm glad I sent that invitation. That was when the dog-headed police officer at the door decided to make his presence known. Boof. Hello, boys. I'm glad to see that you two are doing all right. I heard that you took down the hero killer. I'm here to discuss that. The other occupants of the room looked confused, and the officer continued. You see, Boof, because you are not licensed pros, we cannot give you credit for the capture of Stain. Instead, now wait just a carrot-picking second, Miruko exclaimed. What do you mean you can't give the kid credit? He had my permission to use his quirk. The dog-headed man was visibly shocked, an odd look because of his quirk. You give, what was your hero name again, kid? Entity. You give Entity the credit for the capture. He did it under my orders. I'll take the flak if need be. Miruko announced, jabbing a thumb at herself. Izuku took a step back to look at his mentor. Thanks, Miruko. The heroine just gave him a thumbs up and said, no problem, kid. Alright, well I will, let the press know, I guess, the officer said, backing out of the room. Miruko left with him, likely to make sure that everything was set in order. Izuku looked to his friend and crossed his arms. Alright, let's go patch up your brother. Ida looked up with wide eyes. Now? Like right now? Izuku nodded. You don't need to get anything ready. Izuku shook his head. Nope, now get up, lazy bones. Also, you're going to have to explain to your brother what happened with the hero killer. I won't force you to right after I heal him, but I expect it to be sooner rather than later. Ida nodded, getting up from the bed with a groan. Oh hush, you big baby, you just got nicked. Let's go. Ida led Izuku to where his brother was set up. The bespectacled teen knocked gently before opening the door. When Izuku looked in, he could see a man in a wheelchair staring out of a window. Ida slid in, quietly speaking. Tensai, there's someone here to see you. He can help. The man in the chair spun himself around, a sad smile on his face. He saw Izuku, still dressed in his hero costume, and sighed. Tenya, Mom and Dad have already searched all over the world. The only people who could heal me don't want to make the flight out here for a relative nobody like me. Izuku chuckled. Hello, Ingenium, I am Entity. Part of my quirk allows me to heal people. I can heal any injury as long as the person is still alive and willing to go through multiple treatments. I can heal you, trust me. The older Ida brother squinted at Izuku before his eyes widened. You're that boy from the sports festival. The one who cut off his own arm. Izuku nodded and waved with the arm he had removed during the fight with Todoroki. Ingenium took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a minute. When he opened them, he looked determined. What do I need to do? Izuku smiled devilishly. When he left, the two brothers were crying. The hero Ingenium could feel his legs. It was a good start. Izuku sank into the entity once more, now understanding that this was no dream. Something was different this time though. He was a killer, but something was off. He could feel something inside of him. He looked down, and what he saw horrified him. He was a new killer, and this one had something growing out of it. He raised his left hand to get a feel of the creature growing from his left breast, also noting that this killer was female. When his hand reached it, it squirmed and turned to face him. It was what appeared to be a deformed baby, and the strangest thing was, he could feel, see, and hear everything it did. He took a step back, the creature letting out a screech of surprise. Suddenly it leapt from his chest, and his mind swam. When he came to not a second later, he was looking up at the body of a deformed woman, the woman missing her left breast, a hole where it should be. He realized that his mind was now in the body of the creature. His original body was slumped and barely standing, not showing any signs of life other than the soft rise and fall of her chest. As was custom when he was first learning how to use the killers, he got a feeling for how he was supposed to activate the powers. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the original body. He felt as if he was being tugged forwards, and when he opened his eyes he was now in the original body. The child was standing there and watching him with dull eyes. It was growling and snarling, but otherwise seemed inactive. Why? Why did his powers evolve in this way? He understood with the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 because he married the 𝐻𝐻𝐽. This must be the reward. Punishment. For killing the beast. He looked at his hands. The hook in his right hand was heavy with the weight of his sins. As much as he hated his killers, he had to learn how to use them. The rest of the night he spent reluctantly hunting survivors and learning how this new killer worked. The names of the two floated to the forefront of his mind, courtesy of his father no doubt. The twins, Victor the dwarf and Charlotte the giant. A fine addition to his collection. Time skip. He walked into class that next morning distracted, thinking of all the ways he could use the twins in his hero work, but when Kaminari yelled Midoriya, "Dude, that was awesome," he was pulled from his musings. He raised an eyebrow, confused as to what he did that was so cool. Thankfully and unfortunately Kaminari was more than happy to tell him, "Did you really take out the hero killer? That's crazy." Izuku's mood soured, and his gaze flickered over to Ida. His eyes were red from crying. Hopefully they were happy tears, but Izuku didn't really want to remind him of what happened. Before he could tell Kaminari off for being insensitive, Bakugo surprisingly spoke up, "Hey discount Pikachu. Shut your thing mouth. Did you forget that Glass's brother got hurt by that son of a beach? I knew your quirk fried your brains, but I didn't think it was that bad." Kaminari blanched and turned to Ida, apologizing profusely. Ida merely waved him off. "It's all right. I would appreciate it if you don't bring it up again, but my brother will be all right. Midoriya is helping to heal him, so he should be able to get back into hero work in a few months." At this, the class turned to Izuku once more. "I knew that you had the ability to regenerate yourself, even reattaching your own arm, but never did I speculate that your powers of immortality extended to others." Midoriya. "What a mad banquet of darkness you are," Tokoyami said, summing up the sentiment of the class in a very eloquent sentence. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head shyly. "Yeah, I can heal basically anything given time. I healed someone's entire stomach once." The entire class seemed shocked, most of their mouths hanging open in surprise. That was until Yanagi spoke up, "Izuku is one of our best. It should not cause such a ruckus that he is able to save the unfortunate from death." Izuku blushed and the rest of the class seemed to just nod along and murmur their agreement. Bakugo growled out something about also being one of the best, but there was no real heat behind it. Izuku took his seat and class began. His good mood returned. He spared a glance at Yanagi and saw her staring at him with a dreamy smile. He waved and smiled, thankful for her kind words. She waved back and turned towards the front as Aizawa entered. Time skip. Izuku, Yanagi, and Ida were sitting at one of the tables eating lunch when Todoroki approached them. He messed with his tray and stood there awkwardly. "I mean, Midoriya, is it all right if I sit with you guys?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, of course. You know, if you want you can still call me Izuku, right? We're friends." Todoroki seemed shocked. He sat down, just staring at his cold soba. Izuku gave him a lopsided smile. "Also, if you want, I could remove that scar for you." Ida started to berate Izuku for being insensitive, but Todoroki's sniffles quieted him. The normally stoic boy was crying just a bit. He nodded. "Yes please Izuku. I'd like that very much." Izuku smiled and pulled a gray medkit from his inventory. He stood behind the boy and gently wrapped the gauze around his left eye. After a few layers, he allowed the medkit to disappear. "There, it should be done by the end of the day." Todoroki touched the gauze gently. "Thank you Izuku." "Very much." Izuku just smiled at him and nodded. The group began to eat and chatter happily about whatever came to mind, even Todoroki sporting a small smile. Then another girl bounced over to them and slid into a seat. It was the brown-haired girl from 1B. "Hey, I thought that it would help our classes get along if we hung out," she said, flashing a wide smile. Izuku couldn't quite argue with that, so he shrugged. Her smile grew just a bit wider and she seemed to radiate light like a sunbeam. I have some information about our exams, she said, lowering her head and whispering. I talked to an upperclassman, and he said that we're fighting robots. The others talked about how easy that was, but it gave Izuku an odd feeling. That seemed a little too easy. He glanced up and saw Aizawa standing in the doorway. Their eyes met, and Aizawa turned away. There was definitely something up with the exams, but Izuku wasn't nervous. He knew that his class would do great. The students assembled in front of their teachers, very confused as to what was going on. They were all dressed in their hero costumes, which was mildly concerning, but all they could do was stand and wait for someone to tell them what was going on. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long. Hello! Principal Nezu exclaimed as he popped out from Aizawa's scarf. Welcome to your exam. I suspect that you are all wondering what is going to be on this exam. At that, Mina bounced forwards with a confident smirk. Nope. We already know. We're going to be fighting robots again. At that, Principal Nezu began laughing hysterically. The class felt their stomachs drop in fear. Not at all, Miss Ashido. For this exam you will be fighting US. Principal Nezu swept his hand as if to reveal the other teachers to them. The class had various reactions to this, but most consisted of fear and disbelief. Izuku merely scowled and looked over the assembled heroes. Which would he be fighting? This was going to be interesting. Quiet, Aizawa demanded, the class immediately clamming up so that they could hear what he had to say. He nodded in approval and began to explain how it was going to work. You will work in groups of 2 to either take down or escape one of us teachers. These matchups have been decided in advance, so don't try and get with your friends. First up is Asui and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm, then. Izuku zoned out for a bit, knowing that when Aizawa said his name he would be able to pay attention enough to know who he was fighting with. Who would they pair him with? It was unlikely to be someone like Yanagi because of their close relationship. Maybe Todoroki. They were both very strong, so pairing them up against someone like Aizawa would make a lot of sense. Except that Aizawa's quirk didn't work on him because he didn't technically have a quirk. And finally, Aizawa said, Izuku's attention turning back to his teacher. Bakugo and Midoriya versus Deshmi, said All Might, crashing to the ground in front of the students. He rose up to his full height and his smile looked a tad devilish. Izuku looked over to Bakugo, the angry blonde looked back at him and nodded. They may not be friends yet, but they could work together enough to kick some butt. The teachers all led their students off to some buses that would take them to their exam centers. Izuku and Bakugo sat in the back. So what's the plan, nerd? Bakugo asked, glaring at All Might out of the corner of his eye. The giant of a man merely turned away from them, the faint glow of his blue eye peeking around his face. He was still watching them. Here's what I thought of, Izuku began, whispering to his partner. This was going to be fun. At the exam space, All Might gave the 2 young men a minute to get inside of the fake city before he got into character. Ha. Who cares about the city? Not I. He would admit that his villain persona needed work, but it would do for now. He threw a mighty punch towards where the start was, breaking windows and blowing up debris. Thanks to Izuku, his time limit was a much larger 10 hours, so he should be okay for most of today, but he would still be careful. He didn't want to hurt himself after Izuku put in the effort to heal him. Then he heard an odd sound. It was like a feral dog, a screeching growl that sounded out from next to him. He looked down to see a small grey blur jump onto him. He cried out in pain as the thing yanked him around by his hair and costume. It dug its sharp claws into his back and bit him and screamed. All Might was defenseless. He did his best to grab the creature, but it was like trying to catch a fly with pool noodles. The hero didn't even notice Bakugo until an explosion erupted in the giant's face. He growled, unable to properly fight back. Every time he moved to attack Bakugo, the small creature, which he assumed was Izuku, would stab him with its claws. Every time he tried to grab at the small creature, Bakugo released an explosion on his face or hands, effectively making it impossible for him to reach the thing. Finally he decided that it was time to stop holding back. He clapped his hands hard, throwing Bakugo away from him. He waited for just the right moment and grabbed the demonic thing clawing at his back. He held it in front of him and saw that it was like a baby turned into a monster. Nice try, young Midoriya, but you're going to have to try harder than that. That was when a robotic voice called out, "Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo have passed." All Might looked up in shock. Bakugo growled from his position on the ground. "Nerd, I said give me at least 5 minutes." The demonic baby disappeared from All Might's hand and the giant was very confused. Izuku was leaning up against the finish line when All Might and Bakugo arrived. "How did you do that?" All Might asked incredulously. Izuku pushed off of the wall. "I got a new killer after the stain incident. It allows me to control 2 different bodies. I attacked you with the smaller one to distract you and make you think that we were just going to fight you. In reality I just walked over here." Bakugo stomped up to his partner and scowled at him. "You said 5 minutes, Izuku nodded. "I gave you 5 minutes. You just didn't beat him in time. I apologize for not helping more, but I felt like you wanted to test your skill by yourself." Bakugo's scowl remained, but he nodded and stormed off. Meanwhile Ioma and Yanagi held onto a rock as 13 tried to SCK them up with their black holes. "You're in love with Midoriya, why?" Ioma asked, a confident smile on his face. Yanagi looked up for a moment, thinking. "Yes, I believe so." Ioma, shocked by how blunt Yanagi was in admitting her love, let go of the rock to put his hands on his cheeks. This was such good drama. Wait. Ioma realized what he had done the second that he let go of the boulder. His eyes watered as he rocketed towards his teacher, who thankfully turned off their quirk. 13 caught the distraught teen in their arms. Ioma frowned sadly as he slapped the cuffs on the surprised hero. The plan was to have Yanagi do it. Darn. Later in the end most of the class passed, but those who didn't were very sad. The rest of the class tried to cheer them up, but they were beside themselves with disappointment. When Aizawa entered the room, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why are you so sad?" he asked. "Bibi, because we don't get to go to the camp," Mina said, her eyes comically overwhelmed with tears. Aizawa tilted his head before skiing in a deep breath. "Oh right, yeah, that was a lie." The class sweat dropped. "Everyone is going to camp." The students who had failed leapt out of their seats with a cheer, and the class smiled at them. "But you will be taking extra classes while we are there," Aizawa said, barely audible over the celebrating class. He shrugged, letting them have this victory. "After class, young Midoriya, may I speak with you?" All Might said, popping out from behind a corner. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but nodded. "I'll see you guys tomorrow," he said, waving goodbye to his friends. He followed the large hero to his office, and the man closed the door behind them. "Have you given any more thought to taking my quirk, my boy?" All Might asked, gesturing for Izuku to sit on a couch across from the titan of a man. Izuku sat down with a sigh. "I really don't know, All Might. It could be dangerous." The hero nodded solemnly. "It's quite all right, young man, you still have time to think on it. I have something else to ask of you, however." Izuku sat forwards just a bit, curious as to what All Might would say next. "I have been invited to Toi Island for a convention just before camp starts. I am allowed to bring one guest, and I thought that you would be the best person to come with me. Think of this as a reward for healing him." Izuku wanted to protest, but he felt as though the man would not take no for an answer. "All right," Izuku agreed reluctantly. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, just that he felt like he shouldn't be rewarded for doing the right thing. "How is your healing coming along, by the way?" "Splendidly. I have about 10 hours a day, and when I'm not in hero form I am much healthier than I have been since the incident." All Might smiled more genuinely. "Recovery girl thinks that in about a year I should be back to full health and my hero and civilian forms will once more be the same. I might miss the anonymity at some points, but I would rather be healthy." Izuku nodded with a smile. "Glad I could help, All Might." They talked for a little longer before Izuku had to leave. Izuku felt an odd pit in his stomach. Something was going to go wrong soon. It didn't matter. Izuku was going to be there, and may the entity help whoever angered him. "So how much do you know about Ireland, my boy?" All Might asked from his seat in the private jet. Izuku turned towards the hero, having been staring out the window for an hour or so. "Well, I know that it's the technological center of the world, that it floats around docking only to pick up rare supplies that could not be shipped or grown on the island, and that your old friend David Shield is on it." All Might's smile flickered at Izuku's encyclopedic knowledge of the hero and anyone he has ever been associated with. "You are correct, young man. They heads of Island have invited me here so that I may speak on heroics and the good work of the scientists. I will have to hold my hero form all day, so I hope that you have some more of that special gauze in the event that I need to be healed. Izuku nodded and equipped a medkit, letting it dangle from his hand in front of the hero. I do, but you likely won't need it. As long as you don't get into any fights you should be alright. Time skip. It was tough for All Might and Izuku to exit the airport because of the amount of people that swarmed the hero, but thankfully they finally dispersed most of the crowd and had found a quiet place to rest for a little while. I apologize, my boy. I forgot how difficult fans can be. Izuku chuckled before a blonde-haired girl bounced up to them on a high-tech pogostic. Uncle Might, she yelled, leaping into the man's arms. Ha ha. Young Melissa. It's wonderful to see you again. You've gotten bigger since I last saw you. All Might let out a large laugh, and the girl rolled her eyes. That's usually how aging works, Uncle Might. Who is this? She jumped out of the giant's arms and studied Izuku carefully. This young man is one of my students. He helped me out when I was in a bad spot, so I brought him along as a bit of a reward. I hope you don't mind. The hero rubbed the back of his head, but Melissa waved him off. I don't mind at all. If he helped out Uncle Might, then he must be awesome. Her eyes sparkled and she got really close to Izuku's face. The boy leaned back as far as he could. He may be a powerful demigod, but appealing women still made him a bit awkward, especially one so well endowed. Hi. My name's Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said, offering her a hand. She seized it with enthusiasm, shaking it up and down so hard her glasses bounced. Nice to meet you. My name is Melissa Shield. It's so nice to meet you. Izuku gasped. Wait. Are you the daughter of David Shield? The girl nodded with a confused face. Do you think I could get his autograph? His eyes widened and sparkled, giving Melissa a view straight into the silently screaming souls of the DMN. Of course, she exclaimed, but only if I can have yours. The two kids fanboyed about All Might all the way to David Shield's lab, much to the embarrassment of the large hero. Well, here we are, Melissa said, letting the two men into the room. Just then David Shield and his lab partner walked into the room arguing. David Shield! Izuku cried, whipping out a notebook from who knows where and handing it to the man in question. Can I please have your autograph? The scientist nodded cautiously and signed the notebook, handing it back to a very excited demon child. He stowed it away in whatever pocket dimension that he got it from and stepped back politely. Daddy, I have a surprise for you, Melissa said, a huge smile on her face. That was when David looked up and saw All Might standing in front of the door. David, my friend, it's been a long time, All Might said, pulling the sandy-haired inventor into a hug. Good to see you, buddy, David replied, patting his back happily. Thank you for bringing him here, Melissa. He and I have some things to discuss, so why don't you show your... He looked at the sharp-toothed, smiling boy whose eyes seemed to hold all of the evil in the world in a barely sealed glass jar, just waiting to be unleashed upon the foolish mortals that dare cross him. New friend around a bit. Melissa nodded excitedly and grabbed Izuku by the wrist, somehow making the spawn of an eldritch being blush, leading him back the way they came. Time skip. And this is a helmet designed to increase intelligence gathering while in the field. It's unfortunately still in the prototype phase, but it should be ready in no time, Melissa said excitedly, Izuku staring at the device in awe. Izuku, who's this? A voice called out, sounding as if there was anger barely being restrained under the surface. Izuku whipped around to see Yanagi standing with Jiru and Yorozu. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and stepped away from the excitable blonde carefully. Hi ladies, this is Melissa Shield. Her father used to work with All Might and she was just showing me around the convention. Can you guys believe that Izuku was able to get a ride with All Dash? Before Melissa could continue, a black tendril wrapped around her mouth and yanked her back towards Izuku, the black-haired boy whispering into her ear frantically, I need to keep it a secret how I got here. We don't want people knowing that All Might needed help, right? Melissa nodded and moved the tentacle away so she could speak, the black limb fading into mist. How he was able to get a ride with all the air traffic. It was really busy today. The girls narrowed their eyes suspiciously. So you call him Izuku here? Jiru asked, her earphone jacks wavering like small snakes. Melissa tilted her head to the side curiously. Is that not normal? The girls then realized the cultural differences and proceeded to explain why that was so confusing to them. Meanwhile, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, talking about how he helped All Might would have been bad. Time skipped. The ladies and Izuku were having a lovely chat when they noticed that Mineta and Kaminari were their waiters. We needed some cash, and this job was available. I just thought it would be really cool. Kaminari said, spinning his tray on one finger. Yeah, and the foreign babes are hot, Mineta said, staring at Melissa's. Well, let's just say he wasn't looking at her eyes. Before even Izuku could show the twerp what for, Kaminari smacked him upside the head with a frown. Bro, I'm pervy too. But we talked about this. You can't be doing that SHT to women without their permission. Mineta grumbled and walked off to serve another table, Kaminari apologizing for him before following behind. Good job, Kaminari. You are truly bettering yourself. Just like a true UA student. A voice called from behind the group. They turned around to see Ida chopping away at thin air with a serious expression on his face. Oh hi Ida, I didn't know you'd be here as well, Izuku said, casually sipping on his drink. Ida explained that he was here with his family to look at new gear for their hero organization. I also saw some interesting competitions if you were interested in checking those out, Izuku said, pointing to a nearby man-made mountain. You coming, Melissa? He asked, double-checking that she didn't have somewhere else to be. I'd love to. Melissa said, eyes shining with eagerness. When the teens arrived at the mountain, they saw Kirishima finishing up a challenge. All right. And Red Riot is in 8th place. The announcer lady exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Up next is a yet unnamed hero, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo stepped up to the starting line, and when the horn went off, he launched himself up the mountain. He blew through the robots with practiced ease. When he finished, the announcer shouted, "This is amazing." He cleared it in 15 seconds. He's in 1st place. Bakugo landed with a smug smile. He began to walk out of the arena when the sound of ice stopped him. 14 seconds. Todoroki jumps to 1st place. Bakugo roared and stormed up to the boy. You half and half BSU, where do you get off showing me UP? Todoroki just stood there stoically when Izuku hopped into the ring. Todoroki moved past the blonde to talk to Izuku. It's good to see you, Izuku. Are you going to do the challenge as well? Izuku looked up at the mountain and thought for a second. Sure, why not? His eyes flashed in the sunlight and he stepped up to the starting line. The announcer counted him down, and when she said, "Geo," he shifted slightly. From the shadow of each of the robots, a black tendril burst forth, spearing the robot before fading back into mist. The announcer was so stunned that she couldn't even read out the time it took for Izuku to destroy the robots. Izuku wiped a bit of sweat from his brow. The concentration he had needed was difficult. He smiled at the shocked audience and plucked the microphone from the announcer, and Entity gets the record time of a single second. The crowd chuckles at his antics and he hands the microphone back to the announcer with a smile and an apology. Come on guys, let's go get ready for the gala. I heard their appetizers are to die for, Izuku says, a devilish smile on his face. Meanwhile, I think we should call it off, David said, looking at his lab partner. All Might is doing much better. I think that we can try again with the board now that we have more time. No, David. His partner said angrily, if we stop now our years of research could be wasted. It has to be tonight. Besides, they're already here. The other scientist saw the look of fear on David's face and set a hand on his shoulder. Everything is going to be all right. No one will get hurt and we will get our invention into the hands of heroes who will use it wisely. Come on David, think about the good of the world. David nodded. You're right. It'll be okay. Still, even as he said that, David knew that something was going to go wrong. He just hoped that everyone would be okay in the end. Hey guys, for the sake of time and my sanity, I'm going to skip over quite a bit of the following scenes that aren't really any different from the movie. For example, when all of the heroes get captured, I don't really want to write it and we all know how it goes. Plus I want to get to the good parts faster, so if something isn't mentioned specifically then it happens exactly how it happens in the movie. Good. Enjoy. Not much surprised Izuku anymore. Years of dealing with his father and his father's minions through his dreams had left Izuku pretty used to the unexpected. being the son of some eldritch deity. Weird, but okay. Villains breaking into UA to attack his class. Please, he had been attacked randomly by killers often while growing up. All Might having a quirk that could be passed down and secretly looking like 𝐤𝐸𝐿. A little surprising, but in the end it made sense when he thought about it. Yanagi looking that good in her gala dress. Izuku was picking his jaw up off of the floor. He thought that he looked nice enough, the dark black suit and BLD red tie complementing Yanagi's tight red dress and black belt, but compared to her he felt like a slob. Everyone else looked good too, the boys in dressy briefs and button-ups, the ladies in fancy-looking dresses. Does anyone know where Kirishima and Bakugo are? The boys were, in fact, lost. Kirishima had insisted on not needing a map, and now they were wandering around the building like it was a hedge maze. This is why you asked directions. Bakugo yelled, his scowl deep enough that his face seemed to morph around his eyebrows. Kirishima let out a sigh and hoped desperately that they would be able to find their way to the party soon. Before Izuku's group could head to where the gala was supposed to be held, a voice rang out over the loudspeakers. Attention. Island is now on lockdown. Please remain calm. Melissa frowned. That's not good. I've never heard of the island going on lockdown before. We need to get to the gala. The heroes will know what to do. The students rushed through the halls, trying to reach the party, but as they did so, the heavy security doors closed around them. Finally they reached the room above the gala, a glass window showing them the situation. The heroes had been captured, including All Might. The hero in question was beginning to strain. He had been holding his hero form for hours, and even with Izuku's healing, he wasn't fit enough to be buffed up for this long, and it was starting to hurt. A light flashed in his eyes and he looked up. He saw that Izuku had gotten his attention with his phone's flashlight. Izuku gestured to Jiru, signaling that they could hear the hero. All Might whispered gently, students, it's too dangerous for you to be here. You need to escape and get help. Izuku shook his head. He held up his phone, the words big enough for All Might to barely read them. No help, All Might cursed, racking his brain for something that they could do. Izuku got his attention again. Permission to fight. All Might hesitated. Could the teens really do it? He had no idea how many people the villains had or how strong they were. There was no other choice. I give you all permission to use your quirks. Defeat these villains, young Midoriya, and keep your classmates safe. The shadows around Izuku flickered darkly and he nodded seriously. The demigod turned to his friends. We're on our own. Let's kick some. But the others looked a bit scared, but all returned his determination. Except Mineta, but he was a little beach, so what else was to be expected? Following Melissa's directions, they traveled through the halls until they reached a garden area. The villains had noticed them and started closing the blast doors around them, trying to stop their ascent. An elevator dinged and two villains walked out dressed in riot gear. The teens had hidden when they heard the noise and were planning their next move when they heard voices. Just admit that you have no idea where we are either, Bakubro. There's no shame in it. Shut the F up, shitty hair. I didn't ask for your opinion. Todoroki threw out a glacier, protecting the two boys from getting hit by a sound wave. Todoroki turned to the others. Go. We can handle these two. We'll meet up with you as soon as possible. He made a platform of ice that took them up to the catwalk high above the gardens, giving them access to the ventilation systems. From there they lost Ida, Yorozu, Jiru, Kaminari, and Mineta. They stayed in a room full of robots to distract the enemy from Izuku, Yanagi, and Melissa as the three continued to ascend the tower. The small group ended up on a balcony. Above them was another area that they could get to, but they needed to use Yanagi's quirk to get there. You can count on me, she said, a slight scowl on her face. A bunch of robots appeared suddenly, but before they could attack Yanagi, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Bakugo showed up. Together the three boys held off the robots as Yanagi lifted Izuku and Melissa up to a small platform. How will we get inside? Melissa asked, panic written across her face. I've got this, Izuku said, his body rippling. Melissa gasped, recognizing the creature that Izuku turned into. The Nomu. Izuku used the Nomu's power to burst through the wall, gesturing for Melissa to follow him. Suddenly a villain appeared, slashing at Izuku with his sword. Izuku took the attack without flinching. He backhanded the villain into the nearest wall, knocking him unconscious. After that, the two teens continued on their way, stopping once to defeat some other villains. Finally, they made it to the control room. David and his assistant Sam were there, taking an invention out of the vault, just as we planned, Sam announced, holding the briefcase with a smile. "Papa, what does he mean as you planned?" Melissa asked, eyes wide with horror. Izuku scowled darkly, having put the pieces together. Sam and David proceeded to tell the two about their plan to take the helmet for All Might. Izuku could understand the frustration that the scientists had with their work being thrown away, but that wasn't a good enough excuse. That was when the head villain arrived. He captured Izuku using his metal manipulation quirk, then demanded the invention, shooting both scientists in the process. Izuku morphed into the nurse, blinking through his binds, and barely stopped the villain from shooting Melissa. He blinked again and again, swinging at the villain and phasing through walls built by the head villain. Melissa slipped out of the vault and sprinted to the control room, canceling the lockdown and freeing the heroes. While Izuku recovered from the after effects of using the nurse's power, the villain took David and the invention and ran away, heading towards the roof so that he could make his escape. Izuku returned to his human form and raced after them. All Might and the other teens were racing for the roof as well, knowing that Izuku would need some backup. When Izuku reached the roof, the villains were already getting into the helicopter. "Get back here!" he roared, dark tendrils erupting from the shadows and lashing at the head villain. The villain used his quirk to deflect the eldritch limbs. A pillar of steel burst towards the young hero. Izuku dodged to the side, running toward the helicopter, trying to get to David. The villain stopped him in his tracks by pointing his gun at David. Ha ha ha, and this is why the heroes are always weaker than the villain's metal tendrils, not unlike Izuku's own, bashed the boy around. When the villain finally got onto the helicopter, BLD pulled around Izuku's limp body. David was gritting his teeth and crying. Izuku's body cracked and twisted, his bones resetting themselves. He growled darkly and used a tendril to launch himself at the helicopter. The helicopter jittered in the air, struggling under Izuku's weight. The villain tutted, "You're brave, but stupid." He raised the gun to Izuku's head. Bang! Melissa exited the elevator and watched as Izuku's body crashed to the roof. She ran over to the young man, tears streaming from her eyes. She collapsed to her knees next to the boy's body, reaching out a hand to touch him. Before she could, Izuku lurched up and spat. A bullet pinged against the dented metal and the demigod screeched, dark tendrils reaching up for the helicopter, but falling just short. Izuku shook his head, seemingly regaining control. "Not now, father, I'm not in the mood to deal with your bullshit." Suddenly All Might soared up the side of the building with a booming laugh. "Fear not, because I am here." He threw a punch, the air pressure causing the helicopter to spin out in mid-air. All Might grabbed David from the spinning aircraft seconds before it exploded. "Oh good, we did it," Izuku said, falling back. "I need a vacation." Out of nowhere, a metal tendril slammed into All Might, knocking him back. Another bit of metal snatched David out of the air and brought him to where the head villain was. The villain smiled. "David Shield's reputation precedes him. Give up, heroes. I heard of All Might's condition, and you cannot win." Izuku looked up at the man. This was going to be his hardest fight yet. Izuku growled as he slowly climbed out of the dental metal. All Might struggled to his feet next to the young hero. "You ready for this, young Midoriya?" "It won't be a walk in the park," All Might said. He rolled his shoulder and clenched his fist. Izuku cracked his neck and scowled. "Oh, I don't know. If we had a picnic basket, I would say that this would make for a pretty good hike." All Might chuckled at the boy's sarcasm, but took that as a sign that the demigod was with him. Izuku's bones creaked as he transformed into the Oni, now taller than the #1 hero. He let loose a roar and grabbed his club, rushing towards the villain. All Might's smile grew more genuine and he raced after the killer. The villain sent large chunks of metal hurtling at them, trying to stop them, but Izuku and All Might simply batted them to the side or burst through them entirely. They continued to close in on the villain, but as they reached the halfway mark, a huge tendril of metal crashed into Izuku, sending him crashing into the roof. "Young Midoriya!" All Might cried, reaching a hand out as if to catch the boy. While the pro was distracted, another tendril struck him in the stomach where he was still a little injured. He flew through the air, landing next to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. The two men lay there heavily injured. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had reverted to his human form and slowly sat up. "Get up, All Might, we have to defeat him. I can't, young Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked over and saw that All Might was bleeding heavily from his old injury. He had deflated and was surrounded by steam. All Might coughed up some blood and grabbed 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hand. "My boy, I can't get up. I'll be alright, but I cannot fight him." "That's bullshit," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said, trying to pull the hero up. "You're All Might, you can do anything." "I can't, young Midoriya, I've used all of my time." "But he still needs to be defeated," All Might said, coughing again. "There's only one way to do that." "What do you mean?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 asked, eyes wide. All Might whispered to him, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked at his hand and the blood on it. He brought his hand up to his mouth and licked the blood off of it. Meanwhile, while All Might and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 were trying to reach the villain, the other students arrived on the roof. Once they saw the two heroes get knocked down, they began to attack. Todoroki sent waves of fire and ice at the villain, stopping him from hitting the others and keeping him back. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Ida continued to try and get close to the villain, but they kept getting pushed back by the man's metal tendrils. Yanagi hurled chunks of stone and wood at the villain, hoping to give one of the boys the opportunity to get close or to knock the villain out herself, but it was fruitless. That was when the entire island shook with the sound of a roar. From where All Might and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had crashed, red lightning rushed towards the villain. A creature of black and red crawled its way towards the man, looking as if it were made of black vines. The villain struck at it with metal tendrils, but the hands of the creature split into long finger-like claws and shredded the metal. A pillar of metal erupted from the tendril that the beast was climbing up, smashing its chin to smithereens. It stumbled backwards, its jaw hanging by a thread. Its face knitted itself back together and it raced towards the villain once again. The man sent a large metal cube at the thing. The creature's right hand warped and turned into the Oni's club, crushing the cube. The beast then sent red lightning surging through the metal towards the villain. The man detached the tendril just in time, letting it fall towards the surface of the island. The creature then disappeared from the falling tendril and appeared on a different one. It used its club arm to smash another incoming tendril, and continued to sprint its way up the metal rod. The villain then flicked the tendril that the thing was on, but the creature just turned its arms into what appeared to be Pyramid Head's knives and sunk them into the metal rod, keeping it from being flung off. The beast continued to gallop towards the villain, screeching all the way. The creature leapt off the tendril and bounced off of another metal cube like a pinball. It soared through the air and bounced off a tendril, heading straight for the villain. The man quickly pulled his weapons into one massive cube the size of a football stadium. He hurled it at the thing, screaming, "Stay away from me." The beast roared SMASH and the cube exploded. The entity landed on the metal surrounding the man and tendrils shot from its body. It was at least 10 feet tall and made out of thorny black tendrils. It had glowing red eyes, and red lightning arched over its limbs. It opened its mouth wide and shrieked in the villain's face. It pulled back its fist and, with a mighty thud, knocked the man out. The entity let out a victorious cry before ripping the man from his falling metal armor. It tore the headset off of him and crushed it in its hand. It then leapt from the wreckage and landed heavily on the roof. The students ran closer, but stopped a good distance away from the entity, watching as its chest heaved with exertion. It stared at them, its red eyes glaring at them animalistically. Finally Yanagi stepped forwards. She hesitantly approached the entity. "𝐒𝐿𝐼," she said softly, looking into its eyes. The entity exploded into movement, the tendrils that made up its body, writhing and unraveling. The black vines receded, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stood there proudly, red lightning still racing around his body. The tendrils retreated into his back and shoulders, slithering away like snakes. The lightning dissipated, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 fell to his knees. Yanagi rushed forwards and caught the teen. "All Might," he said hoarsely, "take me to All Might." Yanagi nodded and motioned for Bakugo to come help. The explosive boy looped one of 𝐒𝐿𝐼's arms over his shoulders and Yanagi mirrored him on the other side. Together they carried him over to the hole where All Might was still lying. When they saw the man they froze, both stoic teens' eyes widening at the sight. 𝐒𝐿 slipped his arms off of their shoulders and slid down the sides of the hole to rest next to the man who had given him his quirk. He pulled a medkit from his inventory and quickly set to work. All Might was unconscious, but he was still breathing. That was good. The paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and by then the others had agreed to not tell anyone what they had seen. 𝐒𝐿 rode with All Might to the hospital, thinking about his new great responsibility and the incredible new powers that came with it. As per normal, when 𝐒𝐿 opened his eyes he found himself in a dark wood. The difference this time was that there was no one around, and no fire. "Hello, son," a familiar voice called. 𝐒𝐿 turned to see All Might in his hero form come from behind a tree, but something was off. For starters, All Might never called him that, besides that his eyes did not have their usual blue shining pupils. Instead they seemed to absorb the light and color around them, giving the man's face an unusually pale complexion. Along with all of this, he did not smile. "Who are you, and why do you take that form?" 𝐒𝐿 asked, ready to summon a power from the entity. "I am your father, 𝐒𝐿 the being." "No," the entity announced. It continued to walk slowly towards the demigod. "I thought that this body might put you at ease, make you feel safe. I now see that that is wrong." The entity warped, turning into a mass of writhing black tentacles, no doubt what 𝐒𝐿 had looked like when he had gotten one for all. After a few moments, the eldritch being appeared to settle on a new form. It took on the form of a middle-aged man. It was tall and lean with black hair and eyes that looked as if they were sucking the life from the air. It wore a black and red pinstripe suit, but the stripes weren't just lines of fabric, they were screaming faces. It had freckles that matched 𝐒𝐿's own, and 𝐒𝐿 realized that this was how the entity pictured him as an adult. "𝐼𝐴𝐵𝐻?" it asked. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "Sure. What do you want from me, father?" The entity tilted its head to the left, farther than any human should be able to. "HAVEYOU it asked calmly. 𝐒𝐿 nodded slowly, wondering where this was going. "IMADYOUBKCINEDTOSPMYINFINITOYURWLD IHAVECONKDONEDY BUTITWSTCOME TOGINACCSTOYURWLDINEFOLDSON 𝐒𝐿 scowled. "So I'm just a pawn to you. YOUAREIFINGGDRITMITSS NOYOUAREMAELIKEMYQININ YOUAREIMPINDTOMESON the entity replied. NOWTGYUHEGNEDTSNEWPOWER ITISTMEWEFLYTOKCNRFYURWLD YOUSNLBITSKINGNDIWLSWYHWTOIITPLY Never, 𝐒𝐿 replied. "I will never help you take over my world." The entity finally showed some emotion. Its eyebrows pulled down, and its mouth turned into an unnatural frown. It was about to speak again when a new force entered the fray. 7 balls of light seemed to emerge from 𝐒�l's chest and formed into glowing apparitions. "The boy can do what he wants," one said. It took on the appearance of a woman with a white cape, black jumpsuit, and black hair. "You have no dominion over his choices." The entity paused. It squinted at the beings, confused. "MYSONMAYDOWUWISIS BUTEVNLYHEWILSESN WHDSIWLLBYTO." the entity said confidently. It turned once more into a mass of tendrils that split and slithered into the ground. Once they had all disappeared, the fire pit lit itself, filling the area with warmth and light. "Greetings, Midoriya." The female figure smiled. "We are the previous users of One for All." 𝐒�l sat down on a nearby log and rubbed his face. Why did weird SHT always happen to him? "Hello everyone," he replied, giving them a half-hearted wave. "Unfortunately we don't have long. I will be waking up any second now." Already the world around him was starting to fade. Fog was rolling in from deep in the forest, likely his father throwing a temper tantrum at not getting its way. "Then we'll be quick," a gruff image of a man said. He gave a smirk. "We're here to support your kid. Just know that you've got a lot of fighting ahead of ya." 𝐒𝐿 sighed. But then the woman spoke up once more. "Hey Midoriya." Izuku looked up as the vestiges began to disappear with the rest of the entity's world. Tell Toshi that I'm proud of him, and that he picked a good one. Izuku woke with a start. This too was normal, if unwelcomed. He looked around to find himself in the hospital on Island. They had to stay on the island because all travel was cut off. They didn't want any of the villains escaping. He got out of bed, and made his way calmly over to the door. The hospital was thankfully pretty empty. Not many people were hurt in the fight, and none were badly injured except All Might, but with a little help from Izuku he would be feeling fine by that afternoon. Izuku walked over to the hero's room and knocked a few times. Come in, All Might called. Izuku entered the room and approached the giant. He looked much better than he had the night before, and the power of his voice was a good indicator that he was healing up nicely. Ah, young Midoriya. How are you today, my boy? Izuku sat down with a sigh. He proceeded to tell the hero about his dream from that night. All Might listened with rapt attention, only asking a few questions here and there to clarify some things. When he heard about the vestiges he grew quiet. And the woman told me to tell you that she was proud of you, and that you picked a good one. I disagree with that last part, but I guess if she's a part of the quirk then who am I to judge? All Might was silent, his head bowed. Izuku heard a sniffle and he realized that the pro was crying. All Might. Is something wrong? The boy scooched closer to the man, afraid that he was injured, but the hero just laughed. Nothing is wrong, my boy. It's just that woman, she was my MSTR. She gave me one for all. To hear that she's proud of me. Well, it makes me feel a lot better, All Might said quietly. Izuku nodded and patted the giant's shoulder softly. Well now, what will you do about your father, young Midoriya? The man asked, his glowing blue eyes meeting the inky blackness of Izuku's own. Nothing. The teen answered, as your MSTR said, he has no real power over me, so I'm going to become the best hero I can, with or without his help. Izuku clenched his fist and watched as it changed. It morphed into a collection of black tentacles that formed an approximation of a hand before suching back to a human appendage. Red lightning sparked along his fingers, one for all ready whenever he was. All that's left is to MSTR one for all. After all, how hard can having a real quirk be? All Might winced. Well. The class decided to meet up and go to the mall so that they could grab anything that they didn't have for their trip, and Izuku was immediately accosted by some of his classmates. Is it true that you fought with All Might? Zero asked with wide eyes. We heard from Yorozu that your quirk powered up. Mina said with a smirk. Everyone please. Ida interrupted, it was a rather traumatic experience, I know that I do not wish to speak of it, and I'm sure that the rest of us are hesitant to discuss it as well. The class looked at those who had been there that night, and saw that they looked uncomfortable. The students took the hint and dropped the subject. The mood turned light again as everyone began talking about the things that they needed and buddying up. Soon Izuku was alone with Yanagi. He blinked in confusion before turning towards the white-haired girl. Looks like it's just you and me, Leiko. Yanagi nodded. I must find where the sunscreen is located. What are the objects that you require for this most eventful of trips, Izuku? The eldritch demigod blushed. They were still not completely used to using each other's given names. I have to get some weights, some batteries, and a flashlight, Izuku replied. Yanagi frowned. Their needs would take them in different directions. Darn. Well, we can just meet back up here once we're done shopping. After all, we don't really need to get all that much stuff. Does that work for you? Yanagi sighed. That is acceptable, if not my desired outcome. I will meet you back here in about 10 minutes, if that is agreeable for your needs. Izuku smiled and gave her a thumbs up, causing the ghostly girl to blush. They went their separate ways, but before Izuku could get too far, an arm wrapped around his shoulders. Before Izuku could say anything, the person began to speak. Oh, you're that crazy kid from the sports festival, right? The stranger's hand gripped Izuku's throat, and the kid who killed the Nomu at the USJ, here. Izuku looked at the man out of the corner of his eye. The chapped lips and evil eyes gave him away immediately. Shigaraki, Izuku growled, one for all, and his powers racing under his skin, preparing to strike. Now, I could kill you just by putting down my last finger, Shigaraki warned. He flexed his ring finger, the only one not currently wrapped around Izuku's neck. I can heal from pretty much everything, in case you didn't pay enough attention to the tournament. Izuku glared back. Sure, you might survive, but while you're regenerating I could probably kill what? 10, maybe 20 people. And I'd be able to escape using Kurogiri. For now, why don't we just sit and have a nice chat? Fine, but I'm not letting you go so easily, Izuku said, allowing one for all to calm itself, but his powers still roiled under the surface of his skin. What are you so eager to talk about? Shigaraki gave him a devilish smile and guided them over to a bench. The two sat, everyone around them paying no mind to the silent battle of wills. I don't get it. Everyone is talking about Stain, but we caused way more damage with the Nomus. Why are we not getting more screen time? What's wrong with all of these NPCs? Shigaraki hissed angrily, sounding like a petulant child. Well, Izuku began, watching the villain carefully, it's probably because Stain had a motive that people could identify with. He was a villain, sure, but he had a reason for doing the things he did. You on the other hand, Shigaraki pondered for a few moments before snapping the fingers on the hand knot around Izuku's throat. That's it. It's All Might's fault. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the man, thoroughly confused. All Might inspires people, like Stain, like you. The mention of Izuku was full of disgust. If I destroy All Might, then this world will crumble and be mine for the taking. Thank you, you've been a big help. You completely ignored what I said, and came up with something to reinforce your own beliefs. You don't understand what we were talking about at all, do you? Shigaraki ignored Izuku's question. Izuku felt his finger twitch as he grasped Izuku's throat tighter. Izuku! A voice called out from in front of the two young men. Yanagi stood there with a slight scowl on her normally stoic face, a bottle of sunscreen clenched tightly in her hand. Oh, you had a friend with you. Well, I can't take two heroes at once, especially not when one of them is a regenerator. I guess I'll just kill you next time, little hacker. With that, Shigaraki stood and walked off. Izuku coughed roughly, his airway finally free of the sociopath's grip. Yanagi rushed over to check on the black-haired teen. When the two kids looked up, Shigaraki was gone. I've got a bad feeling about this. Izuku grumbled. The next day the students all arrived early to UA, prepared to go on their trip. After a long bus ride, they stopped in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere. They all got off of the bus to stretch their legs, but Izuku was wary. That was when two women jumped in from somewhere unseen. They dropped into some familiar poses and cried, "We're the Wild Wild Pussycats." Half version. Wow! It's the Pussycats, the greatest official hero team to ever live. Izuku smiled to his classmates. Did you guys know that they've been working together for almost 10 years? No dash. Before he could continue, the pussycat in the blue outfit, Pixie Bob, slapped a hand over his mouth. I'm 18 at heart, right? She growled menacingly. Well, of course, Izuku replied, seemingly unfazed. The Pussycats have taken 4 of the top 10 spots of most attractive female heroines for the past 3 years straight. To say that you look young for your age would be an understatement. Pixie Bob's fake smile melted into a real, but slightly disturbing, one, and she blushed. Well, aren't you the flatterer? It almost makes me feel bad for this. For what? Izuku asked. Before she could explain, Mandalay spoke up. Well, our base camp is about 3 kilometers in that direction. If you all are fast, you'll make it there before lunch. Good luck. That was when the cliff they were standing on collapsed, sending the teens crashing to the ground below. Izuku pulled himself from the debris and glared up the mountainside. Midoriya! Aizawa called down to him, you're not allowed to help your classmates, and if you make it to the lodge by lunch the Pussycats will give you their signatures. The class all turned to the resident demigod with expressions of horror. He leaned his head back a little too far and smiled at them. Sorry guys, you heard him. I'll see you at the lodge. With that he burst into red lightning and leapt towards the direction of the camp. He only got a single jump in, however, as he realized his legs were pulverized. This must be the backlash from One for All, he commented to himself, concentrating on his legs as they healed themselves. While he was distracted, the ground in front of him shifted and changed, turning into a beast. When he noticed it, he didn't seem put off by the large monster. Sorry, But I'm a little busy right now, he said with a wry smile. His arm changed shape into a black tendril and sliced through the creature, destroying it instantly. He looked down at the appendage. Well then. That's handy. After a few more minutes of healing, Izuku took off again. This time, however, he just used Sprint Burst to run through the forest. He would have to learn how to use one for all later. He had some signatures to acquire. Time skipped to lunch. Aizawa was watching the forest as Izuku came casually walking out. Another dirt monster leapt after him, but a tendril burst from his back and sliced it in half. Well done, Midoriya. You can go get some lunch and the pussycats will sign your notebook later. Then you can just wait for the rest of your class to show up. I think I'll work on the new aspects of my quirk if you don't mind, Izuku replied. Aizawa shrugged and allowed the teen to pass him by. It was around dinner time when the rest of the class finally showed up. They were sweating and breathing heavily as they emerged from the woods. Izuku had been sitting on the edge of the forest the whole time, carefully studying One for All and how it worked with his body. As the rest of the class dragged themselves into the lodge, Yanagi walked over to Izuku. Were you able to acquire the signatures of the heroines yet? She asked. Yep. I'm just having trouble with this new part of my power, Izuku answered, allowing some of One for All to flow through his arm. The two classmates stood in silence for a while as they pondered how best to conquer this new quirk. You utilized it without any major abuse when you clashed with the villain on Island, correct? Yanagi questioned, staring blankly at Izuku's hand. The boy hummed in agreement, remembering how powerful he had felt at that moment. How were you able to achieve such a feat? What differs from that instance to this one? Izuku reflected on that night. He hadn't been in full control, so he wasn't looking to use that much power right away, but he remembered the feeling of the power. The way it rushed through his whole bod. That's it. He exclaimed, looking down at his hands. I have to allow the power to spread throughout my body. He flooded his body with the power of One for All, and found that there was no pain like the previous times he had summoned the quirk. Thanks, Leiko, he said with a smile. The white-haired girl blushed a little, but nodded happily. Pixie Bob pouted as she watched the two clearly in love teens interact with each other. Izuku showed Yanagi around the camp, including where she could get some dinner. After they were all done eating, the pussycats led them to the hot springs for some nice relaxation. Well, it was nice and relaxing until Mineta tried to climb over the fence. He was stopped by a young boy, Kuta, who was standing guard on the wall. The purple-haired boy fell and landed on Ida, who had been attempting to lecture him. Kuta heard one of the girls calling out a thanks to him and looked over to their side of the baths. Izuku caught the lucky boy with a tendril as he fainted. He gently pulled the boy into his arms and got out of the bath. I'll take him to the pussycats. They'll be able to make sure he's all right, he explained, waving off the other boys' offers of help. When he found Mandalay, she told him Kuta's backstory and he felt bad for the kid. Well, I hope he sees that heroes aren't as bad as he thinks they are, Izuku said solemnly, concern written on his face for the young boy. You and me both, kid, Mandalay replied. She shooed him off before Pixie Bob could drool over his half-naked form. That night Izuku stayed awake, thinking of how best to help a child. When Yanagi and the rest of Class 1A walked outside to tiredly begin their training, they noticed Izuku was already there. He was bouncing around in the forest, the flashes of red the only thing that most of the students could make out. When he noticed his classmates watching him with wide eyes, he took a sharp turn and landed in front of them. Hey guys. I wasn't really tired, so I got a head start. Ida, if I could actually talk to you, I have some questions about moving at high speeds. The black-haired boy said with a sharp-toothed smile. The bespectacled teen nodded confidently and the two began to discuss as the rest of the class moved to begin warming up in their own ways. Yanagi approached the section of trees that Izuku had been moving around in and saw that there were cracks and footprints in the trees. Izuku saddled up to her, and they stood in comfortable silence for a few seconds. You were attempting to gain mastery of your speed and strength by utilizing the foliage as footholds. I presume it was not your intention to damage them so. Yanagi guessed after a little while. That was the plan. It didn't work as well as I had hoped, Izuku replied. Failure is often the mother of success, Yanagi said simply, walking off to begin stretching. Izuku stroked his chin and began to murmur to himself. As he did so, Bakugo walked up from behind him. "You were out here all night, weren't you, nerd?" the explosive teen asked. Izuku looked back at the blonde and considered the motives behind the question. "No, just most of it. Besides, now that my quirk has evolved the way it has, I don't need as much sleep." The Eldritch hero in training sighed. "Thank you for the concern though." "Whatever, I wasn't concerned, I just didn't want you to be too tired to train." Bakugo griped, his tsunderness betrayed by his half-hearted tone. Izuku just chuckled and summoned one for all to continue his exercise. "Time skipped to dinner, how do you extras not know how to cook?" Bakugo roared angrily, somehow not cutting his hands as he glared at Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima. "I just never got the chance, Bakubro. I'm sorry," Kirishima admitted, his kicked puppy nature causing Bakugo to take pity on him. The blonde growled in annoyance as he showed the redhead and the others how to cut the vegetables. Meanwhile, the other students were having various success with their own projects. Oddest of all was Izuku, who had somehow mastered turning his arms into black tendrils over the course of the day and was now using those tentacles to do everything from dice vegetables, to stirring, to tending the fire. Yanagi hadn't stopped staring since. Urozu paused for a second to stand next to her and watch. After a bit she leaned over to the gray-haired teen and whispered, "Honestly, I don't blame you," before returning to her task. It wasn't long until all of the food had been made and the students were sitting down to eat. Izuku had served everyone a portion, including the heroes, so he noticed immediately when Kuta hadn't received any food. He spied the small boy slipping into the forest as he was walking with his own plate of curry. The black-haired teen turned to face his laughing friends and saw Yanagi catch his eye. She had seen the red-capped lad enter the forest as well. She merely nodded in approval, and Izuku took off after Kuta. After years of tracking both killers and survivors, following the kid wasn't a problem. He finally found the boy sitting alone in front of a cave on a cliffside. He didn't put any emphasis into sneaking up behind the child, but his natural reaction was to be quiet, so it wasn't surprising when he surprised Kuta with his presence. "What are you doing here?" the boy spat, scowling at Izuku. "I saw that you didn't get any dinner, so I brought some for you." Izuku replied smoothly, using a tendril arm to set the plate next to the kid while maintaining their distance. "You know your parents loved you more than anything, right?" "What?" Kuta hissed, confused and angry. "The water hose heroes, your parents, they loved you more than anything." Izuku repeated, taking a seat a good distance from the boy. "You don't know anything. They got themselves killed because they were idiots. All you heroes do is kill villains or yourselves," Kuta growled, looking away from the black-haired teen to hide the tears that poured down his face. Izuku looked up at the sky and shook his head. "No. They were killed because they were trying to make the world a better place. Not just for themselves, or for others, but for you." He took a deep breath. They just happened to go against an incredibly strong villain, but they knew that someone had to do something. If they hadn't, many more people would have had their lives stolen from them. Your parents were heroes, and they loved you so much. I'm sure that they wanted nothing more than to be there for you no matter what, but that just wasn't possible. Izuku got up, pointedly ignoring the sniffling coming from Kuta's direction. "If you ever need anything, just let me know. I am here for you." With that he left. By the time he returned, the Pussycats had called the two classes to attention. "We're going to be having a test of courage. One class will go hide in the forest and try to scare the other class as much as possible. The other class will try to go through the course without freaking out too much. Class 1B will be the scaring class today and Class 1A will be the class to pass through the course. Now let's get you into pairs." The students that failed the exams had to go to remedial training, meaning that Izuku was alone because of course he was. It was fine, that just meant that he wouldn't need to worry about waiting for anyone else. There wasn't a whole lot that could scare Izuku anyways. It wasn't until smoke started coming from the forest that the heroes noticed that something was wrong. The teachers were confronted by two people. One was a woman with a large magnet, and the other was a lizard man with what looked like a sword made from swords. "Hello dearies, I'm afraid we can't let you all go help your students. We're currently looking for a few of them to chat with," the woman said. Izuku was prepared to help take out the villains, but before he could, a thought popped into his mind. "Kuta!" he exclaimed. "We don't know where he is," Mandalay explained, clearly panicking. "We wanted to respect his privacy." "I'm on it then," Izuku replied. "I'll be back as soon as possible." He sped off, one for ___ red lightning peeling off of him as he raced through the trees. Meanwhile, Kuta had eaten the curry a while ago and was annoyed with how tasty it ended up being. He was contemplating what Izuku had said to him when he noticed the blue fire raging deep in the forest. Immediately he knew that he needed to head back to camp, but before he could, a large figure blocked his path. "Hey kid, nice hat. Wanna trade?" "I'll give you this stupid mask," the massive man said, pulling his mask off to reveal a horrifyingly familiar face. Kuta collapsed to the ground, shaking in fear. "Though if I kill you, I can have the mask and the hat. Decisions. Muscular pondered, a twisted smile on his face. Midoriya." Kuta screamed, tears pouring down his face. "What, is that your little babysitter?" Muscular chuckled. "Where is the little prick?" That was when the villain felt something he hadn't felt since he was a young child. Bone-chilling, blood-curdling, spine-tingling fear. 𝐼𝐴MHAE. Muscular barely had time to lift his arm up to defend himself when Izuku hit him. Because he had yet to grow much muscle mass, he was sent skidding a few meters away. Izuku quickly moved in between the mass murderer and Kota. "I told you I was here for you," Izuku said, giving Kota a smile over his shoulder. "I recognize you," Muscular said, glaring at the teen despite the fear that was roiling in his gut. "The boss man wanted you. He wants to kill you himself or something. I wasn't really paying attention." Izuku turned his attention back to the villain and gave him a scowl that made Muscular's hair stand on end. "Then leave the boy out of this fight," he demanded, leaving no room for argument. "If you can keep me entertained enough then sure," Muscular replied, trying for a confident smile and failing. "I've heard that you're pretty strong and that you heal well. Why don't we put that to the test?" Izuku rolled his eyes and turned around to face Kota. The boy watched as Muscular charged in anger. Head back to the camp. Just before the massive man could hit Izuku, red lightning began to spark off of him and he caught the blow easily. "I'll deal with this guy and meet you there, alright?" Kota nodded and ran as fast as he could in the direction of the camp. Meanwhile, Izuku threw the shocked Muscular at the mountain. "I know that you're excited to fight, but I was a little busy there." The black-haired teen growled. "Now you can have my undivided attention." Muscular took a step back as Izuku's bones began to crack and shift. Suddenly he was taller than the villain and was wielding a hefty katana. He had become the Oni. Izuku charged at Muscular with a fierce roar. The massive man encased himself in muscle fibers and dodged out of the path of Izuku's sword. He threw a massive punch, but with a strange screeching noise Izuku disappeared. He reappeared behind Muscular and sliced through some of his muscle fibers. He had used the nurse's power to teleport away from the blow. Muscular roared in pain as the blade ripped his muscles right and left, but he grew more to replace them. Again he turned to attack, but again Izuku was gone in a shriek. Thinking that this would be a repeat of last time, the villain spun around, only to find that the teen wasn't behind him. Izuku sliced again at the man's muscles, but again he merely regrew that section of his body. Seeing that this was going nowhere, Izuku shifted out of the Oni's form. "Man, your quirk is really cool. Too bad it was wasted on you," the hero in training griped. Muscular swung at Izuku, hoping to land a lucky blow. It shocked him much more than he would like to admit when he did in fact hit the boy. There was just one problem. Izuku didn't budge. Instead, tendrils of inky black energy seemed to swallow him whole as he transformed into the form he had taken upon first obtaining One for All. He roared and surged forwards. Muscular felt like he had been hit by a train as he was sent rocketing into the side of the mountain. He shook himself off in time to see Izuku rushing at him once again. He built up as much muscle fibers as he could, but it was like trying to block a hurricane with construction paper. Izuku ripped through the man's muscles and yanked him away from them. He threw the villain to the ground and leapt at him. Muscular only had time to look up before a clawed foot slammed into his face. Izuku bent down quietly. When he heard the beating of Muscular's heart, he nodded contentedly. He had only knocked the man out, not killed him. The tendrils bled away and Izuku allowed One for All to course through him again. He sped off into the forest after Kuta. He only found the boy because his perk bond unlocks potential in your aura reading ability. The auras of all other survivors within 20, 28, 36 meters of your location are revealed to you. He had activated it on his way back towards the camp, knowing that the kid would likely hide if he heard anyone coming. "Kuta, it's me," he said, slowly approaching the bush where Kuta crouched. He popped his head out for a moment before sprinting into Izuku's arms. I thought he would take Waiwu too," the boy sobbed, clenching Izuku as tightly as his arms would allow. Izuku wrapped his arms around the child and took off into the forest. "It's all right, I won't let anyone take me, okay? Whenever you need me, I'll be there, okay?" Izuku replied, gently rubbing Kuta's back as they sped towards the camp. When they arrived, Izuku saw Aizawa quickly stalking into the woods, likely going to help the other students. "Mr. Aizawa," Izuku called. The man froze, allowing Izuku to land in front of him. "Good to see that you're all right, problem child," Aizawa said gruffly, though there was a softness to his eyes. "Mr. Aizawa, I think they're trying to kidnap some of us students," Izuku explained. "I took down Muscular, but he said something about his boss wanting me alive. I'm guessing that they'll take who they can get though." Aizawa frowned. "All right. Find Mandalay and tell her this." Izuku left Kuta with Aizawa, despite the boy's protests, and sped off into the night. "Stay safe, kid," Aizawa murmured under his breath, watching the red lightning retreat into the trees. Meanwhile, Yanagi and Zu walked through the forest in comfortable silence. The two girls were on good terms, but they were both rather quiet when there wasn't anything pressing to talk about, so they just enjoyed each other's presence as they moved towards the end of the course. It was the smoke that told them that something was wrong. "Kiro, we should go back to camp and tell the PP cats about the fire," Zu said, her normally calm tone saturated with concern. Yanagi nodded along, but before they could move, a knife flew past them and sunk into a tree. Hello there," a girl's voice rang out. They turned towards where the knife came from to see a girl a little older than them wearing a school uniform with a mask and some strange devices. "My name's Toga. So you're the other one who loves Izuku-an. I can tell by the way you look at him. He's so dreamy, the way he can bleed and bleed without dying, isn't he?" Instantly Yanagi was on the offensive. Her typically stoic expression replaced by a small scowl. She reached out with her quirk and yanked the knife out of the tree, shooting it towards the new girl. The blonde simply giggled and caught the knife. She opened her mouth to say something, but stopped when she saw that all of the rocks in the clearing were floating. "Rah!" Yanagi cried, shooting the projectiles at the blonde. The girl tried her best to dodge, but despite her efforts, plenty of the rocks hit her. After the onslaught was done, she was covered in scratches and she was bleeding quite a bit. "Well, that's no fun," she hissed. "Now I have to get all dolled up before I see Izuku-an." That was when Mandalay's voice called out in the students' minds, "Kids, this is an attack. You have been given permission by Aizawa to use your quirks to defend yourselves. Beware the villains, as they are more than likely trying to kidnap some of you." "Izuku," Yanagi whispered urgently. She turned her attention back to Toga and gave her a glare. "Stand aside, heathen, or I shall quell you with extreme prejudice." Toga rolled her eyes. "You're not fun. I thought that we could be friendly rivals for Izuku-an's heart, but if you're going to be like this, then I don't wanna." Yanagi didn't answer. She simply held her hand up and began to walk forward slowly. Toga felt an odd feeling wrap around her. "Hey!" was the only thing that she had time to get out before she was sent flying into the tree behind her. She crashed to the ground only to be hurled into the air. She slammed into the ground again before being dragged across the rough terrain to end up hovering in front of Yanagi. The gray-haired girl slugged her in the face as hard as she could, sending Toga toppling head over heels. Yanagi used her quirk to throw the blonde into another tree, cracking both the tree and something in the villain's pelvis. "I said move!" Yanagi screamed, using her quirk to launch Toga across the clearing into yet another tree. Zu just stood back in utter shock as she watched Yanagi completely dominate Toga. She kinda felt bad as she watched Yanagi swing her around by her legs and send her smashing into a boulder. Just then Izuku, Tokoyami, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shoji broke through the underbrush and into the clearing. "Leiko!" Izuku gasped in surprise, staring wide-eyed at the girl as she laid down one of the most savage beatdowns he had ever seen. Yanagi on the other hand lost her focus, sending Toga soaring away into the bushes. "Izuku!" Yanagi exclaimed breathlessly. She charged over and threw her arms around the boy, kissing him with all of her might. For his part, Izuku went so red he seemed to be glowing, but he gradually kissed back. After a few seconds, Bakugo piped up, "Listen, this is all well and good, but could you two SEK face some other time?" This shocked Izuku and Yanagi out of their moment, and the two blushed like wildfire. "No fair," Toga whined, popping out from the bushes where she had landed. She was limping heavily and was bruised and bloody like you wouldn't believe. "You can't just get a head start like that. I want my chance with Izuku-an." Yanagi glared at her and grabbed Izuku's arm protectively. "I have loved this man since I was young. Begone, you foul wretch." Izuku looked like he was about to pass out from all of the blood rushing to his head. Toga growled ferally and seemed to disappear from sight. "You win this round, Yanagi," she spat venomously. Izuku turned to Yanagi after they were sure she was gone. "You love me." He stuttered, fog literally rolling out of his ears. Yanagi just gave him a small smile and gently stroked the side of his head. "Naturally," she replied. "Barf," Bakugo said, pretending to retch. With that, the group set off into the forest, looking for more of their classmates to save. They didn't find anyone for a while, but eventually they found Mineta, who was cowering in a bush. "You're a disappointment, on so many levels. At least Ghostface can beat up some villains," Borgo gripped, pointing over his shoulder. Mineta looked past him and raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Izuku's eyes blew wide and he whirled around. Yanagi was just there, but now she had vanished into thin air alongside Tokoyami. Spine chill activated and he looked up to see a man perched in a tree. He was dressed like a magician and he was wearing a smiling mask that seemed to taunt Izuku. "Greetings. I am Mr. Compress. It seems my sleight of hand trick was successful." He showed the teens his hand, which was holding 2 marbles. "Now for my disappearing act." With that, the villain began to leap from tree to tree with unnatural grace. Izuku saw red. "Get back!" he roared, erupting into a mass of tentacles. Red lighting crackled around him as he chased the man. He tore up trees and his thunderous shrieks shook the ground. Before he could catch up with the villain, however, a line of fire shot up in front of him, causing him to come to a screeching halt. "Not so fast, doggo," a man with burn scars smirked. Izuku howled in anger and swung at the villain, hoping to tear him to shreds. The man simply jumped up and shot a bit of fire out from his feet, allowing him to easily clear the attack. Izuku took this opportunity to reach out for Mr. Compress, but he was stopped when a knife cleaved his arm off. "Not so fast, Izuku-an. It's our turn to play now," Toga giggled, her cheeks blushing at the sight of his BLD. Izuku roared unintelligibly and swung his newly reformed arm at her, launching himself towards Mr. Compress again. The fire villain stopped him again though as he delivered a fire-boosted kick to Izuku's side. Izuku squawked in annoyance and reached out, the tendrils that made his arm bursting towards Mr. Compress. The man swept a hand out and suddenly his arm disappeared. Izuku roared out in frustration, but suddenly Shoji tackled Mr. Compress to the ground. The multi-armed boy grabbed the ball out of the villain's hand and dodged out of the way of an attack by the fire villain. Izuku turned to see that his friends had made it to the clearing. "Compress," the fire villain said, "do you still have them?" Mr. Compress took off his mask to reveal 2 more marbles hidden in his mouth. "Why, of course," they popped to reveal Yanagi and Tokoyami. Izuku and Todoroki reached out to grab them as a purple portal opened behind them. Mr. Compress stopped Izuku's advance by once again making his arm disappear, but Todoroki was able to pull Tokoyami away from the clutches of the fire villain. The man glared at the teen as he disappeared, and the last thing that Izuku saw before the portal closed was Yanagi's horrified face. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 sat straight up in bed as the sound of Izuku's anguished howl shook their apartment from miles away. The next few hours were a blur to Izuku. Ambulances, policemen, firefighters, and even a few pro-heroes arrived and began to sweep the area. Izuku ignored it all in favor of sitting in the clearing where Yanagi had been taken. It took Ida, Todoroki, and Kirishima together to finally get him to move. They loaded everyone onto ambulances and drove them to the nearest hero hospital. The authorities wanted to be better safe than sorry, and of course Izuku had had his arm ripped off at least twice that night. By the time Izuku came back to consciousness, the sun was setting again. He had been staring at the ceiling for hours, just laying on a hospital bed. He could feel his emotions bubbling inside of him. It felt like one for all. It was like an ocean of anger slamming into a rocky cliff face of sadness as a storm of confusion roiled above him. He moved for the first time in hours. He scoured through his perks, his killers, the powers that One for All gave him. Nothing could help him now. Nothing. Except there was a knock at his door. "Not now," he announced, readying himself. That was when Kirishima opened his door. "Midoriya, are you dash?" Izuku glared at the redhead. He wasn't truly angry with the boy, but he was interrupting his plan at the moment and thus prolonging the time that Yanagi would be spending with her captors. "I am so angry that I could rip this planet into a hero. Kirishima, I suggest you leave now so that I may continue what I was doing." Kirishima's eyes widened and he took a step back. The aura that Izuku was giving off left no room for doubt at his statement. The teen nodded. "Sorry man, I'll come back in a bit. I think I have something you might want to hear." Izuku didn't answer, so Kirishima closed the door. Little did he know that Izuku had allowed sleep to overtake him. Meanwhile Yanagi remained stoic as her kidnappers argued amongst each other. She could easily tell that she was not even close to their intended target. "Compress, why did you grab her? If you had captured Izuku, then I could have played with him. Now I have to watch my love rival sit there and imagine if Izuku was in her place." Toga whined. "I couldn't grab him, the others were too close. She and the bird boy were the only ones separated enough that they wouldn't have noticed. Besides, after the way she treated you, I am loath to see how she would have handled me were I to take the young man." Mr. Compress replied. "As it were, I had to deal with an eldritch monster chasing me for the better part of 5 minutes. It was too much stress." Toga's right, maybe if you had captured the DMN hacker we could have taken out the FR. Sensei wanted to talk to him. Now all we have is some stupid 2-star pull from the gacha. We even had a 4-star until Darby lost it. Shigaraki griped before glaring at the scarred man. Darby flipped him the bird without even looking his way. Shigaraki growled and disintegrated the glass he was holding. "Whatever, we've been over this 100 times. Let's just watch some TV. I heard that the media was going to tear UA a new one. How about we tune in?" The rest of the villains in the bar gave half-hearted agreements. One of the villains, a woman named Magni, sidled up to the restrained Yanagi. "I'm really sorry about this. I hope you know it's nothing personal, at least not from me. I didn't really want to be a villain, but that's just the way life works. I'll make sure that they don't do anything too bad to you, alright?" Yanagi remained neutral, but it did feel good to have at least one person there to watch out for her. With that, the League as well as Yanagi paid close attention to the press conference. The gray-haired girl was a little shocked to see that the principal had not made an appearance, but Aizawa explained that he had important business to attend to pertaining to getting her back. She thought that was a good sign. She just hoped that Izuku was alright. Meanwhile, Izuku opened his eyes to find himself in his father's forest once again. He was sitting at the lit fireplace and it made him feel nostalgic for all of his survivor friends. After this was over, he made himself a promise to come back and force his father to let him see them, but for now he was on a mission. He waved his hand, using his limited control of his father's domain to extinguish the fire. "Father," he said loudly, "I have come to bargain." He felt his skin crawl as his father's attention turned towards him. From the darkness of the forest his father emerged, once again using the form of an older Izuku. "Greetings, son. I will do everything in my power to help you." Izuku scowled slightly. He knew that the entity would indeed do that, but it would want something in return. "I need your help. The woman I love was taken from me and I want her back," Izuku explained. "Then I will help you find her, my son." The entity replied smoothly, "But my assistance comes with a price." "Of course it does," Izuku sighed. "In exchange for helping me, I will give you a soul of my choosing to act as a survivor." "I will dash." Before he could continue, the ghost of Nana Shimura made herself known. "Midoriya, you don't need to do this. Let the hero save her." she cried. "You can't give any more of yourself to this thing. If you do, there won't be a whole lot left." Izuku nodded. "I know, but the heroes don't know where she is. Do you know the amount of people who are never found after they are taken to a secondary location? Much less if they take her to a third or even fourth. If they do, the heroes will never find her." Izuku shook his head. "No. There is only one thing that I know can find her." He looked to his father. "Nana, you said that it had no dominion over me. That applies to you and one for all as well. You are both a part of me, and my decision is to find her at all costs. Will you help me?" Nana looked behind her as 6 other figures appeared, though less detailed. She studied them for a moment before turning back to Izuku. "We still think that this is a horrible idea, Midoriya, but if that is what it takes, then we will support you." Izuku bowed to them in appreciation. He then turned back to his father. "As I was saying, I will give you a survivor by the end of this year, but it will be one of my choosing. Is that acceptable to you?" The entity hummed, an odd feeling as it vibrated through the entire forest. "Time is but a concept to me, my son, but I agree to your terms. I will lend you my full power in exchange for what you have offered. Be warned, my child, it will be painful." The entity held out its hand, and Izuku grabbed it. "Then we have a deal." The entity began to laugh, and Izuku felt its power rush through him. Normally it felt like controlling a fire hose, doable but difficult. Now it felt like an entire planet's worth of water was rushing through him in the form of a hurricane. He closed his eyes and howled in pain. When he opened his eyes, everything was different, but the same. He could tell that if he wanted to, he could hear a whispered conversation on the other side of the planet, as if he were the ear that was being whispered to. He could smell the death of a species that went extinct millions of years ago if he so chose. If he wanted to, he could feel the air of someone's last breath like it were gale force winds. As his eyes roved around in his head, he realized that his sight had expanded unnaturally. He could see in all directions without even trying. Beyond that, he could distinguish every minute detail of not only the room he was in, but the whole city. And beyond. It was so far beyond his comprehension, but somehow he felt as though he knew everything that was taking place in that very second. His senses were thankfully dulled enough that he was not too overwhelmed. "A small blessing," his father said out of his mouth, the words being distorted not only by the way that he was hearing, but because they did not come from his throat. "If I were to allow you full access here and now, you would be unable to process even the simplest of things. This is the maximum that you can handle." "Thank you, father." "Now where is Izuku began, before something lit up in his impossibly large sight. A figure glowed yellow. A very familiar figure. "Layko," he breathed, turning his head to stare at her image. She wasn't too far, only a couple miles away. He got out of bed slowly, still adjusting to his newfound senses. "This is the power you could have, my son. I know you still will not conquer this world with me now, but remember this moment when you consider joining me again." The entity spoke gently, the offer more tempting than it had ever seemed. But there was no time for contemplation now. Izuku's brain calculated the fastest paths to his friend and love, and he turned towards the window. Before he could leave, a presence that he had not paid much attention to stopped outside of his door. "You may enter, Principal Nezu," he stated. He could smell and hear the creature's slight shock at his words, but the animal walked in anyways. "I see I was not mistaken that you would turn to this in order to save Ms. Yanagi," the principal stated as he opened the door. "I had hoped I would be wrong, but I understand your impatience. Hello there, Midoriya's father." Izuku was surprised that the principal had guessed that he had turned to the entity for help, but the entity did not seem fazed. "Greetings," it said simply, once again using Izuku's mouth. "Now, Mr. Midoriya, I would be a bad principal if I said that I supported what you plan on doing," the animal stated simply, taking a seat on a chair near to the bed. Izuku scowled before the creature smirked, "Which is why I won't say anything along those lines." Izuku raised an eyebrow. The principal took a sip of the tea he had brought along with him. "So Mr. Midoriya, I won't say I support your plan, however you were never told that your privilege to use your quirk was revoked. Even if we both know that this is no quirk." Izuku could feel the entity smile within him, an odd feeling that he couldn't really describe. "That means you have the ability to do almost as you please, as long as it doesn't hurt someone innocent. That is a lot of power to have. I won't take it from you though. No. Instead I will close my eyes, and when I open them I'm sure that you will have, oh I don't know, gone to the bathroom or something of the sort. Definitely not gone out to save your friend. So I will not have been able to stop you. Oh dear, that is a shame. Oh well. With that the mammal closed his eyes. Thank you sir, was all Izuku said before leaping out the window. The animal peeked an eye open and saw something darker than the night around it disappear behind a neighboring building. He didn't know if he had made the right choice, but he knew that the heroes could use all the help they could get, and who better to help than a god. If you think that 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 will turn to villainy by choice because of her quirk or her stoic personality, then you need to re-evaluate your opinion on my students. 𝐭𝐴𝐺 is a courageous and bright student that will become a brilliant hero someday. So no, I suspect that even now she's resisting any attempts that they're making to turn her. Aizawa said, scowling at the reporter who had asked the question. Meanwhile Shigaraki roared out in frustration, why won't she just give in already? Probably cause you're losing, Magna replied, rolling her eyes as Shigaraki laid down his hand of cards. 𝐭𝐴𝐺 gave a small smug smile as Twice flipped over her cards for her. They had gotten bored, and when 𝐭𝐴𝐺 had suggested a game of blackjack, the league had been surprisingly quick to accept. Shigaraki glared at her. That's it. I've had enough. He stood up, knocking his chair to the floor. I know that sensei told us to wait, but I'm through with this bullshit. I think you're just mad that you lost. Darby snickered from his place at the bar. What did you say? Shigaraki growled, turning to face the scarred villain. Darby ignored him and took another swig of his liquor. Shigaraki huffed in annoyance before turning back towards 𝐭𝐴𝐺. Listen here girl, he hissed, I don't understand you hero types. This world is full of shitty people and shitty situations, but you heroes pretend to try and even it out. You're all a bunch of liars and you know it. That's what we're trying to change, is it? Toga asked, genuinely confused. I grow curious about your true motives as well, 𝐭𝐴𝐺 asked. From the previous events that have transpired, I have only witnessed you attempt to draw attention to you and your League of Villains. I may be wrong, but to me it appears solely that you venture to be the center of attention at all times. Shigaraki grabbed onto the table that they had set up to play cards on and disintegrated it. You know, you should learn to be a little more scared of us. We have you captured, and I could kill you whenever I wanted. 𝐭𝐴𝐺 felt a shiver go up her spine and gave the man a smile. Why would I ever be scared of someone like you? The bar went dead silent and all of the villains turned to look at her. After all, I'm in love with the most terrifying creature in existence. The league felt like an icy hand had gripped their hearts, and in the window behind 𝐭𝐴𝐺, a black figure could be seen leaping towards them. 𝐭𝐴𝐺 jerked hard in her chair, causing it to fall backwards. Magna watched her and screamed out, duck. The villains hit the floor just as the bar was torn in half. What sounded like hundreds of voices overlaid with each other spoke with enough force to rock what was left of the building. When Kirishima had gone back to talk to Izuku about finding 𝐭𝐴𝐺, he had found Nezu exiting the teen's room. Ah, Mr. Kirishima. If you're here to talk to Mr. Midoriya, I'm afraid he left. I assume to use the restroom. The mammal said with a smile. Sir, the rooms come with a bathroom. Kirishima pointed out. The principal covered his mouth with a paw and gasped, oh dear. Then I'm afraid I don't know where he has gone off to. A shame really, I'm sure he would have loved to go on your little adventure. Oh well, better luck next time. Kirishima sighed and began walking back to the group that were heading out to save 𝐭𝐴𝐺 when the animal's words finally hit him. Sir, what do you mean dash? When he turned, however, the principal was long gone. Kirishima huffed, but jogged off to meet his friends. He was going to need all of the help he could get. The league gazed up in terror at the creature that had just decimated their hiding place. The monster seemed to suck all of the light out of its surroundings. It roared, deafening them. With a sweep of its arm, Shigaraki, Toga, Twice, and Darby were sent hurtling against one of the still-standing walls. Magna tried to use her quirk on it, but it simply grabbed her with one of its tendril arms and threw her through the counter. Mr. Compress jumped at it and red lightning covered it. It disappeared from his view before slamming him into the ground. Kurogiri opened a portal to try and bring some Nomu, but the creature used both of its arms to shove the villain into a nearby wall once, twice, 3 times. It was about to do it again when Shigaraki recovered. Before he could make it more than 2 steps, a new arm made from tentacles sprouted from the monster's back and grabbed him by the ankle. It lifted him up and then whipped him into the floor. Yanagi watched as the League tried fruitlessly to even touch her love. The demigod had turned into a creature of pure malice as it swung the villains around like toys. "Izuku," she called out. This gave the team pause, one which Toga tried to capitalize on. She threw a knife at the demonic boy, but a tendril of dark power caught the blade with ease and snapped it like a dry twig. Izuku walked over to her, his tentacle arms still wreaking havoc on the League of Villains. He knelt down next to her and a smaller tendril detached from his body at the shoulder. It gently caressed her cheek, and she watched him with concern and love in her eyes. From his chest a sort of bubbly purr arose. The tendril swiftly snapped the quirk's suppressing cuffs that were holding her down, and she weakly stood. "I knew you'd come," she whispered. There wasn't much of a response, but the tentacle once again brushed against her cheek, lightly putting some hair behind her ear. "Let's get out of here," she offered, grabbing the tendril gently with her hand. Izuku's tendril-covered head nodded, and he turned back towards the League. Suddenly they began to cough up a dark grey liquid. Izuku could see as they began to disappear into it, and to his horror Yanagi also began to spit up the same liquid. The small tendril reached out to wrap around her, but by that time she was already gone. Heroes began to arrive on the scene. They were going to breach the bar in a few minutes, but it looked as though someone had beaten them to the punch. All Might rushed up to the bar and found his protégé there, grasping a bit of grey goo. He was about to comfort his student when he threw his head back and howled loud enough to push the hero back a few inches. The demigod's head whipped in the direction of Yanagi's new location. He ignored his mentor and dove into the ground, his tendrils carving through the rock and concrete as if it were made of paper. All Might stared in shock at the hole that Izuku had dug. Endeavor jogged to meet the hero. "What are we going to do?" The man growled, "That thing needs to be stopped." "No," All Might replied, "he will be fine on his own." Yanagi coughed out the last bit of the liquid and found herself in a crater. She saw that the League had also arrived, and a group of heroes lay wounded against some rubble. "Well, hello, Ms. Yanagi. This was not how I wanted our first meeting to go, but it will have to do for now." A voice called out from behind her. She turned to find a man in a suit, a black mask covering his entire head. "I am known as All for One, though you may call me Sensei if you so choose." Yanagi glanced around and saw that Izuku was not there, something that she didn't like. All for One took this as a sign of fear and chuckled, "It's all right, I won't hurt you. You have nothing to fear. I am simply going to send you and the rest of my League of Villains on your way while I deal with some pesky heroes." Yanagi shook her head. "I am not afraid. It is you who should feel fear." She could not see All for One's face, but she got the idea that he was smirking. "Oh, why?" "Because All Might will come for you." "No, though I suspect he will come to help." "No, you should be afraid of the man I love," Yanagi replied. She took a step back and braced herself. Suddenly the ground exploded underneath them, and Izuku emerged, his body heaving with furious breaths. All for One waved away the debris that came his way. He chuckled once more. "This is what I should be afraid of. What can he do in the face of my pow dash?" Before the villain could finish his statement, one of Izuku's arms plunged into the pavement before bursting out from under All for One. It grabbed his face and brought it hurtling into the ground hard enough to crack the mask he was wearing. All for One growled as he stood, "You insolent brat." The man could say no more as Izuku rammed into him. The teen hooked his fingers under the villain's chin and used that to throw All for One through a nearby wall that had been left standing. All for One slowly got to his feet, muttering curses in all sorts of languages under his breath. Izuku lashed out with an arm of tendrils, forcing the villain to block the blow with his own arms. As he was doing this, Shigaraki tried to run and grab Yanagi, but Izuku could see him with his father's help. A large tentacle the size of a lamppost burst from the ground and smacked the hand-covered man away from Yanagi. The tendril waved menacingly around, guarding the girl from further harm. "Tomura, I'm afraid I didn't plan for such a powerful foe. I'd like you to flee for now," All for One stated, dodging another attack by Izuku. But sensei dash. The villain cried. Kurogiri, if you'd do the honors. The man asked, trying to keep up the appearance that he was in control. The wispy form nodded and swept across the crater. The villains fell through the misty portal, but when it approached Yanagi, something strange happened. A fog began to roll in, despite the warehouse being pretty far away from the ocean. This normally wouldn't have been a problem, but when Kurogiri's mist touched the fog seemingly consumed the mist. Kurogiri looked to All For One, but the man was having trouble keeping up, so the villain decided to leave Yanagi here. He faded out as the fog was about to reach him. All For One used several quirks in an attempt to get closer to Izuku, but was stopped when he ran face first into a tree. A very large fir tree, the kind you might find deep in a boreal forest. This gave the man pause. He knew that the boy had a wide skill set, but this seemed outside of it. He pushed himself away from the tree, only to end up with his back against yet another massive fir tree. From in front of him, the first tree began to warp curiously when suddenly Izuku burst from it as if leaping out of a pool of water. All For One raced to the side and the boy phased into the tree behind him as quickly as he had come from the first. All For One looked around and realized more trees were springing into place. More and more until the villain was standing in a miniature boreal forest in the middle of Japan. Yanagi watched as her beloved threw All For One around, treating him like he had the other villains despite the clear power difference between the two. She gently rubbed the tendril that had been created to protect her, and it curled around her softly in an oddly cool embrace. That was when All Might arrived on the scene. "Young Yanagi, are you all right?" he asked, giving her his signature smile. She gazed up at her love as he leapt from tree to tree, hunting down the mastermind of her kidnapping. "I have been better, but I have also been much worse," the girl admitted. "Then let us get you out of here. I'm sure that young Midoriya can handle this, wouldn't you agree?" All Might chuckled, eyeing the tendril next to her. I would appreciate being taken to the hospital if you don't mind," she replied, patting the tentacle. The large appendage gave her one last squeeze before it slithered back into the earth, leaving no trace that it was there other than a crack in the ground. "Sounds like a plan, young lady," All Might laughed. He picked her up like one might do a toddler and glanced over at the fight between All For One and Izuku. As much as he wanted to go in and help his successor, he knew that he would just be in the way. He had his revenge long ago, it was now time for Izuku to get his own. "Off we go!" he boomed, leaping away. Izuku didn't acknowledge the fact that his teacher left with Yanagi, but he knew that it was time to go all out. He roared and leapt out of yet another tree, catching All For One off guard. He wrapped a tendril around the man's waist and pulled him to the ground, which had turned into soil rather than concrete. He slammed the villain into the forest floor, not as happy with the softer landing now that it was dirt and not pavement. All For One was quick to get back on his feet. Izuku opened his mouth unnaturally wide and let out an ear-piercing screech, loud enough that All For One had to cover his ears and use some quirks to stop his eardrums from bursting. When Izuku had finished, the man growled in annoyance, "Are you finally done now? I have grown tired of playing keep away with you. I have bigger fish to fry." The villain would have attacked there, were it not for an odd sound. A grandfather clock chiming midnight. From behind him, a tearing noise was heard, and All For One turned his quirk-reliant senses to glance at the tree his back was toward. A creature slumped out of a tear in the tree. It rose to its full height, 8 feet tall, and made odd clicking noises. Suddenly its head blossomed like a flower and it shrieked angrily. All For One dodged as it lunged at him, barely getting out of the way as it tried to crush him. It was then that another creature made itself known. A floating woman screeched at him as she tried to cut him with a large bone saw. All For One scrambled away when the woman brought it down between his feet. Next he threw his hands up and caught an arm as it came down with a butcher's knife. A large man in a white mask and blue jumpsuit breathed heavily as he tried to stab All For One. The villain threw the man at the floating woman and the flower-headed creature, bowling them over. He then leapt into the air as 2 knives slashed underneath him. 2 more white-masked people stood beneath him, one with an elongated frowning face, and 1 2 small eye holes and a drawn-on smile. He was going to fly off when another monster jumped on his shoulders. He threw her off and looked disgusted at the old withered hag that crashed into the knife-wielding people at his feet. A shot rang out and he moved his head to the side, hearing a chain whiz by his head. Following it there was an old man with a harpoon gun standing not too far away. All for One flicked his finger at the man, but it was blocked by another large man with a massive sword. This man was bare-chested, and strangely had a pyramid for a head. Before he could wonder any further, something small latched onto his back and began scratching the hell out of it. He roared in pain and grabbed it. It was an ugly misshapen baby. Deciding that he had done worse, he threw the baby at the ground, hearing it cry out in pain and crawl towards a new woman who had appeared from the woodwork. This woman was carrying a hook and was also misshapen. Like the baby. Before he had any time to ponder what was happening, an axe hurled past his head and stuck in the tree behind him as yet another new woman came to stand next to the previous one who was now comforting the baby. All for One fired a laser at her and another shot of air pressure at the man with the harpoon gun. He was about to turn and attack more of the creatures, when he heard the sound of retching. He quickly flew to the ground as vomit came hurtling at him, splashing sickly against the forest floor. He saw a priestess sashay from the fog, a ceremonial lamp in her hand. He took a step back as the smell almost overpowered him, and a bear trap clenched around his leg. He roared in pain and broke it in two, ducking under an attack from a sword. He whirled around to see a large masked man in overalls and a broken woman with a sword fused with her hand. He used a few of his quirks to blow them away, but in doing so he had left himself open, and two blades had been plunged into his back. He cried out in pain once again, sweeping his arm behind him to knock away a man dressed up as a clown and a woman with a pig's head mask. He heard the sounds of chainsaws revving and did a backflip, dodging a large deformed man as he sped past with the chainsaw. He then ducked, barely avoiding yet another massive man with a chainsaw, though this one was wearing what appeared to be another human's face on his own. All for One kicked the man in the gut, sending him toppling into a few of the other creatures that had appeared. Suddenly All for One felt a club bash him over the head. He stumbled forwards in a daze, recognizing the headgear-wearing man from Shigaraki's description. He barely avoided a hooded figure as it tried to hit him with its cane, watching as it bounced off of a nearby tree. He growled and leapt away from the creatures, only to feel a clawed hand drag him back down. "How's it going, Beach?" The hand's owner laughed, his face scarred much like the villain's own. All for One kicked the man away when a bell began to ring behind him. He dodged out of the way and punched the side of the large man. He wore an odd robe and had a club made from human bones. All for One felt a sword slice across his back, thankful that the many healing quirks he had repaired the damage almost instantly. He looked behind him to see the stuff of Japanese children's nightmares, an Oni dressed as a samurai with a large sword. The villain backed away from the demon, feeling fear for the first time in a long time, when he stumbled into a large chest. He whipped around to find something that made him smile. One of his 𝐴𝐻𝐵. 𝐴𝐻𝐵. Distract them, he commanded, the smug smile only leaving his face when he felt the creature's hands wrap around him. His scarred eyes blew wide before he was slammed into the ground by his beast. He groaned in pain, and could feel the monsters all around him. From above him, he could sense the boy who was the source of all of this. He was perched on a tree branch, and though he could not see it, All for One knew that he was being haloed by the full moon that peeked through the trees. He looked up to the boy, fear gripping his heart like a vice. The demigod's smile stretched from one ear to the next, impossibly wide, and he said only one word, "Effie." No one was able to see into the forest that night through the fog, but they could all hear the screams of terror and pain that rang out through the night. When Izuku came back to his senses, it was morning. He was in the middle of a familiar forest, but he could see Japan through the trees. He looked to his feet and saw All for One trembling at his feet and whimpering. Izuku sighed, "Father, and I got a little carried away, I guess." He grabbed the villain by the back of his suit and began pulling him along. "Please spare me. I won't challenge you again. Allow me to work for you, oh cruel one." The old man pleaded as Izuku dragged him towards the edge of the forest. "Shut up," Izuku grumbled. "I don't need a servant, and my father is evil, so you're not going to work for him. You're going to prison and you're going to stay there until you die." Izuku jerked All for One, knocking the villain's head against a rock. All for One simply whined like a chastised dog, "As you wish, young lord." Izuku rolled his eyes at this and ignored him. Finally they reached the last few trees. Izuku looked out and scowled. A few yards from the forest was a line of heroes and policemen waiting patiently for something to happen. Izuku ran a hand down his face. He couldn't just walk out there. Despite what Nezu had said, he didn't want to deal with any possible ramifications for using his quirk. Izuku looked down at the evil man that he was holding and came up with an idea. A reporter was describing the events from the previous night for what was likely the fourth or fifth time when there was a commotion. From seemingly nowhere a body came flying out of the forest. Immediately everyone burst into action. Several heroes rushed to the mysterious body. To arrest it or to attempt to save it was unclear. The police began to escort civilians out of the area and prepare for a possible raid on the forest. Izuku watched all of these things from his spot in the forest. He could feel his powers being boosted just by his standing there. It was the beginning of his father's influence in their universe, and this gave him more power. Izuku knew everything that was happening in the forest. He could feel the few curious birds that had arrived since the woods had sprung up, along with the bugs that now crawled through the remnants of their old warehouse home. While it was a link to his father, it appeared to be his domain. He slunk deeper into the woods, passing through the trees like the fog rolling around his feet. The trees swayed gently out of his way and he couldn't tell if they were reacting to his will or moving in the breeze. He reached the edge again in an area without police or heroes. He activated One for All and used it to leap out of the forest. He felt his powers drain a little as he left the woods and longed to return. He promised himself that he would go back soon to study it more, but he had something more important to attend to. He landed on the roof of the hospital and slipped inside. He returned to his room and found his mother there waiting for him. "I had hoped I was wrong about what happened last night, but it looks like I wasn't," 𝐒𝐽 said sadly. "I'm sorry, Mom." A friend, for lack of a better term, was stolen by the villains. "I couldn't sit around and do nothing," Izuku replied. He sat down on the bed and hung his head. "I didn't want to, but I was left with no choice," 𝐒𝐽 sighed and sat next to her son. "I saved her and no one innocent got hurt. I was gentle with the villains and I didn't listen to father when he wanted me to consume them." "I'm sorry," 𝐒𝐽 grabbed his hand. "I know. I'm not mad at you. I was just scared for your safety, and I know that you probably don't need me to worry too much about that, but I always will. I'm glad that everything turned out all right in the end. Just try not to do something like this in the future, okay?" "I'll do my best," Izuku chuckled. 𝐒𝐽 hugged him gently and they sat in comfortable silence for a minute or two. After a little while Izuku pulled away. "I'm going to go find my friend. We have a lot to talk about. Do you mind covering for you?" 𝐒𝐽 interrupted with a smile. "Izuku, I've been doing that for most of the night. What's another couple of minutes? Just make sure to be back soon. There's only so many times that I can say you've gone to the bathroom before they start to get suspicious." Izuku smiled and thanked her before slipping out of the room. He slipped through the halls as silently as possible, done with the assistance of a few perks. Finally he came across All Might drinking some water from a water fountain. Izuku walked up next to the man and caused him to jump when he spoke. "All Might, do you know where Ryunage's room is?" The hero spun around and put a hand to his heart. "Holy cow, my boy, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Try not to sneak up on others, not everyone has been healed by you." The pro chuckled a little. "As for where young Ryunage's room is, that is confidential information." Izuku looked down sadly. "So don't tell anyone that I told you." Izuku's head shot back up to look at his mentor and smiled devilishly, which isn't hard when one has razor-sharp teeth. All Might guided him to Ryunage's room and winked at him as he walked off. Izuku rolled his eyes and knocked gently on the door. "You may enter," Ryunage announced. Izuku opened the door to find Ryunage waiting patiently in her hospital bed. Her expression didn't change much, but she was obviously happy to see him. "Hi Leiko," he stammered as he slipped into the room. "How are you feeling?" "I am feeling infinitely more secure now that you are here," Ryunage replied in a cheerful tone. Izuku blushed and sat in a seat near Ryunage's bed. "I am uninjured, but the medical professionals decided that it would be for the best if they observed me for a day or two." Ryunage continued. She gave Izuku a small smile. I want to apologize," Izuku stated. 𝐼𝐺's smile turned into a look of shock as Izuku continued, I wasn't able to save you and I couldn't track you down without my father's help. Then I broke the law to come and get you, and even then I failed to do that without putting you into more danger. I'm very sorry. I can't apologize enough. Izuku bowed to her in apology. It was then that he got whacked by a pillow. He looked up in confusion to see 𝐼𝐺 scowling at him. Surely you are joking. You did not fail me. You did your best to save me and eventually you did. For all of your power and the strength of your father, you forget that you are still human. You will make mistakes, you will fall short, but as long as you don't give up, you'll never fail. Izuku began to tear up, massive beads of water rushing down his face. You may have bent the laws a bit, you may not have saved me the first or even the second time, but you did not give up. And now I am here. I am safe. And I am looking at the man I love. Izuku sniffed and wiped a few tears away. That's the second time you've mentioned that. 𝐼𝐺 smiled a bit, and I plan to continue mentioning it until the day I die. Unless you are dissatisfied with that. Oh, of course not. Izuku stammered, shaking his head and hands. 𝐺 just wasn't sure if my brain made that part up. It didn't. 𝐼𝐺 teased, what will you do now? Izuku leaned forwards with a shy smile. I would like to 𝐭 kiss you, if that's alright. 𝐼𝐺 pretended to think for a second. Perhaps, as long as that means that you will court me. I would like that, Izuku murmured. The two teens slowly got closer and closed their eyes. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Young 𝐼𝐺. Are you decent? I, along with some officers, would like to speak with you. 𝐼𝐺 and Izuku popped up in surprise. 𝐼𝐺 realized that this was a warning to Izuku that someone would be coming in. Just a moment. She answered, looking around for somewhere Izuku could hide. As she turned back to Izuku to discuss more, she noticed that he was no longer in his chair. She looked at the window and saw that it was open. She smiled at her new boyfriend's quick thinking. She shut the window gently and rushed back into her bed. Enter. Izuku slipped back into the hospital the same way he had earlier that morning and snuck off to his room. He was a little annoyed at being interrupted, but that was overshadowed by the love welling up in his heart. It was a few hours later that Izuku was released from the hospital. The staff hadn't noticed his absence thanks to Nezu's support, so when he returned the final time he was able to get one last checkup before they let him go. His mother had gone home when he told her that he wanted to stay and check up on his friends. She had shot him a sly look, but avoided mentioning the person he was really waiting to see. Once Izuku was sure that no one was around, he scaled the building across from 𝐼𝐺's room and waited. He knew that he would almost certainly not be allowed in if he asked the hospital, so he decided that he would just wait until she was alone before dropping by. He used Michael Myers' power with the scratched mirror add-on. This allowed him to see through nearby objects and track people as they walked around. He leaned against a nearby air conditioning machine while he waited for the people to clear away from 𝐼𝐺's room. When they all finally left, Izuku allowed his arm to transform into its tendril state. He used the tentacles to grab onto the windowsill of 𝐼𝐺's room and pulled himself over so that he was standing against the wall of the building just outside of the window. Before he could knock lightly on the glass, 𝐼𝐺 whipped the window open. She huffed, I have strived to get them to leave so that you could accompany me for far too long, and the fact that I could feel your fearsome gaze upon us did not help my impatience. Get in here now and kiss me. Izuku did not need to be told twice. He swept into the room as quickly as he could without knocking anything over. 𝐼𝐺 barely waited for him to be inside of the room before she pushed him down onto her bed. Izuku's eyes widened at the uncommon boldness of the girl. Said girl climbed onto the bed so that she was hovering above him and breathed a little. Are you okay? You seem a little flustered. 𝐒𝐻. Before the demigod could continue, 𝐼𝐺 leaned down and pressed her lips to his. Izuku froze for a second at the suddenness of the action, but he soon melted into the kiss. They held each other gently and the world seemed to fade out around them. They separated for a moment to catch their breath before kissing again. It was clear that they both had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Izuku gently rolled them over so that they were laying on their sides and pulled away. They slowly opened their eyes and blushed heavily with wide smiles. I was indeed flustered, but I am feeling much better now thanks to you. Yanagi admitted. Izuku softly caressed her cheek with his thumb. Glad I could help. Should I call you my girlfriend now, or is it too soon for that? Yanagi leaned into his touch and sighed contentedly. I would love nothing more than for you to call me your girlfriend and partner, except perhaps you yourself. They chuckled and wrapped their arms around each other. For a while they lay together and cuddled in silence. It was bliss to the two teens and they cherished every second of it. It wasn't until a knock at Yanagi's door reminded them that they were not the only people in existence. One moment please. Yanagi called out, gripping her boyfriend's arms tightly to keep him from dashing out the window. She turned back to a bewildered Izuku. Please do not flee. I do not wish to return to the mundane operations of being in the hospital. Having you here with me despite being unable to interact with you would help alleviate the monotony. Please. Yanagi whispered almost desperately. Izuku scared in a breath and knew that he couldn't deny her. I have an idea. He pulled out the wraith spell and mallet and rang it a few times. With this he turned invisible. I'll still be here and I can hold your hand or something if you want. His voice was distorted, but Yanagi was still able to understand him clearly. I would appreciate it if, at random intervals, you could touch me in some way so that I know you are still by my side. Yanagi replied, giving him her version of puppy dog eyes. Izuku softly rubbed her back. I can do that. You may enter, Yanagi said, loud enough for the people outside of her door to hear her. Were you talking to someone? I thought I might have heard voices and a bell of some kind, the doctor asked as she closed the door behind her. Yanagi was quick with a reply. Oh no, I was merely speaking to myself about some things. The chiming was my phone. It can be quite loud sometimes. The doctor smiled at her, completely fooled. Izuku did as he promised and stayed by Yanagi's side the entire time. He made sure to stay outside of the doctor's line of sight for the most part as he was still visible if you squinted hard enough. Every so often he would gently touch Yanagi's hand or shoulder or back so that she knew he was there. Izuku could tell why she wanted him to stay. The testing was boring and took much longer than either teen was happy to sit through. Being together definitely helped though. It wasn't until much later that the testing was finished for the day. The doctor left with some encouraging words and finally they were alone again. Izuku dropped the wraith's powers and sat next to his girlfriend. They shared a few more kisses, but Yanagi noticed that it was getting late. As much as I adore the thought of us sharing a bed tonight, I do not believe it would be a good idea. I believe that it is time for you to head home, my dear. She stated sadly. Izuku kissed her again gently. I agree. I'll text you when I get home, okay? Yanagi nodded. I'll see you tomorrow. The black-haired teen promised. With that he ducked out of the window. Yanagi stood at the window and watched his dark form disappear on the neighboring rooftops. When he was out of sight, she looked up at the stars overhead that just barely made it through the light pollution. She smiled happily. Oh Izuku, my Doria, how you make my heart sing. With that last thought she shut the window, leaving it open by just a crack so that her love could sneak in if need be, and went to bed feeling more filled with love than ever before. Due to the events of Kamino Ward, combined with the fact that it was still technically summer break, the class had a week or so to relax before classes started up again. Izuku and Yanagi texted back and forth throughout that time as she recovered and was sent home. They had wanted to meet up directly after she was let out of the hospital, but her parents had insisted that she stay home with them for a while so that they could make sure she was safe. Finally though, they could meet up. Are you sure that you can go back there? Izuku asked, his hand tightly clasped around Yanagi's own. If not, we can figure something else out. Yanagi gave him a small smile and squeezed his hand. I'm sure, darling. While it may be the site of my kidnapping, it is also the location where you saved my life for a fourth time. Besides, you told me that you had something that you wished to reveal to me. I am excited more than triggered by the notion. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and scooted closer to his girlfriend. They were on a train headed for Kamino Ward. It may have been an odd place for their first date, but Izuku had a plan. When they arrived, Izuku led Yanagi back to where the warehouse once stood containing all for one's nomus. There was, of course, his forest. He had been back since that night and had discovered many things about it, things he wanted to share with Yanagi. What about those who enter the forest? Yanagi pondered, coming to a stop a few feet from the tree line. Izuku pulled her along gently and replied, "They won't be a problem. I made it so that when they enter they get lost until they wind up on the opposite side of the forest. They won't bother us at all." The black-haired teen led Yanagi through the trees and fog until they wound up in a slight clearing, just big enough for them to comfortably lay out their blanket and basket for their picnic. They got everything set up and had a nice meal with each other. After they were finished, they laid back on the blanket and looked up into the sky. "So you have found that you know everything that transpires here in the forest?" Yanagi questioned, playing with Izuku's hand softly. "Not only that, I can also control just about everything about this place," Izuku answered. "Watch this." It was a slightly cloudy day, a little past noon, but when Izuku waved his hand suddenly everything went dark and stars began to shine through the trees. Yanagi was breathless. She looked up at the galaxies and suns that littered the sky above her in wonder. "It's not really night," Izuku explained, studying the sky above them. "Outside of the forest the sky is normal, but here in this little clearing it's night." Yanagi could barely speak. "It's amazing, darling. It's so appealing." Izuku looked over at his girlfriend with a contented smile. She slowly tore her eyes away from the view above to look at him. She leisurely leaned in and kissed him. Izuku kissed her back, and when they pulled apart they stared deeply into each other's eyes. That was when Izuku's head shot up off of the blanket. "What's wrong, darling?" Yanagi asked, sitting up with him. Izuku whipped around towards the edge of the forest. "A little girl just ran into the woods. She's pretty heavily injured." "Let's go," Yanagi said, scrambling to her feet. She followed after Izuku and the trees seemed to part in front of them, allowing them to race towards where the little girl must be. When they arrived, they saw a small girl with whitish-gray hair dressed in a hospital gown with bandages littering her arms and legs. Her red eyes glanced at them fearfully, but Izuku sank to his knees. "It's okay. We won't hurt you. You're safe here," Izuku told her gently. She hesitantly walked over to him before collapsing into his arms. He picked her up and cradled her in his arms. He was going to ask her what was going on when Spine Chill activated in the corner of his vision. The black-haired teen looked towards the edge of the forest and saw a man with a plague mask standing outside of the tree line but within sight of the group. "Ah, there you are, eh? I was looking all over for you," the man proclaimed, stepping into the woods. "I hope you weren't causing too much trouble for our friends here. My daughter has the tendency to run off, she's a bit clumsy." Izuku's mind raced as he took in all of the available information from the two intruders in his domain. The girl, A, was on the verge of malnutrition. She was suffering from anemia, and under the bandages on her arms and legs she had multitudes and multitudes of scars, some in the shape of handprints. The man on the other hand gave Izuku an all too familiar feeling. He was just the type that the entity would turn into a killer. On top of that, their DNA was nothing alike. Not even close. Izuku slowly handed Ei to Yanagi and gave the man an overly large smile, twisting his face to show his rows of sharp teeth. "Oh, it's no problem at all. You see, we're heroes in training, so we're prepared to help anyone in need." It was obvious from the man's posture that this situation was becoming more complicated than he'd like. "Well, if you don't mind handing her to me, we'll let you get on with your day." The man reached out, clearly uncomfortable with the thought of touching someone else despite claiming that Eri was his daughter. Izuku pointed behind him. "Yanagi, run back to the clearing with A. I'll be right behind you." The white-haired teen took off into the trees. Izuku could tell that she was not happy leaving him by himself, but she knew that he was more than capable of taking care of himself. The man sighed angrily and began to take off his gloves. "Why did you have to do that? Now I'll be forced to track down that girl and kill her so she doesn't talk to the heroes." "You should worry about me first," Izuku growled. The man placed his bare hand on the nearest tree and Izuku could feel that he was trying to reshape the tree to attack the black-haired demigod. It took barely any effort to stop it from changing. The look on the villain's face was priceless as he realized that it had no effect. The villain tried the same thing on another tree, then on the ground, then on a bush. Nothing did what he wanted. He roared in frustration and charged at Izuku. He shot his hand towards Izuku's chest, But this was an attack that the demigod had blocked before. He grabbed the villain's wrist and squeezed. The man cried out in pain as his bones snapped like glass under Izuku's fingers. Izuku twisted the villain's arm, sending spiderweb cracks racing through his forearm and up to his shoulder. "Listen to me well. I cannot arrest you yet, but I can get that girl away from you. So that's what I'm going to do. If you ever come back here or if you ever step foot near her, I will show you why." All for one lay at my feet like a dog to his MSTR. Izuku stated, crushing the villain's bones like crackers in his fist. "Now get out of my forest." The demigod raised a hand in front of the villain's chest. As if a hook yanked on the man's back, he was sent hurtling out of the forest and down a nearby alleyway. Izuku faded into the fog, his pitch-black eyes being the last thing that the villain could see before he disappeared completely. Izuku slipped back into the clearing to find Yanagi gently cradling Eri. The black-haired teen slowly approached the two so as not to scare the girl. She looked up at him, and to his shock, reached out for him. Izuku sat next to Yanagi and allowed the girl to grab his shirt tightly and pull him into the hug. "Please, explain what transpired between you and that man. Why have we kidnapped this child?" Yanagi asked quietly. Izuku sighed and rubbed the back of his head with his free arm. "I am able to tell a lot about whatever or whoever is in this forest. Eri has very clearly been abused for a long time, and she has no genetic similarities to that man. Besides that she was so scared I couldn't let her go back with him." Yanagi nodded, pulling Eri closer. Izuku began to rub the girl's back gently. "Can you tell us about that man, Eri? Can you tell us what he did?" Eri looked up at the two teens apprehensively. She sat quietly for a few moments before explaining. She told them about how Overhaul, the man in question, takes her apart and puts her back together on a daily basis. How his goons scream at her and hit her if she does not follow their orders to the letter. By the time she had finished, the forest was alive with sounds. Not those of birds or insects, but with tearing and creaking and whipping winds. Yanagi laid a soft hand on Izuku's forearm, and the noises quieted down to a whisper. "Is Overhaul going to come and get me?" Eri questioned, shaking with fear. "Never," Izuku announced. "And if you ever feel like he is going to get you, you can always come back to this forest. While you're here, no one will ever hurt you." Tears streamed down Eri's face. She sobbed into Izuku's shirt as he and Yanagi held her tightly. After a while she fell asleep. "What are we going to do?" Izuku groaned. "I'm glad that we saved her, but what are we meant to do with her?" Yanagi giggled and kissed Izuku on his forehead. "Darling, we may have only started dating, but I believe it is best that we adopt her." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and a blush spread across his face. "She requires a home, and I cannot think of anyone better to protect her. Though what we are going to say to the authorities I cannot fathom at this moment." Izuku ran a hand down his face. "I think I have an idea." A phone call later and Aizawa and Nezu were in the clearing with them. Originally Izuku had only called Aizawa, but apparently he had been in a meeting with Nezu, so the little mammal had decided to tag along. "Well, this is certainly a predicament, Mr. Midoriya," Nezu acknowledged. "You say that you and Ms. Yanagi are planning on adopting her then? I think that is a splendid idea." "You do?" Izuku asked. "Wait," Aizawa scowled. "You do?" "I do," Nezu proclaimed. He hopped from his perch on Aizawa's shoulder to the ground next to Eri. "Ms. Eri, would you like our friends here to take care of you? I can assure you that they are very strong heroes." Eri shifted closer to Yanagi, but nodded. "Then it's decided. I'll draft up some paperwork so that the two of you can take temporary custody over Ms. Eri and we'll have a meeting with your parents to discuss and sign." "Sir, you can't actually be considering this. They are teenagers," Aizawa exclaimed, looking as though he was about to tear his hair out. Nezu scurried up Aizawa's leg and back onto his shoulder. "On the contrary, I think that this is a wonderful exercise in responsibility." The white-furred mammal smiled down at the teens. "You see, this is the consequences of their own actions. They will need to be able to care for Ms. Eri and continue their hero studies. If they are unable to do so, then Ms. Eri will be removed from their care and they will be moved to general studies until we deem that they are able to continue in the hero course." Does that not sound fair to you, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa took a minute to seriously think about it. Then he sighed. I guess that it makes logical sense. They did take the girl and it would be a good opportunity to teach them about several responsibilities. Fine. Yanagi squeezed Izuku's hand in triumph. Nezu clapped once. Excellent. Well, let us go back to Yue. We're going to have to discuss the events that happened between you two and the villain, as well as fill out some paperwork. Onwards, my mighty steed. I thought I asked you not to say that while I'm carrying you, sir. Aizawa grumbled. Nezu laughed. Nonsense, Patsy. Away. The two teens giggled at their principal's actions and followed them out of the forest. Izuku was a little apprehensive of the conversation that they were about to have with their parents, but it couldn't be that bad, right? It was bad. Yanagi's parents were clearly in shock when Nezu told them that he approved of their plan to adopt Eri, and Izuku's mother seemed to be comatose. It took a while for everyone to calm down. Meanwhile, Eri was clinging to Izuku and Yanagi. She was obviously nervous at meeting new people, even though both Yanagi and Izuku had explained that their parents were people that she could trust. After a few minutes, 𝐭 seemed to come around and Yanagi's parents began to come to their conclusions about the situation. I approve. Everyone in the room whipped around to look at 𝐭. I know that there is likely no one better to trust with someone's safety other than my son. He's young, but he's mature for his age. I'm sure that he can handle something like this. Of course, he will always have my support when he needs it. Yanagi's father looked flabbergasted, and his expression only worsened when Yanagi's mom replied. I agree. She said. The two mothers looked each other in the eye and a sort of understanding passed between them. Dear, you can't seriously agree to this. They are kids. This is ridiculous. Yanagi's father protested. Nezu gave the man a devilish smile. On the contrary, I see this as perfectly rational. There are many people who raise children this young. Siblings commonly must raise their younger siblings when their parents are absent. There are also times when teens become Pyajin and T and decide to keep their child. Nezu stroked his whiskers thoughtfully. Perhaps this is not the best course of action, but it is an important lesson for everyone involved. There are consequences to every action and you must tread carefully. This profession is the most dangerous one on the planet. If you can't handle going to school and successfully rearing a child, then you have no place being a hero. Yanagi's father looked ready to argue, but he was clearly outvoted. Fine. He relented with a heavy sigh. I just want to make sure that everyone comes out of this happy and healthy. We'll make sure of it, sir. Izuku stated. Yanagi's father studied him for a moment, but nodded in acknowledgement. Nezu gave the group a much more genuine smile. Let's move on to our next object of discussion. The rest of the room looked at him in confusion. We were going to seek you out for this next topic, but seeing as you're already all here, I thought it would be easiest to talk about it now. We are creating dormitories to keep our students safe. We do not want another incident like the last one. It will also help to weed out the traitor in our midst. The parents gasped. How do you know? 𝐭 asked. Nezu frowned, obviously dismayed at the thought of a mole. The location of the summer camp was only known to Mr. Aizawa, Mr. Khan, the Wild Pussycats, and myself. The only way for the League of Villains to get the information is for one of the students to have given the information away. The parents looked deeply unsettled from this information. It could have been unintentional, a bug in someone's phone. It could have been unwilling, due to the threats on someone's life or control through a quirk. We unfortunately cannot rule out the possibility that someone in our classes is doing this of their own volition. The dorms are a way of finding this out. Of course, neither of your children are suspected, they are clearly innocent through their actions, thus why we are informing you of this fact. I am hesitant to allow you to keep my daughter here when you could not protect her at your summer camp. However, I understand that this is perhaps the safest place on the planet, so if the Midoriyas agree to it, then I see no problem with letting her stay in your care. Yanagi's mother stated. Her father looked as though he wasn't happy with it, but agreed. 𝐭 frowned. She contemplated for a few seconds. I think that's all right. Izuku will be safe anywhere he is. This way he can keep his classmates safe and help discover who the possible traitor is. Excellent. Nezu proclaimed. Then we'll get you the paperwork. Move-in day is in a week. If you have any questions, you may give us a call. With that, the two families left the office. Who is Eri going to stay with tonight? Izuku asked, holding the girl in his arms. Yanagi replied easily, she should go with you for the night. In the event that the villain shows up, you will be able to protect her much better than I would. Izuku nodded. They parted ways with a kiss and everyone went home for an uneventful night's sleep. Time skipped. The day of the move-in was hectic. Thankfully, Izuku's powers made moving many things at the same time a breeze. This ease, however, caused many other students to beg for his help moving their stuff as well. Of course, Izuku couldn't refuse them. Yanagi giggled as her boyfriend returned to her room, very tired and sweaty. Go take a shower, darling, you may rest in my lap after you've done so, she said. That was the quickest shower that Izuku had ever taken. He made sure that he was clean though, can't dirty his girlfriend's lap. Ashido and Toru peeked into Yanagi's room. They had knocked a few times and invited them to come down and hang out with the rest of the class, but the sight of them curled up with Eri fast asleep was too cute. They resolved to leave them alone, after taking some cute pictures of course. They needed to start the scrapbook somewhere. Izuku looked up from his notebook where he had been checking and updating some of his notes to watch Yanagi and Eri. Eri was sitting in Yanagi's lap and the rest of the girls were standing around Yanagi's desk chatting away. They kept enough distance that they didn't spook the poor child, but Eri still seemed a bit uneasy. Izuku remembered when they had introduced the class to Eri. It had gone, predictably. Flashback to move-in day. Izuku and Yanagi had been allowed to move in early to help get Eri more accustomed to the new environment, and Izuku was moving the last of their stuff inside when Ashido and Ida arrived. Ida was early because he was always early, and Ashido was early because she was so excited to move in that she had been unable to control herself. Ashido saw Izuku lugging his things inside, his arms split into multiple black tentacles so that he could grab more than two things at once, and ran up to him. Midori, she called. The teen halted and knew that he was going to regret it. Can you help carry my stuff too? There's a bunch of stuff and it's really heavy. You've got strength and arms to spare. To emphasize her point, she clapped her hand onto her bicep with a wink. Izuku sighed. Sure, Ashido, I can do that. This trend continued as the rest of the class showed up. Thankfully he wasn't alone. Ida, Kirishima, and Kuda joined him in helping anyone who asked. Kirishima made sure to remind Izuku of how manly he was every time they passed each other. Once everyone was moved in, Izuku went up to Yanagi's room. You are certain that this is the proper time? Yanagi asked, a bit apprehensive at introducing Eri to the rest of the class. Izuku nodded. It's either that or have them freak out when they see her moving around the dorms. It's probably best to just rip off the band-aid. Eri looked between her adoptive parents with worried eyes. She reluctantly held up her arms and Izuku looked at her in confusion. What are you doing, Eri? You said to rip off the band-aid. She shook a bit. Is it going to hurt? Izuku immediately felt his heart drop. Oh no. No. He softly grabbed Eri's hands and lowered them gently. It's a figure of speech, he explained. It means that it is better to do it fast and soon so that it only hurts for a bit. I'm not going to take your bandages off. I'm so sorry. Eri blinked a few tears out of her eyes. Are you sure? Izuku nodded, feeling tears well up in his own eyes. Everything is going to be all right. We're going to introduce you to our classmates. They're very friendly and trustworthy people. If you're ever in danger and we are not around, you can always go to them. Okay. Eri nodded, though she still looked pretty concerned. Izuku and Yanagi grabbed her hands and led her out of the room. The trio took the elevator down and Eri hid behind them. When they finally reached the ground floor, Izuku took the lead. He whistled sharply and the movement around the common room stopped. Hey everyone. 𝐒𝐿 and I have something to talk to you all about. Can you all come here? The students quickly formed a group facing Izuku and Yanagi. Izuku took a deep breath before starting. 𝐒𝐿 and I are now parents. The class erupted with noise, but Izuku managed to calm them down again. We adopted a girl named Eri. Eri, can you come here please? Eri peeked out from behind Yanagi before rushing over to grab onto Izuku's shirt. Once more the class exploded into sound. Several students rushed towards the teen and his daughter, and Eri began to look terrified, hiding herself as best she could behind Izuku. Izuku's eyes turned into dark pools, fog rolled around him, and he roared, "Get back!" The approaching teens came to a screeching halt, fearful of the boy's rage. Izuku's appearance returned to normal and he continued, "Eri has had a very difficult life so far and needs a lot of space and understanding. Please respect her needs. She has plenty of trauma, so I ask that you all do your best to show her that you are as trustworthy as I have said that you are." The class all agreed. They started to go back to what they had been doing before. A few students came up to introduce themselves, though they all made sure not to get too close so as not to scare the child. After a bit it was clear that Eri's social battery was running on empty. Yanagi and Izuku took her back upstairs where Yanagi made her offer of a lap pillow. Present Izuku smiled at the memory and was glad that his classmates had listened to his request and were conscious of Eri's need for space. That was when the bell rang, signaling that class was going to start. Everyone scrambled to their seats as Aizawa entered. He saw Eri sitting in Yanagi's lap and sighed. "Yanagi, Midoriya, you will need to find some care for Eri during class. She cannot be allowed to attend classes for her own safety and development. I will give you until the end of the week to figure out some accommodations for her during the day. For now she can stay." Izuku nodded. He already had an idea about who would be willing to watch over Eri while he was in class. Aizawa continued, "Today for heroics class we will be focusing on super moves. Having super moves is important because it makes you memorable as well as giving you something to fall back on when the going gets tough. You all will be taking your provisional licensing exam in 2 weeks. I expect you each to come up with 2 super moves by that time. Go get changed and meet at Gym Zeta." Izuku smiled at Yanagi as they parted to get changed for class. Getting their provisional licenses was a big deal, and it meant that they could protect Eri more readily. He was excited. Meanwhile, a henchman slunk into the room. "Overhaul, sir." The man in question was NSNG his wrist. He had used his quirk to fix his injured limb, but it was still uncomfortable to use the arm that the demigod had broken. Beyond that, his pride was wounded something fierce. "What is it?" he growled. The henchman quivered with fear at his boss. "We've figured out the identity of the boy who bish." Overhaul glared at the man and he quickly rephrased his sentence. "I mean the boy who stole Eri. His name is Izuku Midoriya." Overhaul waved off his henchman. "Izuku Midoriya, him." He began to pace as his mind raced with ideas. He didn't want to run into the boy again before he understood more about him. He pulled out his phone and called his right-hand man. "Kurono, find me every detail you can about Izuku Midoriya. It is time we paid him a visit."